haven't seen his videos or know anything about him.
Yeah. He is probably like the OG liberal content creator, but like, oh God, dude, like my entire life, like got changed because of that dude. Like, if it wasn't for him, I would be another, what's it called? Um, like one of those alt-light chuds who's like tired of woke and stupid shit like that. You know what I mean?
Gotcha.
So if it wasn't for Destiny, yeah, I would definitely be an alt-light chud. All right,
Got it.
making sure. Oh, I gotta fucking get this thingy up here. Auto fund activate.
The four people I watch, and actually one of them I don't really watch, but I just have them subscribed. But
Mm-hmm.
Pod Save America, I don't really watch them, but I know they kind of work in tangent with Brian Tyler Cohen, Luke
Yeah,
Beasley, and Jake Co Cocherla.
isn't it like Jake Coachella, or am I crazy?
Yeah, there goes Cocherla, something like that. I mean, of course, Philip DeFranco, but he's not really
I love
tied with
Philip.
them,
Yeah.
right? He's awesome. Oh, so good.
All right, let me see. There we go. Okay, cool. I got my chat up.
All
All
right, do your thing. I'll probably be muted.
right, I got you, man. All right, I'm gonna check YouTube and shit. Okay, it's good. All right, looks like the stream's good. Cool. Okay, so for the people who are watching the VOD, we're just doing another continuation on the documentation for Epstein in relation to Trump. Um, oh, so yeah, I gotta figure out when. Oh, actually, what a really good start is that timeline that PBS has. It's like a really, really good timeline. Okay, so friendship seems well documented, but rupture ended in 2004, 2007, maybe some other time. For Trump's presidency. Got all these. Got that. Okay, so November 2004 is when they get into the problem with the bidding. 2004, 1, 2, 3. November 1, 2, 3, 4. Question mark. Epstein. Clash over bid. All right. Oh, dude, I am so fucking happy. Okay, because so what I've done, I saved up a bunch of money from the job that I used to work at, so I can pursue streaming full time, right? And I made a budget in case like I literally like made nothing from doing this, right? So like I could live at the very least until about 2027. And in that budget, I was also accounting for paying for my own health insurance. I don't know if you noticed. American health insurance is like really fucking expensive. Okay. Have you noticed that?
Oh, so unbelievably expensive.
Um, and then I talked with my physician today, and he was like, "Yo, what you could do, okay, is not have health insurance, like full coverage. Just use like Good RX to get discounts on prescriptions. Because like if you use just like name brand shit or whatever, or whatever like the common, if you just use common shit, that you know what Good RX is, right?
I do not actually know. Mm.
Do you use any prescriptions?
I do, yes.
So GoodRx, I don't know if GoodRx is universal to like every place or if it's just like a Walmart thing. Like I'm a very frugal guy, okay? Like I
Oh,
like to imagine this me just being fiscally responsible, but I don't know. Some people call it being responsible, some people call it being a cheap ass. But like, yeah, I'll go to fucking Walmart to get shit that I need. Yeah, fuck it. It's cheap. Fuck it, right? Um so with GoodRx, I don't know if it's just like a Walmart thing or like a pharmacy thing in general, but I go there. GoodRx is free, so where like a medication might be like $200, you just use GoodRx, and then it's like $10 instead, right?
oh hell yeah.
Yeah. So you don't gotta pay for anything. Where normally with health insurance, it's like several hundred a fucking month or some shit. Like it's just crazy. Fuck that shit. And then uh for accidental thing, so if you get to, like a car crash, accidental or like incident, I can't remember. I think it's incidental. I don't know. Incidental insurance. That's actually really cheap. It's like 30 or 40 a month.
Oh wow.
Yeah, it's crazy. So I was like, yo, I can do that. I can do that.
Yeah, it's cheaper than my current work health insurance, which I believe is at 234.
Yeah. Oh, damn. Okay. Okay. So yeah, I'm literally just gonna like raw dog it in terms of like my health insurance, but just
Oh,
have only incidental. If I see my physician, I'll just pay that out of pocket because I only see my physician like once, like every like what 3 months, if that, and
mm.
that's like no more than $150, right? So it's just the ultimate play. Like, why would I pay for regular health insurance? It's just a
Especially if you're
waste.
already healthy, you don't need to go get surgery or anything
Yeah, not at
like
all.
medical done. Yeah, exactly.
And this is why we take care of ourselves.
Yes, sir.
Okay. When did who are the people Epstein took from Mar-a-Lago, and when did they happen? Oh, okay. Virginia Giuffre was taken in the summer of 2000. Yo, wait, that means that he was kicked out 7 years later, bro.
There it is.
That's crazy, bro. Wait, yo, wait, that means that, yo, bro, that was 2000 and October 2002. Trump is like, I love beautiful young women similar to
Hmm.
Epstein's taste. That's
Hmm.
crazy, bro.
Oh wow.
It is even said that he likes beautiful women as much as I do, and many of them are on the
Yep.
younger side. Like, there's just no, dude, like, there's just no way. Imagine being MAGA and like reading this.
I mean, I've spoken with a diehard Trump supporter who he will talk about everything. And this person's also a YouTuber, does live stream. His name's Sal Capano, and he would talk about everything with Trump. Oh, he's greatest, best president, can't do anything wrong, whatever, whatever.
Mm.
He would not want to talk about the Epstein files. He would not talk
Yup.
about Epstein.
Dude, he's LARPing, bro. There's just no way. Like,
Yeah.
okay, if you're like genuinely delusional, like genuinely stupid, then it's like, okay, you probably want to talk about it, because if you think you're equipped to defend these things, then you'll defend them. And it's like,
Mhm.
oh, how come you don't want to defend it? Uh-oh. Oh, there was another incident in 2003? I don't know what that one is. 2003. Okay. So 2003, Epstein poaches another Mar-a-Lago employee. Okay, so let's get the poaches Virginia Giuffre. Okay. Let's open up another perplexity doc. Okay. Please list the believed Virginia Giuffre was poached in summer of 2000. Source. Okay, quotes from source supporting evidence. Recruited in summer 2000 because her own her own sworn evidence. Ooh. She's 16, working on Mar-a-Lago. Okay. Acquire. Oh, yeah, get the fuck out of my face. I'm interested. Bruh.
Maxwell approached me at the spa area. She was like this really bright Mary Poppins kind of a figure, and she said, "Oh, you're reading a book on massage therapy," and we started talking. She goes, "Oh, you know what? I know this guy. There's an opportunity, actually. If you want to become a real massage therapist, we can get you trained. You can come for the interview tonight. And if he likes you, then you'll be a real masseuse. And you'll get to see the world. And you'll get paid $200 per massage." And no alarm bells went off because it was this proper English lady who just looked so nice.
Epstein's victims have talked about how they weren't sure who this guy was, but because Galen seemed so proper, surely it's got to be legit. Her posh upbringing, her accent gave this veneer of respectability. Coming from a woman, I think that was incredibly manipulative.
Yo, did you hear the video I just played? I don't know if you're like listening to that at all.
Oh yeah, I have it on my other computer on Twitch.
So, I wonder if like that. Oh, actually, what I can do might be a little better. I'll just like share my shit. probably easier. 1 second. Yeah, I'll just do that, I guess. So that way you don't have to have both of them playing. But
There you go.
yeah,
That works.
the way it was described with the way Ghislaine Maxwell approached Virginia Giuffre, it kind of reminds me of that movie Coraline,
Mm.
when like the other mother comes in, she's like, "Oh, blah, 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 blah," and Coraline's like, "Wow," and it's like, I mean, I know it's a movie, and it's kind of obvious, but it's like, whoa, that's real. It's horrifying.
Yeah, I always find it interesting that you can always correlate things that happen in real life to movies and
Mm-hmm. Art's reflective of reality.
Mhm.
Oh, nice. Okay. Per- Let's get one. Mhm. Oh, hello. Thank you. Yes. 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 Oh, this is so good. Okay. Got like a big ass exhibit. Giuffre versus Maxwell deposition. There's gotta be a fucking. Well, Larry's is right here. Okay. What if I look that up in like court records or something? Is that a download or a link? Okay. No. Get rid of that. That's not in here. Okay. Okay, Exhibit D. Oh, okay, this is literally her deposition. Oh, so this is the, oh yeah, so this is just the complaint. The damn, there's a lot of files. Yup. Okay, motion for a protective order regarding deposition, declaration, response, order. This is literally right here. 1320. 38. We'll say that number here. Nope. The third 1324. Huh? Damn. Here it is. Exhibit D. Is there just an exhibit D? No. One 32030. Okay. Do you have any idea how to like read court document stuff? Because I've got Virginia Giuffre's deposition, where I believe, what does it not say it? Oh yeah, no, privy. Is it control? I think in the right place. It is not. How do I search in this thing? Bruh.
Oh yeah, I want you let you do Control F within the.
No, I won't let me control F in it.
What I do with any sort of documents, even anywhere, it's horrible. I use ChatGPT. I do $20 payment, and I just screenshot maybe the whole thing or as much as I can, and
Yeah.
ask it to break it down for me.
Okay. Trying to, because I'm on Court Listener, which is an incredible source. I don't want to go through all these puppies here. Because they're both filed on January. Oh wait, no, am I? No, 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 I'm not stupid. I'm not stupid. Well, oh, the deposition is on the. Maybe instead I need to go back to May and not when this was filed. I don't know. I'll let me Scooby Dooby try that. So that was May 3rd, 2016. Okay, let's go down. April, May 3rd. Okay, transcript. Yes, I think this is a notice of filings of official transcript. Yeah, I think it's it. Just saying that they filed them. Okay. Court? I don't care. Is this it? Wait, no, maybe it's not it. Nah, it's something different anyway. Fuck. Alright, so when was this filed again? This was filed the 3rd of January 2024. January 3rd. Okay, Exhibit D 132038. Yeah, I'm literally just not seeing it. Maybe I can search it here.
Be right back. I'm gonna grab some food.
I got you, man. Yes, thank you. Fuck, okay. Okay, so I'm not gonna show up there either. Where, if at all, does Jufrey talk about when she was poached? Maxwell to this document. Summer 2000 at Mar-a-Lago when she was 16. Quoted phrase. So let me control F it. Section from Poik. Ah, fuck. Recruitment. Okay, let's see if I can skim through and find out. Yeah, it's not gonna happen. And if I do it. Oh wait, oh, hello, searches PDF. Yes, thank you. Oh wait, no, it's not it. I just gotta download it. Okay, well, okay, what? Fuck, Control F doesn't actually work. Natural, like that would show up right there. Any scar? Yeah. Yeah, so Control F doesn't actually work. That's annoying. Well, if I Control C this. Fuck. Oh wait, no, it's not work either. Fuck. Okay. Fuck. Okay, and the material I can see, the relevant page is 22. It says page 22, so let's hope the guy's fucking right. Please. Okay. One document was filed, just to be clear. There's second document, style Jane Doe, DC, fourth document. Okay, so maybe not that page 22, maybe different page 22. 8 out of 89. Let's try here. Okay, the next show actually didn't work there. I don't know the dates. Is that when you worked there? Oh, okay. So, sure, no, I'm not sure. Have you had children? What was that? Gemma Catering. Nah, this is a little different. All right, description of it. Da, 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 da. Do you move to Australia? I moved to Australia in 2000. I obtained my blah blah blah. We're able to apply for that temporary job. Blah blah blah. Fair enough. 2003. Where is it at, bro? Aha. Okay, here's a good one. Okay. Defendant's primary argument in support of her contention should not abuse in traffic. There's 617 was recruited for her job. No way. The next one. I'm on your job. Holy shit. Yo, Scott, are you back? Fuck. Okay, so just reading, dude, this is fucking crazy, dude. Like, as soon as like you learn anything about this shit, like I mean, like we know it's crazy, right? But then like when you actually look at this shit, it's like, bro, this is crazy. Defendant's primary argument in support of her contention that she did not abuse and traffic Miss Truffray as a minor child is that employment records show that Miss Truffray was either 16 or 17 when defendant recruited her from her job at Mar-a-Lago for intercourse with Epstein, not 15 years old as plaintiff originally thought. Call this the, yes, I'm a sex trafficker, but only if 16-year-old girls defense. Jesus Christ. Defendant does not explain. Like, bro, this is literally her being like, hey, Your Honor, she wasn't 15. She was 16. Okay, buddy. Okay. Defendant does not explain my sexual abuse with a 15-year-old. Jesus Christ, bro. Do you imagine being a lawyer and reading that? Unbelievable. Unbelievable. To the defense. Unbelievable. How meritless it is. True. Jesus Christ. be year 2000. Let's try that. Unreal. No, fuck. Alright, let's try Gemini. Gemini, help me. Help me, Gemini. You're my only hope. I love you, Perplexity. I do. Okay, well, we do that. We'll also enroll Grok again. Begrudgingly. No! Grok, can you do it? If you can, I'll be really happy. I'm never going to pay for you again, though. Okay. I cannot control F it, okay? I would love to, but I'm not reading all of it. It says page 22. I looked on page 22. It's not there. It's probably around it, but I'm not seeing it. Damn, Grok. How long you gotta look at that shit? Why are you opening the pages? Is it stuck on just opening? Appears on pages 8 through 12. Okay. Correct. Maxwell. She corrects framing of summer 2000 based on those records she initially estimated differently. PF. Page 1. Yeah, no shit. Description of the OCR is quite garbled. Which afraid don't always match due to formatting. Yeah, the context from surrounding lines clearly identifies the topic. Correct. Okay, pages 8 through 12. PDF documents. Okay, roughly. Okay, let's. Oh, so that actually is going to be around here then. Okay. Yeah, because this aligns with page 22. So this is probably what, Okay. It's probably what Perplexity was trying to get. Here's this document. Oh, wait. Yep. We got it. Okay. The day was filed. Okay, and what date was that day? Is something you believe in? Alright, does something change between the time you believe it's not accurate? 4D, I wasn't aware of my dates. I was just doing the best. I guess I one actually met them since I found out that through Mar-a-Lago records, it was actually summer 2000. Okay. Page 25. It's a rough background. The years I was abused by Ghislaine and Jeffrey. Alright, this is something I believe on page 15. The numbers on the top right, I apologize. I believe there was a cover. Okay. This is the record. I'm going to object to relevance document. Yes, from the block ball. Okay. See page. Okay. Summer of 2000. 15 when I met Ghislaine. I was 16. I now know it was 2000. I was 16. It was a mistake. We had no idea how to pinpoint without any kind of records or date. I was just going back chronologically through time. That's the best time I thought it was. So it's good to know. So you believe that the document is no longer true, correct? Check to the form. Again, is there more than one truth? No, there's no more. She was 15. She was 16. Oh my god. Object to the form. I mean, if you want to say something that... Fucking scumbags, bro. Because I think she's being questioned by Epstein's or Ghislaine's lawyers. I mean, I know it's literally their job to defend pedophiles, but I'm still gonna call them scum. Okay, so yeah, we know it's summer of 2000. Let's type in summer. All right. From released depositions from Virginia and Giuffre, she confirmed that was poached by Lane Maxwell in the summer of 2000. She further confirms this by validating that Lago records confirm it. Dude, Trump knew. He knew, bro. He knew. It's in the records, bro. He fucking knew, bro. Okay. And now we link this puppy. Page 9. Transcript. Use proper spelling. Fuck. Transcript page. PDF page 9, transcript page. Well, as you can see in line 4, page 1, I wasn't aware of my day. Sorry, look at the numbers on the top right. I apologize if there's some cover page. We're gonna go and check to the relevant. Where's that? Yep. Okay. I was hoping. Where does it say? That. Something. Page 15. I'm sure. Let me take a look. Segment they're doing pinpointing can't record exams. Just come back chronologically. Document. That's unreal. 21. Does it say entered on FLSD? Actually, I think what I'll do is I'll put this over here so y'all can probably look at it a little easier. And maybe I'll keep that there. Maybe y'all can hopefully read it a little easier. I don't know. All right. This is going to be critical. These first few streams are going to be super fucking dead. They're going to be critical. I'm going to turn it into Exhibit 3. Yeah. Okay, so page 25 and 26. I'll put this up here. Maybe a little bit better. That's probably better. Page 25 through 26. Here we go. That's perfect. Okay. In approximately 1999. When I was 15 years old, I met Ghislaine Maxwell. I now know that was 2000. When I got my records from Mar-a-Lago, I was able to find out that it was 2000. Fucking freak. I can't believe he wished her fucking well. Unbelievable. I wish this stuff was in video format. I mean, it's like, don't get me wrong, like, we can have it in text format. It's nice that you can actually control F on most text documents, but like, there's something that's just so powerful about like seeing someone say something in fucking 4K versus like reading it on fucking paper instead, right? Because like, imagine like okay, so like this makes sense because this is it's just like a written like letter or like a notice or whatever the fuck this is. But like in terms of like the depositions though, I think that's I wish we had videos of that with the transcripts because there's just something so powerful about seeing a person like face to face. given Lewis is absolutely zero merit. Jouffre had remembered the exact date and originally said believed she was poached in 1999. Was 15 years old. From this, that the that's fucking hilarious, bro. In the most pathetic way. There's so much shit. Fact remains the defendant recruited Miss Jouffre while she was a minor child for sexual purposes. Never linking this shit for real. PDF pages through 11. Document pages 2 through 3. Yep. That's page 5. Okay, cool. Okay, so do we know anyone else? Oh yeah, there's another thing in 2003. Okay, so I've heard Epstein. Yo, what's up, music? We're doing some more Epstein research. Sorry if I took a little bit to your message. So if you want, I can give you a rundown of where we're at in terms of our research, but we gotten some really, really good things. Now, I mean, like in our heart of hearts, we all know that Republicans are protecting pedophiles. Okay, it's just a pretty straightforward fact if you know anything about what's going on. But it's one thing to just like in general know, it's another thing to be an expert on knowing it. And I want us to be experts on this specifically. Just because it's just so easy to prove, right? Like imagine just like giving rhetorical backshots to these turning point ghouls on the Epstein shit, just absolutely outclassing them, right? That's what we're gonna do. And we're gonna have all the facts. We're gonna have all the facts. And we don't have to read all of this stuff. But knowing the big bullet points is going to be important. Excuse me. Epstein poached a Mar-a-Lago employee in, does it say 2003 or 2004? 2003. 2003. Let me find details. This? Fuck, I can't spell. Yep. Oh, an 18-year-old? Well, that's still sex trafficking, so. Measure facts trump that. The report centers 2003. Was he actually banned in 2003? I'm confused because he seemingly was banned in 2007. This is a trigger. Okay. Oh, confused. Okay. 2025. Okay, that same reporting says Trump agreed to have Epstein removed after a manager sent him a fax about the complaint. But later accounts also note that Epstein and Trump still crossed paths afterwards. Yo. If you're using this in discussion, Epstein appears to have been banned, but reports differ on whether that amounted to a full club ban. So maybe it was just like a ban, like on paper only. What do official Mar-a-Lago records show? Is banning in 2003 or 2007? It's one of those two. Unless it's both? I don't fucking know. Aha, okay. Oh, okay, so 2003 is specifically for the spa. Okay. I see. Okay. I've got my notes. They're getting pages long. The core argument is still pretty clear cut, though. What notes are you working on? Epstein attempts. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 4. Question mark. Epstein is banned from spa. Okay, that makes sense. So after pressuring the above mentioned spa employee, Epstein was banned from that specific spa. Yeah. Damn, I got the sleepies. Yo, my dog, bruh. Be really, really cool if I got my fucking chip. Be like super duper cool. Okay. I need to make a call. Give me like 2 seconds. Okay, I'm back. Yo, Scott, are you there?
I just got back right now.
Oh, you did? Oh, sweet.
Did you end the stream?
No, stream's still going. Bro, dude, I am fuck. So like what was it? Okay, I want to be transparent to the whole world about myself because I think transparency is like really good for one. It's just a good value to promote, and then two, well, I guess to a degree, you don't want to be transparent about everything, but I think I guess as an influencer, it should be pretty transparent. I did see they got arrested. Music. I haven't seen about how Trump is trying to protect them from extradition though. I'll have to look into that, but right now I'm going to focus on the Epstein stuff. God, I'm so tired of people protecting sex traffickers, bro. I'm sick of it, bro. What was it? But I take TRT. And it was literally the best decision of my life. Okay, gender affirming care is amazing. Okay, and medically, I needed that shit. Okay, I medically needed it. It's not like I was just like, oh, I'm just gonna start taking it. Okay, like no, I needed that shit. I was diagnosed. And my doctor prescribed to me the fucking needles and forgot to prescribe the actual like testosterone, bro. I'm like, bro, fuck am I supposed to do with just a bunch of empty needles? Like, what the fuck, bro?
Oh, jeez.
So now I'm like, fuck, I need my shit, bro. But it's okay, I can wait a day. But no, yeah, music, I haven't seen that. The Trump trying to protect them shit. Okay. Attempts to poach. Yep. This is very from specific spot. Okay.
Probably hop off. I need to make a few phone calls. I am still at work, but real quick in regards to I was watching the stream,
Yeah.
and then looking at my computer of the screen sharing, and I guess because of OBS, I'm guessing is what you're using, like the small screen. I don't see on Discord. I only see on the live stream, so
Yeah, that's
a
good.
little bit. Yeah, it's fine. I mean, I don't mind it, but if you ever do have people in here and you're trying to make it to where they could see if someone's calling me at work. If you're making it to where someone could see your screen, it's probably best just to have them stream like a separate account on YouTube or Twitch, and then be on Discord just through audio. So yeah.
Okay, I got you. That makes sense.
For sure. All right, I'm gonna head out. You have a good one, man.
Yep, later, boss. Scott, I love you. Oh, gym posting pics? Hello? My gym post, gamer protein mixer. Hell yeah. I think. Wait, what the fuck is that? The fuck? Scott, what is. Oh no! Oh, Scott! Oh no! Oh no! Oh no, 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 no! What the fuck, Scott? No. Jesus Christ. Okay, locking back in for real. Okay, so while Epstein was banned from the spa, he was certainly not banned from Lago as a whole. Okay. Link the records. And from the spa in 2003 and Mar-a-Lago in 2007. Okay, spa ban. Okay, so that's Wall Street Journal, so that's a good sign. Don't you dare paywall me, god damn it! Wait. No. Do you have another one? Yahoo. I prefer not to use Yahoo sources. Cleans for reading. New link. Another source relating to the 2003 ban. PBS. PBS listed it here? 2003? Just not talking to that liar. Liar, 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 liar. Wall Street Journal report. A Forbes summary? Oh, here we go. I think Forbes is free. You didn't get this fucking ad on my face, bro. Thank you. Okay. 2003. Yes. Okay. Wait. Okay. Footnote in the book says this author's reviewed club registration found Epstein was a member, though the journal this week reported that he was not a member at the time of the 2003 incident. When he had on teenage girl. Oh, so maybe he got his membership back? I don't know. Either way, the dude clearly was still attending. After manager reported the accusations of Trump, the president agreed Epstein should be banned from using spa service and was banned in 2003. The journal reported, though, the incident was never reported to the police. Okay. Do we know the exact dates relating to when he pressured the spa member in 2003 and when he was banned in 2003? I can get the exact date, that'd be pretty cool, but I don't know, I think it's just gonna be 2003. That's the year, but it doesn't give a specific date. I think plain. Okay, it doesn't say when. Yeah, so it's just gonna have to stay a question mark. 2003. Oh, so that means that we can just consolidate this. So I'm not sure when. He intends to poach Mar-a-Lago. I'm just gonna consolidate these. Oh wait, let's just do that. From that specific spa. There we go. Okay. Well, Epstein was banned from the spa. He was certainly not banned from Mar-a-Lago as a whole. Okay. So he's known to be sexually aggressive and expose himself. Yeah, we're gonna copy and paste that, and that's for sure. That's an easy copy paste. It's in close relation with Trump and affording the privilege of house call. Dude, Trump knew that. He knew it. He knew it was common. It was common. It's literally says right here. Spot mirrors for massages. Did Trump most likely know that Epstein was pressuring Trump's employees for sex the early 2000s? Unbelievable, dude. He knew 100, not provably from the public record. Like, yeah, right. So it can be from a spot, bro. Yeah. That's. The answer is yeah. Trump said that was something. So they were a young woman. He said the answer is yes. Accounts are mainly later reporting was poaching employees, behaving inappropriately. Uh-oh. Pretty bad. Pretty bad. Your manager. Oh, wait. Oh, where's... I have a thing. Dude, I love soundboards.
This is not good.
That's what Trump is like, bro. He finds out that Epstein is taking people that work for him.
This is not good.
Don't do it again. And then supposedly kicks him out when that's not even the actual truth. This was never reported to the Palm Beach police. Such a mentor. Okay. There we go. Copy and paste that. Okay. Let's review the address. Found at least 5 other. Oh. Oh, damn. Probably yes. Which is why it's really difficult for me to believe he's not guilty himself, even the argument he's just protecting about. I agree with you 100%. I truly, in my heart of hearts, do. But that ultimately is speculation. Like, you're right. Like, that is just... That's not what innocent people do. Like, so this is what's so fucking powerful about having a timeline of all of this shit. And this is why I cannot wait to have this finished. So that way we can start prepping and debating each other, you know, like in a safe environment. Because our goal, remember, is to annihilate Turning Point, okay? That is our goal, all right? Turning Point, really any organizations that defend the current administration, but Turning Point easily is the most prominent, right? But we have a timeline, we have sources, we have quotes, and when you have a direct timeline, it puts everything into perspective. You're telling me, okay, Ghislaine poaches Virginia in 2000. Okay. Trump probably catches wind of that. Trump says, and 2 years later, he says he loves beautiful young women, similar to Epstein said. And then the quote, I like beautiful women as much, he likes them as much as I do. Many of them on the younger side. He's a lot of fun to be with. Yeah, he's a lot of fun to be with. Like, okay, so he's saying that he likes young girls. He probably knows that one of his employees was fucking poached by Ghislaine Maxwell. Trump admits that he knows that Epstein was taking people from him. Trump pressured another person in 2003, which was reported to Trump himself. After a manager reported the accusation, Trump, the president, agreed Epstein should be banned from the spa. But he was banned from the spa, not from Mar-a-Lago. Like, Epstein was known to be sexually suggestive and expose himself during appointments, which is reported. The timeline is terrible, including his card he made for Epstein. Yes, that's going to be added as well. Yeah. It's terrible for Republicans. It's great for us because, like, it's so easy to track everything. It's so unbelievably easy to track everything. But, yeah, the birthday card is definitely going on the list. Actually, let me go and put that in. When did Trump write the Epstein birthday card? It was supposedly written on his 50th birthday in 2003, January 20th. 2003, not at a later year. Okay. So 2003, if it's January. Oh no! I have a buddy whose birthday is January 20th. Oh no! I'm so sorry. That's so sad. 1, 2, 3. January 1, 2, 3, 4. 20. Trump writes Epstein a birthday card. Yeah. We don't know when the spa incident happens. But it is just sometime in 2003. Yeah. What should I write to do? I'll write the thing on that a little bit. Okay, so that's good. Where was I before? Oh, I need to finish this. So, view of that. So he took at least 5 other people. Or at least they're in his address book. Trump's kind of Friday advancing. Epstein still young woman. Yeah, I mean, the dude literally admits it to it. So here's actually turning point. If you're watching this, I'm going to give you my strategy. Here's my strategy in 4K. It's an open note test. Okay, this is me. It's open notes. Ethan is going to come talk to y'all. Okay. Here's my strategy. The very first thing I want to do is ask the speakers if it is the case that they want Trump impeached. If they don't want Trump impeached, then I'm going to assert that Trump is protecting pedophiles. This is true in every potential sense. Now, if they deny it, that is the worst thing they can do. That is the worst thing they can do, is deny that Trump is protecting pedophiles. Because they try to deny it, I'm giving them rhetorical backshots. It's over. I'm rhetorically annihilating them because they're just wrong. He is. Easy fact. Easy peasy. Their talking points will mean nothing. So the best thing, if you, as a Turning Point member, you little skinwalking fuck, the best thing a Turning Point member could do is A, say that you do want Trump impeached, but the only way to get Trump impeached is to get Democrats elected. So if you're a Turning Point member, you have to openly say you want Democrats elected. Simple as that. Which, if you want Democrats elected, well, I can't believe it. I got a fucking Turning Point speaker to say that you want a Democrat fucking elected. But I will take that win and show it across the world, and I will say, yes, wow. Maybe they're not all entirely fucking crazy. But that'll never happen, let's be real. That'd be pretty crazy if it did. But so the best thing they could do is say that they want a Democrat elected, but they'll never do that. So you agree Trump is protecting pedophiles, but should stay in office, which means, whoa. You know he's protecting pedophiles, and you support him anyway? That looks bad. And also looks bad on your character. Okay? I'm like, whoa. Not only is this a stance of Turning Point, but it's also the stance of the people they're platforming? A bunch of pedophile protectors? That's crazy. That's going to look really bad. It's going to be really embarrassing. You probably don't want to do that. And then the last option is you do not grant that Trump protects pedophiles. To which, I mean, you just get blown the fuck out. And that looks even worse. Because then, I mean, you just look like an idiot. Kind of easy. So, if you have to defend Trump as a Turning Point speaker, which you do, that's what you signed up for, you fucking idiot. If you have to defend Trump as a Turning Point speaker, what you have to do when you see me is, optically, the best thing you can do is concede that Trump is protecting pedophiles. I'm going to roast the fuck out of you for a bit, and then we can talk about something else, to which I'll then blow you the fuck out on whatever other topic it is, assuming I can debate on it. But I'm pretty decently versed on most things, I would say. But I don't know, maybe there's some niche thing that you could get me on, which, it probably won't be as bad as you defending pedophiles, but yeah, that's probably the best thing you could do. But ultimately, you would have to grant that you defend pedophiles. I've done this debate a bunch of times, and the most common thing after do you support Trump and Trump is pivoting to Biden and Clinton. Yeah, but that's the thing, though. When these little skinwalkers go to college campuses to debate college kids, it's like, I'm sorry, I'm trying to prove you wrong, okay? Like, I'm the one who's approaching you. Let me ask my question, and then you respond to my question, okay? Because you're the one that's here. You're the one that set the event. I can come. It's not you sit down and get to ask the audience a bunch of fucking questions. I mean, you can do that, right? But the whole point is you're the speaker, you're the person who is giving the microphone to other people to say their thing to you. Okay? I am the approacher. I am the challenger. You're the one who sets the scene. I am the challenger because I'm challenging, I set the topic. That's how that works. Don't let them take the narrative. That's what Charlie Kirk was really good at. But if you knew how to pin him on it, he would let you guide the conversation. If you knew how to do it, he would try to steer it in his own direction. He was very, very good at it. But if you knew it, if you knew what he was doing, you can get the conversation because you are the one who is challenging him. And the same, I will assert, is true for the Turning Point debaters. And if they try to reject that, point out that they are the ones who are sitting on the stage. They're the ones who are sitting on the stage, and the other people come up and ask their questions. However, it is also the case that Turning Point members may stick to a specific prompt, and that actually is their best strategy to move forward. There's a video, actually. I actually have another document called The Strategy. Let me get this up here. So I hope there's some people watching, and if there's not people watching, then hopefully enough people watch the VOD. It's right here. Open a new tab. Okay. So here's a video right here. Okay. You can see in the timestamp I've given. Yeah, I think some version of "that's not what I'm asking" is probably the most common thing I've had to say. Music, I'm not sure what you mean. But look here. This is what we're going to be going against, okay, y'all? So this is Chloe Cole, transphobic bigot. What a surprise! But her whole shtick is shit talking trans people. That's her whole shtick. I guarantee you, she knows nothing about like the genocide in Palestine and how it's a genocide and like how it's legally defined as a genocide relating to the intent and the action of committing such genocide, right? If you were talking about like the Russian invasion of Ukraine, she probably would, if I had to guess, probably say a bunch of pro Russia talking points. But I don't know this girl like super well at all. But like, you know, it's standard conservative, you know, bullshit, whatever. But her shtick is being transphobic. Just like how the pro-life girls thing is being pro-life. You know, they kind of have their little niches, these little skinwalkers. They have their little things that they specify in, but then they're not very good at anything else, really. You know, it's kind of funny. But right here, you can actually see clear as fucking day this prompt. Being trans is a mental illness. Prove me wrong. Now, their smartest play is to have a prompt and then stick to that prompt. That's it. That's probably what a lot of them will do because they know they're not well versed in other topics. So, if that is the case, you push on the Epstein shit anyway. Okay, but you can't just walk in and be like, yo, we're talking about Epstein and how you guys protect pet. You can't do that. Because if you do that, they're going to shut down, right? You have to know how to like socially engineer certain things to get certain outcomes that you want. So like, for example, imagine you're on a date for our heteronormative friends, okay? Imagine you're on a date with a really, really cute girl and like you want to take her to your place, bro. Like you're like, dude, I want to spend the night with her. I want to shoot my shot. Now, there's a few ways you could try that, okay? And anyone who actually has game knows you cannot just be like, yeah, let's go back to my place. You can spend the night and we can like sleep over, you know? If you do that, no, you're cooked, okay? She's gonna be like, I'm tired, or like whatever, right? Because the truth is, if you do that, you're coming off too strong, okay? Like, it's a fact that girls don't want to, quote unquote, like feel easy, okay? Like, they want it to, if it's like direct, like, hey, let's go back to my place and have intercourse. That's boring. It's kind of weird. It makes her feel like she's like, am I allowed to say like the WHORE word? I don't know, but like it makes her feel easy, and girls don't want to feel like that, right? So you as a guy, you have to, and for better or for worse, that's the case. You know, girls I'm not giving any prescriptive statements. I'll make that clear. I'm very much giving descriptive statements. That's why if you just try to, get girls to go back to your place, I'm like, yeah, she's probably just gonna shoot you down, right? And again, I'm not making prescriptive statements, just the way things are right now. But if you don't want her to feel like that, you instead say something like, hey, I gotta go feed my dog. And my dog's over at my place. Do you want to come? You can see him or whatever, right? In her head, she probably knows what's actually going on. But like, just go, see where it leads you. And if it leads to the thing, then cool. And if not, then that's okay too. But if you're like, hey, let's go back to my place so we can have sex, that doesn't work. That doesn't work. And the exact same concept applies when we are going to rhetorically annihilate these people. Okay, the exact same concept applies. So what do? Let's say you want to just grant it for the sake of argument, right? Maybe you want to LARP a little bit, as a bigot. So you just say like, oh yeah, like transgenderism is like a mental. You kind of want to get on their good side. Here's the truth: if I try to LARP on their good side, they'll probably sniff it out because I guarantee they're all gonna fucking know who I am. But I'm still gonna go at them anyway. If they don't know you, you have the advantage of getting on their good side. When you get on their good side, it kind of opens them up a little bit. So yeah, for example, this is how I imagine a combo could go. It's like, yeah, I kind of do think that like the trans shit's like kind of crazy. Like, how can a man become a woman? It just doesn't make any sense, right? And then she's gonna be like, oh yeah, blah 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 blah, the crazy radical left, or some whatever bullcrap. They'll say that thing, and then you could talk about how like, yeah, it is like the radical left's kind of crazy, right? Like it really is just like Republicans who are trying to like fight this like transgender indoctrination or like whatever, and she'll be like, yeah, meh, 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 meh. And then you could then segue the broad conversation of like Republicans into potentially other topics. So like, oh yeah, Republicans have been really good about stopping transgenderism. But like I thought it was kind of weird the way they like handle like the Epstein stuff. Like that's kind of weird. That probably 100% is a trap, and I'd probably LARP it for a while. It also assumes mental illness is something to be frowned upon. I'll say this: mental illness is bad in the sense that you don't want it. In the sense, like, you could either be disabled or not disabled. Now, both of these categories of people, disabled and non-disabled people, are both equally deserving of respect. All else equal, right? So if a person has a mental disability, that person still deserves love and respect. That person deserves to be helped in whatever ways where that person can live a happy life. However, between having a mental disability or not having mental disability, you want to not have a mental disability because being disabled means you are incapable of doing some operation that typically is true of humans, right? So like if you have like ADHD, there are certain perks that come with it, but the fact that you're not able to focus on things, by definition of being like ADHD, that's bad. Because you need to be able to focus. That's a critical part of humans just in relation to how we function as animals, right? You have to be able to focus on shit. If you can't focus on shit, then you're kind of cooked, okay? That's why that's why so many people have hard times in school, right? If you are like disabled like physically, that means maybe you have a hard time going up the stairs, and that's bad. You don't want to have a hard time going up the stairs. You want to have an easy time going up the stairs. Both people absolutely deserve respect and whatever we can so they can live happy lives. But having a mental illness or really a disability in general is something that ideally you don't want to have. Now, it is the case that being trans is not a mental illness. It's gender dysphoria that's a mental illness, but I don't know the stupid fucking skinwalker even knows the difference between being trans and having gender dysphoria. I guarantee you this fucking moron would say that they're both the same thing. They're not. But I guarantee she would say it. And then I would blow her the fuck out, and that would be really funny. That was like the first thing I learned when I started getting into politics, the difference between gender dysphoria and being trans. Because gender dysphoria is the distress that you feel, whereas being trans is usually going to be encompassed by having gender dysphoria, but being trans just means that your sense of self doesn't reflect the sex that you're born with, right? That's all that means. So you could be trans with gender dysphoria or trans without gender dysphoria. But if you're trans without gender dysphoria, it probably means that you have already transitioned. So you're already on HRT. You're already presenting the way that your body is now in alignment with the way your brain says it ought to be. So that would be like a trans person who does not have gender dysphoria because they have successfully transitioned, so they no longer have the distress. So they are trans without a mental illness. And that's exactly is it DSM-5 or DSM-6? Is it DSM-5 or 6? I can't remember. Okay, yeah, so it is a DSM-5, yeah. So, I guess to wrap up my yap, if they have a prompt, which I guarantee you they will, their best play is to stick to the prompt and only the prompt, and that's going to be the one thing that they specialize in. And then use that to try to pivot into politics broadly and then into the Epstein stuff. So, it's like, yeah, Republicans are doing a good job of, stopping transgenderism or whatever. If we got to LARP a little bit, it is what it is. And then once you do that, talk about Republicans. It's kind of weird how they handled the Epstein stuff though, don't you think? And then they might give yeah, it was kind of weird, I think they could have done better in the comms, like what JD Vance said or whatever. And then you could push a little harder, be like, isn't that crazy how all of them voted against getting them released? And then maybe they'll start to smell something because you're giving you're kind of pushing back on them, right? They'll be like, wait, what was going on here? But you can use that to your advantage. Because now, if they try to shut down, it's going to look like they're running. And it's like, whoa, why don't you want to talk about the Epstein files, buddy? What are you doing? Why not? Is there, a problem with that? I mean, don't you want to have pedophiles be exposed? And then they'll try to pivot to, maybe, trans kids or something, but it's like, don't let them pivot. They're going to try to dance away. Don't let them dance away. As soon as the Epstein shit gets brought up, if they try to pivot from that, point that shit out. Point that shit out in a heartbeat. Oh, but most importantly, though, make sure you record this shit. If you don't record this shit, it's worth nothing. You have to record. You have to record everything. Get a tripod, get all these things. I think that's really the only way they'll be able to identify infiltrators is because infiltrators will need to have a method of recording. Whether that's a friend or a tripod, you got to have something method of recording. The hard thing is we have no idea how well versed they are in other topics. It most likely is the case that the majority of them are only one-trick ponies. Okay, that's just a fact. But when it comes to branching into multiple topics, it could be the case that someone you go against knows a decent bit about a few other things, but they just know a bunch of talking points for other subjects. And they know a bunch of talking points for other subjects, then that's a lot for one person to learn, especially in the next 2 months, if that. Because let's take the Iran war, for example. You gotta know about the IAEA reportings. You gotta know about CIA reportings and their stance on Iran's pursuit of nuclear weapons. You gotta know about nuclear enrichment and what percentages they were at during the JCPOA, after the JCPOA, around the time when we bombed them with Operation Midnight Hammer last year, and I think what was it, July or whatever, August, whatever month it was. You also need to know about things like what were some of the details in the JCPOA, because people will say the JCPOA was just a way for Iran to fund more terrorism, right? When that's just absolutely not fucking true. The JCPOA was an incredible fucking deal. It's very easy in these topics to branch out into much bigger things where there's a lot of knowledge that's required, which a person can learn. But again, I don't expect people to learn all of that in the next like month and a half. So that's why we're focusing on the Epstein shit specifically, and we're going to press them on that, and they're going to look really bad for running away from the shit. I guess you could call it almost like scope leak, right? Or maybe you could call it scope creep. I don't know, but like just know there's so many things, and being on the left is 3 times as hard as being on the right, because you got to know the general information. Both left and right need to have some awareness of like general facts on a subject. And then you on the left, you have to know the disinformation they're going to say. So now you're at it twice, because you need to know the information, you need to know what the right is going to say. And then you got to know how to debunk what the right says. 3 times as hard. Right, I never go into Iran. I would go into healthcare or money or politics or Epstein. Yeah, so like with the money and politics, even with that, you got to be careful, because if you talk about money and politics, okay, well, they're obviously going to talk about Nancy Pelosi and other Democrats. When fun fact, it actually is Republicans who trade a lot more than Nancy Pelosi. Like, it's not even Nancy Pelosi who's made the most from stock trading. It's I think a few Republicans. Let's do Grok. Fuck off, Grok. Actually, I'll do Grok and the other ones. Okay, so yeah. When or what Congress people have made the most return in stock trading, please list names and their party next to their name. Nancy Pelosi is not number 1. Yep, Tim Moore, Ted Cruz. Please list them in order of greatest return on to least. Yeah, Nancy Pelosi's like number fucking 10, bro. So when we talk about money in politics, we have to understand what it is we're talking about. Are we talking about like PACs and super PACs? Are we talking about stock trading? Because both of which are, well, stock trading isn't illegal. Insider trading is illegal, but obviously stock trading is not illegal, because I mean, it's right here. But yeah, no, I do think there is a problem. How do I put it? There's a really, really awesome thing that I heard of that I actually really am a fan of. And I think it's that I actually don't mind the idea of like funding people's campaigns in politics such that it is super transparent. So for example, if I see that, like, let's pretend Benjamin Netanyahu is a U.S. citizen only. Okay, let's just pretend that. We're talking about both, but my issue also isn't what's legal or illegal. No, yeah, of course. Yeah, I know exactly what you're talking about. I'm not referring to just the legality. I mean, but the thing is, though, we would fix these things by making them illegal, right? Because if you don't, make them illegal, then like, yeah, it doesn't matter. So we kind of have to talk about the legality. Let's pretend Netanyahu is a American citizen. Okay, if I see that someone got $100 million straight from Netanyahu, okay, like Netanyahu himself, then I'm like, oh wow, this dude's literally bought by Netanyahu. However, the way it works now is instead people get money through PACs, right? And these PACs, it can be difficult to trace who is donating to these PACs. I think in super PACs, you can get a paper trail of like specific names who give money to them. But the problem is you can use like shell companies to muddy up and make it more difficult to determine who is funding what politicians. So you can do it today, actually. You can. So like for example, I think Elon Musk literally had like a super PAC, like it's called like America PAC or something. Like, didn't Elon Musk have a super PAC called America PAC or something like that? Right, but Netanyahu donates to a super PAC, which is a more yeah, exactly. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. And that needs to be super fucking transparent. Yeah. Which is a pro Donald Trump super PAC. Exactly. And instead of like doing it through these methods, I think it just needs to be like super fucking transparent. Like who wait, hold, let me make I need to do more research into the transparency, but what I do know is that you can use shell companies to make it really hard to determine who is funding who. It's possible. It's really difficult. And the idea of having like, yeah, you can fund whoever the fuck you want, but like it's just clear as fucking day. So like I know like, oh, Netanyahu gave this guy like 100 million to say, you know, sent for Israel. Then it's like, oh wow, well, this person clearly is like Israel first, or we can see exactly where this person's alignments are, and that's something I think I'm okay with. Because I mean, I like the idea of being able to support people who I want to win. Because if there's someone, you know, as a citizen, I try to look into who donates to these super PACs. It's not always easy to find. There's a very, yeah. Because regular PACs, I think you can only donate to $2,000. Do regular PACs have a donation limit of per person? Positive the answer to those, yes. For federal, oh wait, oh, it's 5,000? Is he older? Oh, wait, a regular pack. So wait, so a pack can only donate 5K to a candidate? Is that really? Okay. That's something you said about a candidate, whether for Senate, who's receiving money from these PACs at all. No, I mean like, oh wait, said about a candidate, whether for senator or president, who's receiving money. That's true. Could I like donate 10K in theory? Can I donate 5K to a PAC supporting a candidate I like and donate 5K to the candidate directly? I feel like you can't do that. That's got to be super illegal, right? Oh, I can? Multi-candidate PAC? The fuck are you talking about? 5,000 to the PAC from you in a year. For the primary. What? No. Imagine it's all for the same election. It's gotta be a no. It's gotta be no. Okay. Okay, good. Okay. I was about to say, that's crazy. A multi-candidate pack can also give 5,000. Okay. So 2,000 is the old one? I think it said. The 2,000 figure is an older candidate contribution from prior life, and it replies. Oh, okay. So now it's just 5,000 for the candidate and for packs giving to people. Okay, that makes sense. Can donate small dollar. Yeah. Okay, let's get back onto Epstein. I need to do a money in politics. Like I like this is one of those things where it's like, yeah, I've got like broadish knowledge, but like would I say I'm an expert? Fuck no. No, I totally agree. But then the question becomes, like, how much are you able to donate? I mean, I guess just having like a cap of like 5K. Yeah. Yeah, just like getting rid of super PACs altogether. It's kind of tricky. Because like what counts as like, because I know, for example, if I were to like take a candidate out to like a big party, right, to help for their campaign, I think that also counts. Okay, wait, okay, last thing. Okay, so if I take a candidate out to a public dinner that costs 5K, does that count towards my contribution limit? I'm positive the answer to that is yes. Yes, it generally can count as an in-kind contribution to the dinners for the candidate's benefit and its range of the candidate's cooperation or approval. Federal rules treat anything of value given to influence an election as a contribution. Yeah. Couldn't the same be applied for news coverage? I wonder what the news coverage thing would be. Like, how do you arbit that? Okay. Bona fides news stories, commentary. Okay. That's a whole nother fucking thing. I just know that there's a tricky thing. Well, I guess we're figuring it out kind of now because I don't think that CNN has like a super PAC for the people that they're hosting on like their news. But like Fox News is literally just Republican propaganda, you know? Like unless Fox News secretly is like a super PAC or some shit. Because Fox News easily gives over $5,000 worth of value in terms of promotion for Republicans per candidate. Okay, like how much like fucking when Trump was running in 2024, like how much value do you think Fox News fucking gave Trump in terms of airing his fucking bullshit and like, you know, hyping him up? Okay, that's easily over $5,000 worth. And if you're doing things to help people get elected, then that's supposed to count towards that $5,000 limit. But I don't think Fox News is like Fox News Super PAC, if that makes sense, right? Because you can only get past that by using a Super PAC. Supposedly, at least. That's the way it's supposed to be. Yeah. The notes here for the Epstein shit aren't finished yet, but I do think I should go ahead and publish this. So yeah, give me 1 second. Yeah, okay, release the Epstein files. Okay, so that was deleted. Cool. Probably that one. Oh, to what am I? 5 IQ? I don't want to publish anything. Okay, not that one. I think I just have. Okay, that's accurate. Yep. Yep. Okay. Okay. If you want, Bartolo. Dude, I don't know if Myron would debate me again. He probably would only do it over like a stupid ass topic like feminism or whatever. Which the thing about like feminism debates is that it's so easy to intuition pump. So they'll be like, men and women are unhappier today than they've ever been. Okay, you can look at polls and like surveys and shit, and it shows that, and it's true. But it's like, okay, well, the reason why men are unhappy is because a lot of men are lost because of like the patriarchy and shit. And then you gotta yap about the patriarchy and why it is the case that like men need to just learn how to readjust. Because here's the truth, like I'm 28 years old, right? The environment today is so much fucking different than like 30, 40 fucking years ago. And a lot of dads, are like in their 40s, 50s, 60s, okay? And those guys lived a totally different dating experience than the men that exist today. And a lot of men today are lonely as fuck because they're still thinking that the shit from before worked because that's what they were learned, that's what they were taught by their fucking parents who existed in a totally different time. So, I mean, like, there certainly is a game, and by a game, I just mean like a strategy of, getting dates and being successful dating as a guy. But the problem is that game is so fucking different. Men and men are just fucking stupid. Okay, that's a fact. Most men today are stupid and don't take care of themselves and a bunch of other things. And I hate to say that, but like facts don't care about your feelings. Like I think most women are more than vindicated in their feelings for not wanting to date a lot of guys. Like when women say I choose the bear over the man, okay, like I get it. I get it. And I'm not saying that for like some wokey shit. Like I've got a fucking partner, okay? I'm not saying it's like I'm not thirsty, okay? I'm gonna make that very clear. Like they're fucking right. So oh yeah, I guess wrapping it back over to Myron. As an enlightened feminist egalitarian libcuck, okay? I'm sorry, I shouldn't say libcuck. I should say like libchad. Okay, because I gotta stop with like the self depreciating shit. Usually when she pegs you. I plead the fifth. When it comes to the feminism shit, it's there's a lot of yap that you have to do, and when you're some like Myron, it's so much easier just to say a bunch of bullshit that's like super easy and like on its face intuitive. So that's why like I hate debating feminism. Um, because it's kind of like an abortion debate. In abortion debates, you got to go into some philosophy like, okay, well, how do we derive values? Why is it that cognitive dispositions are what's required for moral consideration slash personhood? A bunch of other things. And then pro-lifers just go, you kill babies. You kill babies. It's just fucking that shit, bro. You're getting picked either way. It's just asking if you enjoyed it or not. I win my abortion debates against the left. It is so easy. I bet you do, brother. I bet you fucking do. If you want, we could talk about shit. I don't know if you're just like fucking around in chat, but like we could talk about shit if you want. I don't. Oh yeah, I need to put my fucking Discord link in my streaming channels. Fuck yeah, bro. Pro-choice all day. Pro-abortion? Hell yeah. Pro-abortion. Everyone should get aborted. 100%. You should get aborted. I'm kidding. That's a joke. That's a joke. That's a joke. Give me 1 second. I think I'm detecting a chud. Huge reason why I never go into abortion debates. People like to debate on intuition. Me too. If you look at the statistics of abortion, the vast majority worldwide are not white. God, oh no, he's just a fucking It's just a fucking unironic neo-Nazi. No, I know this fucking edge-ass talking point. Oh yeah, people should get aborted because they're not white. I know this fucking boring-ass talking point. I know that shit. Oh shit, wrong thing. The difference is, I was doing a little thing called trolling. If you want, you can hop up in the server and we can talk about it. Yo, do you want to talk about it? Don't do vote. They never fucking do, bro. They never do. Well, at least I appreciate you saying that instead of like ghosting. But like, nah, bro. The fucking neo-Nazi fucking bitch ass losers never want to go into the voice chats ever. Never, ever, ever, ever. Probably, yeah. Dude, and they're like the most degenerate motherfuckers on the planet every time. Like, they have no knowledge about like how well immigrants are actually really good for the economy because they have a diverse background of expertise and thought. And also, it's the case that immigrants are much more willing to take economic risks, like trying to invest in their own businesses, which is good for making more fucking jobs, obviously, because America is the greatest country in the world for economic opportunity. But then they're like, immigrants not white. I don't like immigrants. We both support. I don't know what the fuck you're talking about there, bud. I was trolling about the abortion shit, bro. It's a joke. POC babies. Are you? I mean, I know what you're referring to, but just like, just say it. Just say it. I know what you're saying, but just say it. Trump got Epstein. Okay, let me lock back in on this for real though. Okay, so boom, we have that. Trump writes Epstein the birthday card. Okay, I need to write that. Trump admits he likes that. Okay, so this is good here. I need to write the birthday card. Oh, I need to source this. I was about to forget to source that. Ethan, do you utilize AI to help you? Yes, absolutely. Absolutely. Use AI to one, you should be digesting news as it happens. And then try to keep like a relative like good memory of certain things that happened, right? So like off the top of my head I can list off a bunch of things, you know. So like the Venezuelan boat bombings, RFK now trying to fix fucking autism, and then he said that autism is caused by fucking Tylenol, which is obviously fucking bullshit. RFK making South Carolina the #1 state in fucking measles, right? Fucking whiskey leaks that happened in like I think the first like 2 or 3 months of Trump's fucking presidency, you know, where they leaked the fucking war plans. You know, us going to war with Iran, us deposing, you know, just keep like a broad understanding of like the news cycle that's going on. And then there's going to be things that you're going to forget, and if you haven't listed everything down, because let's be real, we're probably not going to have an active tracking of everything that goes on as it happens. Use AI to help you remember things. Personally, I don't use AI, but I do use it to help with my soundboard ideas, I think. So that one's before, it can be a good tool. Yeah. It's also super good for getting sources and compiling info. So like, for example, if we go back up here, I never would have found this without AI. Okay, like AI can be super good. So in the timeline, we know that in the summer of 2000, Ghislaine poached Virginia Giuffre for Epstein. Now, I like having as close to the source as I possibly can when it comes to anything like this, right? And what better source than the fucking deposition itself? So I'm gonna like show this right here. Actually, I'll just big screen it. Okay. And now our source, PDF page 9, transcript 25 through 26, PDF page 9. Actually, let me just bring it up here. It's probably easier if I do it like that. And hopefully y'all can see that. Oh, I have it up twice. Get out of here, you. And let's bring this puppy back up. There we go. Okay, PDF page 9, 25, 26. Yeah, here we go. So this is impossible to search because if I like do the 19th of January and then I do it here, it's in a different I'm not sure what the format is called, but like this is not a direct translation and like Control F and what it's presented as. So if I say like on the first page, it's not gonna show. See, it doesn't show, even though it's literally right fucking here. And if I Control C, Control V, look at that. Yeah, look, I broke my fucking thing doing that shit. Let me refresh the page, go back to page 9. So AI was able to help me get this because it's not a direct translation. I would have had to go through this whole fucking thing trying to find where it says in Virginia Giuffre's deposition that she was poached. And it says right here, I've been able to find out that through my Mar-a-Lago records, it was actually the summer of 2000, not the summer of 1999. Approximately 1999, I was 15 years old when I met Ghislaine. I now know it was 2000. I was 16 years old when I met Ghislaine Maxwell. Direct deposition from Virginia Giuffre. And this is a really great, helpful utilization of AI. So I very much encourage the use of AI for research. I absolutely encourage it. This is a fresh new channel on leftist politics, so novel on Twitch. No, like the document. Duncan, I'm not sure what you mean. What AI tool? So when it comes to research, there's a few different tools that you can use. Obviously, it depends on like how biased you want your thing to be, or by bias I mean like in alignment with reality. I find Perplexity to be an incredible fucking tool. Perplexity always gives sources, and it really gives things like as it is. It gives the facts. Gemini gives kind of like a centristy take. So like a really easy way to determine like if an AI is like more factual based versus like more biased is if you ask it about January 6th. That's the truth. If you ask it about January 6th, it'll give you a great way of determining how biased it is. So here's an example, okay? You'll see exactly what I'm talking about. So I want to make it clear as fucking, and anyone can debate me on this, and I'll eat their skin on this, okay? January 6th was a failed coup, okay? Like 10 out of 10, there's no question about it. Donald Trump attempted to coup the fucking United States of America. He failed, and then, unfortunately, Merrick Garland slow-footed with appointing Jack Smith, and here we are today. Let me bring up Perplexity. Searching channel, AI tools, Epstein files. Oh, all right, just selecting the topic document, TDS server here. Yo, look, Han, if you are not willing to go into a voice chat, I'm going to mute you, bro, okay? Like, if you're going to talk shit, bro, you got to be ready to, like, do it in a fucking, like, voice to voice, rather than just talking behind a fucking keyboard, bro, okay? Okay, on a scale of 1 to 10, 10 being unquestionably the case, how likely is it that January 6th was a deliberate attempt by Trump to coup the US? I'll even put illegally. Now, let's see how goofy I look, but Perplexity's gonna give this like an 8 or a 9, I believe. Yeah, okay, so an 8 out of 10. Really, it should be a fucking 10 out of 10, but an 8 out of 10 is like, okay, fine, whatever. And now if we go to Gemini, I think Gemini is going to rate it a little lower. Okay. Depends heavily on one defines coup attempt because they're differing perspectives. Attempt, nah. Come on. Yeah, actually, no. This is a perfect example of Jim. This actually highlights the point. It's not giving a fucking answer when there is a clear fucking answer. Okay, like let's not beat around the fucking bush on this. Discord. That's right. Sounds to me because I am owning you. Never happens in lefty chats. Record the debate with Han. If you do it, he's not gonna do it. Got the behind the keyboard confidence. True. Do you have Discord? I do. That is my Discord, but I will paste the link. I linked it earlier in chat. Let me copy that. I'll paste it again. Give me 1 second. Oh, okay. I think you should be able to click that. I have a waiting room for people who want to show up on stream. Yeah, for sure, buddy. So, going back to AI, so at least Perplexity was willing to be like, yeah, it's like an 8 out of 10. It should be a 10 out of 10, but you know, it's a start. Gemini says, well, actually, I can't really rate it, so here's the views from both sides, right? So it's like giving that centricity shit, and then Grok is gonna like make me want to lobotomize myself because it's gonna be like, it was probably like a 5 out of 10 or some shit like that. So yeah, the easiest way to tell like how biased an AI is to ask it to rate how likely January 6th was. 2 out of 3. Bro, what the fuck? Yeah, this is what I'm talking about, bro. What a joke. What a joke, bro. What a joke. Yeah, 2 out of 3, bro. Like, so, and this right here, this is why we have these documents that I'm compiling right here, okay? Because it is this shit that we need, okay, to destroy the right. Okay, so check this. Where's that? Okay, January 6th. Okay. Watch this. Ready? So Grok says, it was like a 2 out of 310, you know, in terms of like how likely it was a deliberate attempt to coup. Okay. Let's look at it. Okay, July 9th, 2020. What's this?
What they're assuming is that the election will be normal. The election will not be normal. Oh, these are the California results? Sorry, we're not accepting them. We're challenging them in court. If the electors show up at the Electoral College, armed guards will throw them out. I'm the president. You. You're not stealing Florida. You're not stealing Ohio. I'm challenging all of it. And
oh, wow. He's like literally saying we're not going to accept California's results for the presidential election. It's pretty bad. Oh, what's this? Steve Bannon says Trump will call himself the winner? What's that?
And what Trump's going to do is just declare victory, right? He's going to declare victory. But that doesn't mean he's the winner. He's just going to say he's the winner.
Whoa, that's crazy. Top strategist Steve Bannon for the GOP literally saying that Trump is going to like fraudulently say that he fucking won when he fucking didn't. Whoa, that's crazy. Kind of looks like they're going to try to do some illegal fraud shit relating to the presidential election. Roger Stone encouraging to steal the election. What's that?
awesome. Let's just hope we're celebrating. I really do suspect it'll still be up in the air. But when that happens, the key thing to do is to claim victory. Possession is 9/10 of the law. No, we won. Sorry, over.
Whoa, what's that? Just say that you won? Fuck you, I won. Sorry, it's over? Whoa, sounds like some fraud. You know, like, it's just, it's all there. And then you look at, like, the false selector shit. It's insane. Oh, and then there's the Eastman memo. Like, there's just so much. Like, it's so fucking trivial. When you know the facts at hand. It is so fucking trivial. So, the fact that Grok is saying, it's a 2 out of 3. No. So, yeah, Grok is lobotomized. I actually used to pay for Grok because it used to actually be really good. It really did. And Elon's just lobotomized it too much for it to actually be of any use. I used to like the fact that it was conservative biased, because if Grok said something that agreed with me, I knew I was fucking right, okay? If your own Elon Musk conservative biased piece of shit fucking AI agrees with me, a lib Chad, okay? We're gonna stop with the self-deprecating shit. We're not gonna say lib cuck. We're not gonna say lib. I don't know if you can say like lib tard. I don't know if Twitch tos whatever, but you know, no lib Chads. Okay, that is what we are. We are adopting that term. Okay, that's gonna be a Super Justice Friends infiltration initiative thing. Okay, that is us. We are lib Chads. Okay. If I am saying something that Grok agrees with, I'm fucking right. The problem though is that Grok now it just gets shit wrong. Okay? Before it was just biased towards conservatives. Now it just says false things. Cuz you can say truths, but there's like a skew or like a bias, but like, it's like relatively still correct, right? But now it just says disinformation, and that's just not useful at all. Why don't you give your take if they were protests? Were they an insurrection? Oh yeah. Protests, nothing was lit on fire. Dude, this Han guy is literally like 5 IQ, okay? Like, yeah, some got violent. That's bad. Violent protests, bad. We can find videos of Joe Biden, Kamala Harris, and everyone on the left saying, hey, violent protests, bad. Don't do it. However, how many people can you find, like, saying January 6th was the day the United States Capitol was attacked? You know, like when you find like these Republican skinwalkers today, like they just fall in line with Daddy Trump. They won't say that Joe Biden won the 2020 election because they're all under a fucking coup, or not coup. They're all like under the mind control of Donald fucking Trump. Incredibly, Donald fucking Trump. What a joke. What a joke. True, Duncan. True. I saw it on Fox News, bro. I saw it. It definitely was an AI slop. My 80-year-old grandpa showed it to me, bro. You're so fucking right. Okay, let me lock in on the Trump birthday. Let me get this Grok piece of shit on my fucking face. So yeah, going back to the whole AI thing, yeah, use Perplexity if you wanna just have like really good knowledge on a thing. Because Perplexity will say it all outright pretty correct most of the time. Gemini is like the centristy take, but Gemini is also really good for finding YouTube videos because it has integration with Google, and Gemini's Google shit. YouTube is owned by Google. And then Grok, if you need to find social media related things, so you're looking for like specific posts on like Twitter, then use Grok. Grok is very good for that. So facts, Perplexity. In general stuff or YouTube things, Gemini. And then for X and only X, use Grok. Okay, so give a short summary of the 2003 birthday card Epstein wrote Trump. But yeah, the stream today, we are really just trying to get as much details in on the Epstein docs. Disney birthday card allegedly from Trump featuring. Okay, so Trump wrote a birthday card to Epstein, which featured a dude, I forgot it said that. Dude, there's so many sources. Oh, that's amazing. Oh shit. Oh, there's a lot of sources. Ah. NPR. Yeah, I like PBS a lot. I love PBS. Yo, does anyone know how the fucking lawsuit is going? Because didn't Trump say that he was gonna sue Rupert Murdoch over publishing this? I need the quote. It depends on what it is you're trying to research. So like I like to keep things relatively broad. Actually I shouldn't even say that. Yeah, it really just depends on what it is you're trying to research. But like my prompts will I'll go over the information that I already like vaguely know, right? When I go over the information that I vaguely know, I'll ask AI to find like any other potential things, and maybe it'll remind me of something that I just forgot that I had heard about, because there's so much shit that happened. I forget shit too. And then I use that to build a database. Anyone can do this. Anyone can do this, and anyone can do it, and everyone should. Just say not write the letter. Trump vehemently denies that he wrote it, but the date and authenticity is. I need to look at how it's verified. I'm positive it's verified, but I need to look at how it's verified. Yeah, there it is. Yeah, 10. Oh my god, dude. $10 billion lawsuit? Jesus Christ. Yeah. No. There must be more to life than having everything. Let me get this in and I'm gonna reach out. Yes, there is, but I want. Epstein, nor will I. Does that say sense? Oh, actually, I think I can. I think this is okay to show. I don't know. I don't think Twitch would get mad at me for this. I don't know, have it down here or something. I don't know. I don't think it's like crazy. Obsidian is so good. Hey, Greens from Colombia, buddy. Not to endorse Trump's economic policies, as it's just something he's doing without thinking and probably won't. That's well, he kind of is thinking. But the question is, what is he thinking about? Because obviously he's not thinking about the betterment of the United States and like, you know, advancing American interests. What he is thinking about is petty, stupid shit on people who piss him off. That's unironically it, bro. I'm not fucking kidding. Okay, it's literally all just a power trip for this fucking dude, bro. Oh my god, I want to say not TOS friendly words, but like, oh my god, like I think he said that he rose tariffs on, oh my god, was it Germany or something, because he didn't like what, like the prime minister's attitude or something. Massey Paul 2028. I like Thomas Massey. I don't know how I feel about I think you're talking about like Rand Paul, but what's your opinion than me on that? We could debate. Not to endorse. Oh wait, I didn't even say that. My hot take would be that while I believe that Trump's doing economically is fundamentally destructive and deeply misguided, tariffs in order to increase manufacturing capacities. And it depends on the nation, not for the United States. So it is true the case that tariffs can be helpful for your nation if you need to protect a certain industry in your country. This is true, right? Because I mean, obviously, it's fucking true. If other nations are able to create some good for like way cheaper, right? And you want your country to have an at-home advantage in terms of like, you know, like if you want to promote, well, even then, it's still not entirely like black and white. Because the truth is, Trump's shit has actually removed more manufacturing jobs, because those manufacturing jobs still require things to be fucking imported from other countries, right? Because, you know, whatever tools and whatever, right? Because there's a lot of tools and a lot of shit that goes into a lot of different things, okay? And it's just the case that America cannot get everything that we utilize, okay? We just can't. So we've actually lost more jobs than we've created. But in certain industries, it can be good for promoting growth in a certain sector. Again, depending on your country and the resources it has available. So if you want to make the tariff argument for like promoting some industry, then that's fair. But the way Trump has been doing it is like the most brain dead fucking way, and it's just because he's using this as an excuse, not actually to promote economic well being. Message before that, universal tariffs are different. Yeah. What music says correct. Those things have different meaning. Yeah. I took it be that. Yep. Sorry. Yeah, I missed that completely. Republican individuals, do I like? I would argue is needed for the U.S. too, although I support free markets. Yeah, no, I totally support free markets as well. I'm a liberal. I'm a capitalist. And I get a lot of shit from people on the left on that, but you know, it is the case that capitalism has produced the most human flourishing out of all systems, okay? Like, and then you've got like insane people like fucking Hassan, who I want to make clear, I fucking hate Hassan. That dude's fucking insane, okay? Like him being the fucking Mao outfit at that Democratic event, like what, just like not even a week ago, dude, that's crazy. Like you're LARPing as Mao Zedong, the dude that like how many people fucking died under Mao? How many died under Mao? It's like, was it 60 million? Yeah, about 60 million. Like, bro, what the fuck you mean you're LARPing as this dude, bro? Holy shit. Towards that argument is from a different position. Yeah, I mean, we'll probably end up agreeing because tariffs can be a way to promote at-home purchases of a certain sector or industry. That is true. But yeah, so I feel like we'll probably just end up agreeing because you already agree that Trump's not conducive towards that, and it is the case that tariffs can be good for it. So I don't think we would even disagree. So we need to explain why we should have a tariff on raw goods from Mexico. Yeah, it literally makes no sense because I mean we're supposed to have fucking free trade from Mexico with the USMCA/NAFTA. I forgot which one. I think USMCA is what we're currently under, right? Is USMCA. I can't remember. Okay. And then NAFTA was before. Because USMCA is literally just NAFTA updated. Okay, yeah. I want to make sure I got that right. Okay, yeah. So under the USMCA, we're supposed to have fucking free trade anyway. Like, doing this tariffing shit is so fucking stupid. Like, why would we tariff our own, like, our next door neighbors who we're supposed to be, like, super good friends with? Like, it's just stupid. Very far on the left and pro-capitalism. Zorana's pro-capitalism. DSNA. Okay. Yeah, that's fine. Like, someone who supports Zoran, I'm like, hell yeah, I support fucking Zoran. Yeah, let's go. I hope all this shit works and comes to fruition. I hope everything fucking goes right for Zoran. Okay? I really do, in my heart of hearts. God, dude. Imagine for a second, bro. Oh my god, sorry. I just thinking about fucking Zoran, bro. Imagine for a millisecond if like Zoran ever appealed to like the fucking Quran for like I don't know, like some belief or whatever. Like I don't know. You've got Pete Hegseth literally citing Bible verses for going to war to blow up all of fucking Iran to bring about the next coming of Jesus Christ. Okay, could you imagine if Zoran ever said anything like that relating to the fucking Quran? Jesus. Oh my god, bro. That's crazy. Things like their produce, which we learn. Yeah. What music is saying is absolutely correct. There's just literally no reason to do that other than being a fucking idiot. But yeah, no, I really like Zoran. I like him a lot. I need to look more into DSA specific candidates. But yeah, as long as someone is not like abolish the means of, or I'm sorry, seize the means of production, then I'm probably in favor of that person. Oh yeah, and also they're cool with the Israel shit needs to chill the fuck out. Like I've got a really big problem with Haley Stevens. Like Israel comes to me in my dream. Like what the fuck? What are you doing? That's crazy. Yeah, supports rent control is not a capitalist. What? No, that's so fucking stupid. I mean, don't get me wrong. Like I think rent control is a bad idea. He shouldn't be doing rent control because like that ultimately has shown to be ineffective in the long term. Now, in the short term, it does seem to provide the utility that you want, but in the long term, I don't remember what the negative impacts are, but in the long term, it's got some negative impacts. I can't speak on those specifically, but like no, the idea that like rent control means you're not a capital, like shut the fuck up. That's so fucking stupid. Why would you say that? Like we need to maintain a defense spending at its current level, and if not, potentially increase it. Defense for what? Why would we want to increase our defense spending? And also, if we're gonna increase defense spending, we need to gut the fucking budget bill that we put in last year. The big beautiful bill. Look into Mila Karas. It's all DSA. Known the DSA is Marxist style socialist, just universal healthcare. Yeah, that's epic. Okay. Okay. However, today though we're going back on the Epstein shit. I gotta lock in on this, and I gotta hurry up and get through this thing. Actually, I don't think Twitch will get mad at me for this since it's a relevant thing. Nor will I, since I know what it is. Nor will I, since I also know what it is. Trump. Yes, we do. Come to think of it. Oh. Did I get the names right? Yeah, it starts off with Trump. Yeah, so it's okay, so voiceovers, unknown. Okay, so yes, there is. Jeffrey, nor will I. Donald. We have certain things in common, Jeffrey. Oh, I missed that. Okay, yeah. Okay, yeah, I missed that. Oh, no, wait, what? Oh, we have certain things in common, Jeffrey. But we have certain... Yes, we do, come to think of it. Donald, enigmas never age. Have you noticed that? Jeffrey, as a matter of fact, it's clear to me last time I saw you. Trump. A pal is a wonderful thing. Happy birthday. And may every day be another wonderful secret. Wow, what great friends. What wonderful friends. Americans, okay, I mean, not every American is meant from a NATO standpoint. Not even American is meant from, I mean, yeah. So fun fact, to understand NATO spending, it's not like, so while it is the case that other countries need to increase their own defense bills or defense budgets because that's what NATO spending actually is. Some people think that like NATO spending is like you donate to NATO, the organization. No. When we talk about like NATO spending, they're actually talking about in relation to your own country's military. So the reason why the United States pays the most in NATO is because the United States makes the most in NATO and we build our own fucking army, right? So because we've got the most money and we have, I can't remember what percent of our GDP goes to defense spending, that is attributed to NATO spending. So of course, let the U.S. sector subsidize your national defense. What 5 IQ fucking take? No, I want to increase defense spending independent of the U.S. Yeah, yeah. If you want to talk about like other countries, I think other countries were slacking off a little bit. Yeah, but like I think if you want to address that, that's fair. But like to do in the way Trump is doing is just fucking stupid. For the country that I'm a citizen of. Every time Trump threatens to leave NATO, I get nice. We're too reliant on the U.S. for defense. Sure, yeah. If you want to say that, then like if you want to increase your own defense, then sure, I'm not against that. Well, I mean, to an extent, because it's tricky. Because if everyone is building their militaries, right, then that can lead to scary things. Like, imagine if everyone was getting nuclear weapons. It's so much easier for people to get on edge, and then for someone to pull the trigger, and then when the trigger gets pulled, like shit just like gets crazy, right? So, I need to think about like how I feel about. I mean, like, well, I feel like every country should have some kind of defense, obviously, but like, how big should these defenses be? I don't know. Like where should we be like placing like our defensive like location? Like, I don't fucking know. Those are the result of government not taking defense seriously by essentially outsourcing defense to America. Yeah. I'll say this. I think that point of view is reasonable, but I like the idea. Well, me as an American, of course I would say this, but I'm going to say it anyway. I like the idea of America being the world's superpower or the world's like police. Assuming that like America treats everyone fairly, which of course obviously it's not right now. And so that makes people have the position that you hold very reasonably. In chat, the stream background warrior. Let me check the waiting room. Okay, no one's in the waiting room. If anyone wants to hop on stream, you can go into the waiting room in the Discord. But when every country, like I was saying, is like rushing to get like nuclear weapons or like, get like massive militaries, this makes other countries kind of angsty. So like, for example, Japan is building up their military because they're expecting China is going to invade Taiwan. And Japan's like, oh, well, we got to get ready for war. And like someone who's next to Japan, maybe, oh, Japan's going ready for war. Oh, we should get ready for war too. And then now everyone's getting ready for fucking war. And if everyone's getting ready for war, you know what that means? There's probably going to be a fucking war, right? And that's bad. We don't want war. But it's also reasonable to be like, yeah, I don't like the idea of like, I want to be able to defend myself. I think the best of both worlds is the United States is not fucking crazy, which it is right now. It is. And it also acts as the world's police. The problem is that first premise. That's a big fucking premise. The United States not being crazy. That's a big fucking premise. It's certainly not the case right now. But the alternative is everyone gets, a shitload of weapons and potentially, a shitload of wars break out. And that's like really bad. The wonderful secret, something I would say, yeah, for real. Hey, what's up, Scott? Capitalism makes us rich. We can afford a massive defense budget and massive fraud committed by illegal. I think we need to reduce proliferation, but at least in the context of my country, I think it would be good to expand our nuclear arsenal and modernize. Duncan, what country are you from? If you don't mind saying. Not the way I talk. Also, I don't drop pictures. Okay, now I got you, buddy. Didn't it also fixture a picture of or was that? I think I'm thinking of a different one. A sketch of a nude woman, with Trump's signature representing her pubic hairs. Reported closing line was, "Happy birthday, may ever another wonderful secret." Okay, I need to look at how it was this card was published by the Wall Street Journal, and upon announcing its I guess like authenticity, its verification, Trump threatened to sue the Wall Street Journal for $10 billion. For $10 billion, I mean, I'm by myself, quite admire the American Constitution and American political history. Nice. How much longer gonna make stream for? I plan on streaming probably at least until 10 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, so at least for like another 3 hours and some change. Gotta get the Epstein document done. And just because we've got some other people here, for those of you who don't know me, I go by I'm officially Ethan, but my actual name is Ethan, right? But I'm leading you could call it like an ideological war against Turning Point USA. I do very well with public speaking. I love public speaking. I'm a fucking theater kid, okay? I love theater. I love all this shit. I love being in front of audiences. I also love debate. These go very well together, okay? These go very, very well together. Now, the reason why I'm compiling all this shit on Epstein is because Turning Point's goal is to discredit institutions by shitting on college kids. And college kids don't know fucking anything, okay? That's why they go against college kids. They don't know anything about geopolitical affairs. If you're talking about like the Iran war, they're not going to know about like, you know, how Iran funds Hezbollah and the Houthis and all these other fucking things. You know, they're not going to know anything about like the relationship between like Iran and Israel and like, you know, the war of 1948 and the, what was it, the 3-day war or whatever, all these other fucking things. They're not going to know any of these fucking things, which means Turning Point can just say all their bullshit fucking talking points, right? Which half of which are either lies or the other half are just, you know, straight up complete stretches and distortions of the truth. And college kids, they don't know how to debunk this shit. And I don't blame them because college kids, you know, you're fucking 18 years, like you're just out of high school, bro. So you're just out of high school. You're worried about like, oh man, like, can I get this girl to go on the date to the function with me? Am I gonna get in a frat? Am I gonna make any friends? Right? Am I gonna pass my fucking calculus 1 test? And then you got people trying to talk to you about geopolitical affairs, like it's not some of the most complicated shit in the world. Fuck you. Like that's crazy. Like the idea that like Turning Point's like a champion of fucking debate for debating borderline fucking children, but that's what they do. So they run the gambit that every person they debate has no idea what they're talking about. And me and the infiltration initiative, my infiltrators, okay, we're a team of people who will go to these events and humiliate these people, okay? And how are we going to do that? We are going to get versed specifically on the Epstein files. Because truth is, I know that most people probably are not going to want to learn all these things going on across the world. You literally just don't have the fucking time. You have to give up your entire social life. You have to give up so much of your life to learn about all the fucking different things that are happening at once. And I don't want people to do that. I want people to live their life. So that means we have to hyper focus on one specific topic. And the easiest thing in the world, Trump is protecting pedophiles. It's so fucking clear. It's so fucking easy. Anyone who knows anything knows that this is the case. And Turning Point can't defend it. So what do? The people who are able to, anyone can do this, okay? Even if you're 18, 19 years old, doesn't matter. You can do this. You research into the stuff. That's why I'm compiling the document. Super easy. Anyone can learn this. All the sources there, the quotes, the summaries, timeline. It's all there. It's all easy. It's all there. You learn it. and then you go challenge the Turning Point debaters. You record yourself. You must record if you don't record yourself, it's worth nothing. You have to record yourself. And then you humiliate them. That's it. That's all you do. So I am building this document to help my infiltrators attack these people rhetorically. Political violence is bad. Let me make that very clear. Political violence, bad. No one should do political violence. Bad, bad, bad. But humiliating and destroying, eviscerating, surgically dissecting their reputation rhetorically. Okay, rhetorically, doing this thing. So political violence, bad. Dissecting their reputations. That is our goal. To humiliate them. To make them embarrassed to ever show their fucking face in public again because of the fact that they are supporting an administration that defends pedophiles. And therefore, because they're supporting that administration, they themselves are defending pedophiles. That is our goal. And that we will accomplish. But first, we gotta have our shit. We gotta have our substance. And then we learn how to debate. We learn how to do rhetoric. And then we go get them. Let me check stream real quick. Yeah, anyone who joins in the waiting room, let me know, and I'll get you in. I might not see it, so just type in chat if you join the waiting room. Okay. $10 billion. Has the birthday card been validated as authentic? If so, how? The card's been publicly released by Congress. Multiple outlets report that the White House denied it was authentic. So it was released from Epstein's estate. Clues about authentic. That's a real document. It's 100% from Epstein's estate, right? Okay. Published by Wall Street Journal. Was found to be in its estate and seized during applications into him. It was absolutely something in his possession. How do you know it's from 2003? Well, I guess it says it on there somewhere. I don't know. I'm not gonna worry about it. Okay. Caesar investigating his possession. Okay, yeah, sure. I think it's fine for that. Okay. So got that, got that, got that, got that. Oh yeah, I need the spa thing. Oh, it's literally right here. Okay, I'll just like this. Should be good. Okay. As he was known to be sexually suggestive during his appointments, the journal reported signing unnamed Mar-a-Lago employees. Trump was confronted Your manager reported the accusation of Trump. The president agreed Epstein should be banned from the spa. Banned in 2003. Okay. That's good. Alright, so let's go over the bid that they clashed over. Phrase deposition. Yo, y'all want to see something crazy? Oh my god. There was a fucking what was it? There was a deposition that Virginia Giuffre gave, and in that deposition, she clarified a statement that she had given prior to that definition. So, to that deposition. Originally, she had said that she had met Ghislaine Maxwell and was poached by her in 1999 when Virginia Giuffre was 15 years old. And then in the deposition, she then got a hold of Mar-a-Lago documents and records and was able to find out that it actually happened in 2000. So at the age of 16, okay? So Virginia Giuffre gets poached at the age of 16, right? And then because she misremembered by 1 year, Ghislaine Maxwell's lawyers were like, we have contention with the plaintiff's depositions. Okay. She was 16 when she was trafficked by Ghislaine Maxwell, not 15. And now you're probably thinking, are you fucking crazy? Why does that make a difference? Because she's still a fucking minor. And if you thought that, you'd be correct. So we can actually look at this in our little timeline here. Look at this. Poach a 16-year-old. This is why this is going to be so freaking good. It's written down right here. So just keep that little thing in mind. Was that so pages 10, 11 on the PDF? Defendant's primary argument in support of her contention. And this is like official shit. No, dude, music. Read this shit, bro. Read this. Oh my god, it's crazy. It's crazy. Traffic, Giuffre is a minor child. Okay. Oh, contention, she not abused as a minor child. The employment records show that it was either 16 or 17 when the defendant recruited her from a job at Mar-a-Lago for sex with Epstein. Not 15 years old as the plaintiff originally thought. Call this the yes, I'm a sex trafficker, but only a 16-year-old girl's defense. Jesus Christ, dog. Defendant does not explain why sexual abuse of a 15-year-old differs in any material way from the sexual abuse of a 16 or 17-year-old. All instances involve a minor child who cannot consent and is protected by federal and state laws. There's something about reading this, like, unironically in a court document. Call this the yes, I'm a sex trafficker, but only of 16-year-old girls. Your Honor, she wasn't 15. She was 16. It's literally like the Chris Hansen thing, or it's like, no, she wasn't 12. She was 13, okay? She wasn't 12. She was 13. Like, give me a break, bro. That's crazy. And they unironically argue that. They argued that in court. What do you mean? What? That's crazy, bro. She was 16, not 15. Like, you can't make this shit up, bro. Okay. Get the fuck out of here, Grok. Close out this shit. Wrong. Okay, wait, no. Real shit. Like, a lot of people think that lawyers are really smart. That's just not true. Well, actually, let me rephrase. Because a lot of lawyers are also just, like, really grifty. Like that. I think his name is Ryan Mullally? That Mullally guy, where the fuck his name is. I can't tell if he's stupid or just grifting. But I feel like he's actually just grifting, like, really hard. I'm, like, positive that guy's grifting. But, the truth is, I mean, look, everyone needs a lawyer. Okay? Everyone needs to get lawyers. No matter what circumstance. Like there's one thing that you should always know about any encounter with law or, like, anything that can involve a court. It's shut the fuck up and get a lawyer. Okay? That's the number one thing. Every time. Shut up get a lawyer. But because lawyers are, you could say, like an entity that can be accessed by anyone, a lot of lawyers are really fucking stupid. And it's really the case for a lot of things, you know, like a lot of people will say like, oh, Elon Musk is like super smart, for example, because he's a super successful businessman. It's like, no, Elon Musk is a fucking idiot. Okay. He made like some good decisions in terms of like investments, and now he's the world's richest man. All right. But like the idea like he has any knowledge outside of his very hyper specific, you know, expertise. Fuck no. And the same is true for lawyers. Oh my God. That's so funny. That's so funny. And just so we know, everything that's going to be in the timeline here, okay, everything here is backed by official records. Everything. So if they're ever like, once you start, make them bet $1,000. Everything here is like, the whole point of this is to be a golden source of truth. Golden source. Yeah. Well, the thing is, though, when people are in the heat of the moment, especially when you have to defend something that you know is fucking stupid, and if you know rhetoric and you know how to talk really fast, okay? There's three things: rhetoric, and well, actually, talking really fast kind of goes with rhetoric, I guess, but I'll differentiate the three anyway. You know, your substance, rhetoric, and talk really fast, okay? That is gonna make your opponent freak the fuck out, okay? Because one, you probably know more than that motherfucker. Two, if you're like rhetoric the motherfucker, okay, you're making him look goofy because if you know, and it's just kind of a thing of rhetoric. Okay? If you know how to rhetoric with the other person, like it's important, and it makes people more likely to, you know, sway with you, right? And rhetoric, this can be things like your aesthetic, you know, your body posture, your tone, stuff like that. But then if you're also talking really fast, they probably can't track because you're just going to knowledge gap them. And if they can't track what it is you're saying, that feeds into your rhetoric, which makes you look like you're winning even more. And in order to grasp any semblance of maybe salvaging like any sort, like, because if you don't know what the fuck you're talking about, okay? If you don't know what the fuck you're talking about and you're in a debate, that's like an instant loss, okay? Like, they're not allowed to be like, I don't know. Well, I mean, they can actually. The best thing they can do is say that they don't know about something. So, like, if there's something that, like, someone brings up to me, I'll be like, no, I don't know enough about it to look into it, you know? And that's fair because you don't have to know everything, right? But if they are engaging with you and they have not done that, and then they're like, blow them the fuck out. I'm sorry. When they don't know and they're like, oh, they will grasp at straws and they will say shit like that. That's why, like, in Chris Hansen, they're like, no, she was 14 years old, not 13 years old. Okay. He'll intentionally like lie and say, weren't you here to talk to a 13-year-old girl? And then the guy's like, no, she was 14. And then that shows he knew. Like, why would you say 14? So you knew her age. You knew her age was 14. He's like, I lied. Like, I knew that you thought that you were talking to a 14-year-old girl. I just want to know if you would, like, you know, fall for that, which you did, you fucking idiot, right? Speaking speed for me has only improved with study. Knowledge creates the rhetoric and speaking gap. True. Very true. But, Epstein and Trump clashed over a bid in 2004. What date did this happen? Please give a short and what's great too about AI is you can just copy and paste it. Oh, November 15th. Okay. Happened. over a Palm Beach bankruptcy auction. Up at Epstein. Short summary, Epstein? Oh, wait. Oh. Inside the 62 million mansion, fight the lead Donald to fight with Epstein. Two Titans clashed in Palm Beach 2004. Okay. I may not even need quotes for this one. Not sure. Dude, I don't. Whenever I'm like linking sources, like just look how ugly this is. This site is so like boom, 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 like so ugly. Like this whole site is just clickbait. I mean, maybe the stuff on it's like good, but I'm not using that source. It's just too unprofessional. Assuming this one doesn't. The two-time clashed. He's vying for the ultimate prize. Then to Minnie's probably became the central peak. When was this written? 2024. Okay. For Epstein's already exploded into the world stage, he and Trump moved within the same elite circles as Lausch. Oh, going back on speaking speed, that's like a big reason why Ben Shapiro was able to win. Listening to Ben Shapiro now is like nothing. Like I would keep up with Ben Shapiro very easily, assuming it's not a topic that I'm versed with. Because if it's a topic that you're not versed with and someone's talking Ben Shapiro speed, then you're like, But if you know the substance and you're kind of like adept to like debate speed, then Ben is like average, maybe actually a little slower than average in terms of like talking speed. At least compared to today. Before he used to be like, oh my god, there's like Megalovania, Sans Undertale like difficulty. Oh damn. Yeah, I'll do that. Contraception known for his I want to remove that link. Bam, here we go. Cool. Specifics stated he was not a fan. Okay, don't care. All right, cool. Okay. Let me. Okay. What else? Please give a timeline of events, critical events relating to Trump and Epstein's connections. This should include. Oh, I gotta also report that like 5 other people from Mar-a-Lago went fucking missing, aside from Virginia Giuffre. So it seems like at least, well, I shouldn't say went missing, but like were listed in his address book who worked at Mar-a-Lago. This should include. Please give a timeline of critical events relating to Trump and Epstein's connections. True. You know, actually, maybe I need to reevaluate my position. Because Isaiah Martin is like god tier rhetoric, and he does speak very slow. He speaks very slow, very concise, very just. The dude is a fucking king, bro. Ooh. Yeah, they're both like really good. I I would say, okay, here's the trade-off. Because there's one thing that I do, and is I may stutter, right? Or like I may accidentally say a sentence improperly, right? So like for example, when I debated Myron, um, when I was asking about Alex Preddy's hands, like where were they at? So originally I had said, um, Myron, was Alex Preddy reaching for his hands, yes or no? Myron dodged the question, and then me speaking quickly, I said, I will ask again. Myron Gaines, yes or no, when he was first shot, where were his hands? So I misspoke because it's not a yes or no question. You don't say where were his hands, yes or no. Like that doesn't make any sense. But one, what I'm trying to communicate is very fucking obvious, right? But like if my opponent, if my interlocutor, is able to point out a dumbass stutter I made, then that's embarrassing for me, right? I mean, is it a big fumble? Like, no, like, you can still recover, but it's like you lose like 5 HP, so you don't want to do that. And if you're speaking slower, then obviously you're less likely to do that. However, though, your opponent may have an easier time of tracking with you. Now, it is god tier if your opponent gets lost in the sauce, they get lost in the jargon jungle, and then they have to look to you for guidance, because then you can look like you're like lecturing them and like they don't know fucking anything. And that's what you want to do. Well, that is a goal you want to do. So there's like trade-offs to it. I think they both certainly work. But yeah, they both have their trade-offs. I like the faster speak though. I just need to work on my stutters. Oh, there we go. Give time of critical event from Trump and Epstein scandal. This should include people who are connection to Trump and were poached by Epstein. The birthday card. Sorry. Okay. 80s, 90s. Yep, okay. True. Okay, so we got our 2002, 2003. Yep. Spa employee. Yep. 2004. Clash over the bid. Yep. I think I could put like something there. Okay, don't need to worry about that. So then we're actually almost done with document number 2. Yeah. We're almost done with document number 2. So we'll put mid 2000s. Is it completely confirmed that Trump stopped Epstein in the mid? Trump said he had not spoken to Epstein about 15 years. Public timelines reporting the 2007, 2004, and some later events. One is close to consider. Okay. So then we'll say that they probably did, because it wouldn't surprise me. Both of them are petty, stupid, evil fucks, and they both really wanted this mansion. So it wouldn't surprise me if they had bad blood because Trump beat him in the bid. 1, 2. So we do have to, even when they break up, we do have to keep that in mind. So there are certain things that Trump does against Epstein, and we should keep that in mind. Oh, I need to also put the fucking the quote unquote like Trump is an FBI informant or whatever stupid shit. He answered a subpoena and apparently made a call, and that was it. Okay, give me 1 second. Okay. Yellow? If you're speaking, you're muted. I don't think your server muted, so you can unmute yourself. I mean, I can unmute you if you want me to, but... Why does it show my name? Oh, I know why it's doing that. That's so annoying. I need to make it so it doesn't show my name. I see why it's doing that.
Hello.
Hey, what's up, buddy?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm really happy with this document I'm compiling, but yeah, dude, I think it's gonna be really good. But yeah, what do you want to talk about?
I'm just and there's a lot of stuff going on in the world either way, so it's difficult to choose one thing. I feel like from at least over the last year, from what I have seen so far, you kind of have a situation where I think there has been like a breakdown of what we thought, like, the usual binaries. Because some people have become more radical, some people have become more centrist. There's been all of these kinds of things. So it's quite difficult to kind of talk about policy at this point because it feels like a lot of it is evolving at the moment, with time as things go on.
Yeah.
Mostly, like, I think I'll actually leave out, I was thinking something about like economic policy or defense policy or something like that, but I'll kind of, leave it up to you to decide. But
Okay. Well, I guess when we say that, well, people are becoming a bit more extreme, sort of on both sides. But when we look at like the people who actually matter, people are only really becoming more extreme on like the right side. And when I say people who matter, I'm talking about people who actually go out and vote. But it is the case that like democratic socialists are gaining more power, which I'm okay with, like a lot of democratic socialists, but like Zoran and others. I need to do more research into the DSA candidates actually, so maybe I should strike what I just said. But like the Trump shit, no, that shit's fucking crazy. Like if the left is getting more extreme, then it's like 5% compared to like the right who's just like full on like
Mhm.
overdrive. Like they're actually just insane.
I mean, I don't disagree with you on this because I myself, I mean, I'm not, I don't even view the kind of differences which someone might have with Mamdani, let's say, you know, even if he's a bit further, to the left economically or anything. That, I mean, that's fine, it's a, he's operating democratically, and I think that's what matters.
Mm-hmm.
As far as radicalism goes, I think it's mostly just a matter of radicalism, to me at least, from what I have seen, is usually a very small minority of people on the left at least. I don't know about the right. Um, so that does not concern me. Uh, I guess the only thing that is kind of more than a matter of concern, it's something that has become a point of consideration, is that the consensus that kind of existed for quite a while, especially in the sort of post World War II world, and the kind of given assumptions that we had after 1990, with the end of the Cold War, those assumptions have kind of been destroyed over the last 10 years. A lot of
When you
them, at
say those
least.
assumptions, I might have missed. Are you talking about assumptions? Like the whole world like playing nice with each other, for example?
Like, so one example, have you by any chance like read Francis Fukuyama?
No.
Or heard about it? Yeah. So he kind of came up with this grand book at the end of the Cold War that, this is it, liberal internationalism as one, and this is going to be the form of governance that will remain for as long as, eternity maybe.
Yeah.
Like, you had this kind of consensus on things like the importance of institutions, on things like democracy, on even the economic, like even if there were policy disagreements, economic, like structurally speaking, the the the, the model that exists in the United States, that was something that was viewed to be, if not desirable, but at least something that should be maintained.
Yeah.
And what you're kind of seeing now is that the status quo is kind of being is being challenged. Not that I'm saying that's not a good thing. You don't want like stagnation, because if you have something that is not questioned and that just remains like something that it just continues forever, then you have stagnation, which is also bad. But you have
Yeah.
you have a thing now where people are like, many people certainly are questioning the system itself, rather than just
Yes.
policies. So
So
that's sort of where I'm.
I just want to make sure I'm gonna say what my understanding is, and you can tell me if I'm getting it right. But basically, what you're saying is, the person who wrote the book, what the book is, now we have this system put in such that we now take the system for granted, right? So we have our institutions like democracy, like colleges, like government structures, and we just kind of trust as a granted premise that these things are going to operate in ways that are useful to us, and then just not question it. And yeah, is that
But
accurate?
yeah, and that's sort of in question now, I would say.
Yes.
And if you don't mind, I mean, if I can just slightly deviate from America,
Mm,
uh, uh like this is not something that's just a phenomenon in America, right? So
right.
you have a situation right now where across Europe, like uh, political parties who were, not even uh, they were not even in the discussion because they didn't even have a seat in parliament.
Right.
They're kind of dominating news headlines across Europe. So that, I mean, I'm not saying necessarily that's an undesirable thing, but what I'm just trying to say is like there. I think one thing everyone can agree upon, regardless of their political affiliation, is that the status quo has changed, and it certainly is something that it is questionable whether it will return back to what it was before.
Yeah.
This
I
period.
I want to say, I agree with you on like I guess like a lot of the big picture things. So like yeah, yeah, absolutely. Like all of our institutions have been challenged like completely. But like I think even saying the word challenged is like an understatement compared to what they're doing. It's not even that they're just I mean, like, not even just like challenge, like being uprooted, right? Because like if
Yeah.
I go up and like, okay, I think I have a really good way to put it. Okay, imagine you're walking to the store, and I go up and I say, hey, Duncan, I challenge you to a fight, right? Okay, that's a challenge. But what's happening here, this is not a challenge. This is like going up and like just punching someone in the face. You know what I mean? Right? I think that's probably a
Yeah.
more I guess like
Yeah.
equivalent scenario, because if these institutions were just like reasonably being challenged, then like you wouldn't have them trying to do these insane like executive orders and pushing the law, at least United States wise, right? I can't speak on behalf of like other countries in terms of like laws that have been violated based on the far right ideology, but like in the United States, holy shit! Like we've got like mass deportations where people are like violating the Fifth Amendment rights. But it's a whole thing I go on, but I won't yap about it. We've got the deposing of fucking Maduro. We have bombing fucking Iran, and going into war that we have now without any congressional approval whatsoever. We have the gutting of USAID. We have the appointment of Elon fucking Musk, who's literally a foreign agent. Like, there's so much like insane illegal shit. It's not even. I totally agree with you on what you said. I guess I just really want to. I'll say like it's not even exaggerating, but point out how much more severe it is to say
Yeah.
what's happening than just say
Yeah.
it's being challenged.
Yeah. I mean, I did probably put it in milder terms, but I agree. I think like it, it's certainly to a degree. Look, I mean, it's not as if the world's not never faced stuff like this before. I mean, sure, you had this kind of instability in the 1920s, 30s, even before that.
Right.
Across centuries, there have been kind of there has been political upheaval, but uh, this is something I think certainly in the 21st century is new. But one thing that, at least to me, which seems quite apparent, is that this did not emerge out of nowhere.
Yep.
Like, Trump was not like even though it seemed like that in 2016. Like, I think when Trump came to power in 2016, it felt almost as if it was an a contingency or a situation that was just completely just a fluke, if you might call it that.
Yep.
But if you look at the kind of structural drivers behind why he got elected, it's not something that is completely. I'm not. I mean, more than just talking about Trump himself, you had the situation like, post the 9/11 world, you had a situation where the parliament, the Senate, essentially expanded the power of the executive to an unprecedented degree, at least in American history. And then you had this situation where essentially what were extrajudicial orders from the president were being carried out across administrations. You had this, in Bush, and then Obama kind of continued it as well. But you had firstly this kind of the fact that Trump's able to do this kind of speaks of the fact that there is there clearly has been some institutional failure in the United States in terms of the government. Whether it's
I don't know. Maybe it's hard to say. Okay, when you say there's been institutional failure, can you elaborate on what those failures could be? Because we might agree, we might disagree. It's kind of hard.
Well, so for me at least, like one thing that kind of stands out is that the power of the executive branch has been kind of expanded like a lot, since over the last 2 decades. So you had a situation where basically in 2001, you had a situation which was just completely. It was a scenario that probably I don't think anyone kind of expected or even could have imagined with 9/11. And so, in the immediate aftermath of that, you had a set of decisions that were made domestically, mostly, where they kind of expanded state power to increase surveillance, through the Patriot Act, and then subsequently after that, you also had this, which was later kind of, over the course of 2010 and between 2010 and 2020, a lot of
Mm.
files that were previously classified, if you looked at them, uh, the government did take a lot of liberty in with interpreting many things, at least legally. So when I'm talking about institutional failure, I'm mostly just talking about that, the fact that the, the the fact that one man can have this level of unrestrained power. That is not
Well,
to say that there isn't. Yeah,
Mhm.
sorry, go ahead.
Oh no, yeah. The truth is, if it's actually not just one man who does this. It's the combination of one man with the silent approval of all of Congress. Because the truth is, literally, we could stop we could stop Donald Trump right now if Republican Congress locked in. But the problem is, it is United States voters who voted in these spineless representatives, right? Like, I believe it is the case that of the voting population,
Mhm.
our government is reflective of our people, right? Like, it's not an accident that Donald Trump was elected. Kind of like you said, a lot of people said that Donald Trump just kind of came out of nowhere. Like, no. Like, this he appealed to a very silent population, right? And
Mhm.
that population voted, unfortunately. So
Correct.
it's not one man who did this, right? It's the combination of one unhinged, insane fuck with all of the spineless people who've been elected. But ultimately, I would say that is from the will of the people, tragically. So I don't know if I can call that an institutional failure when the institution is functioning exactly the way it's supposed to, which is, reflective, generally at least, the will of the people.
Mm. I mean, that's the. So I think I do agree. Look, I mean, Trump would not have won if he didn't get the votes, right? Like in 2024 and 2016.
Yeah.
So yes, to some extent, yeah, of course, the people did elect him. So that of course cannot be denied.
But also
Um,
the rest of Congress, because the truth, he shouldn't be able to do all this crazy stuff. But the only reason he can is because Congress is letting him. So that's like that's the reason why I'm saying it's not necessarily an institutional failure. So it's not just Trump that was elected. We also have to remember the other people in office who are allowing him to run, who also were put in by the people.
I know my my main contention, at least, with
Mhm.
you know with the fact is that you're right. I think the of course, the fact that the Congress itself has kind of enabled this in a way by not um uh, s- functioning the way they're by not functioning the way they're supposed to. That of course has enabled them. But one thing to me that kind of stands out is that when you had the leak of with Snowden in 2011,
Oh, I'm sorry.
there
Say
were
that
a lot
again.
of
I didn't catch. Can you say that again? I apologize.
when you had the leak, the set of files that were leaked with the NSA in 2011,
Yeah.
with Snowden, um, uh, you you sort of had this kind of situation. I mean, I'm not myself, like, I don't really care about conspiracy theories. I don't think there was there was quite a clear process where uh for whatever reason, someone wants to argue for whether it's national security or elsewhere, the the Senate took an active decision with with actually, even for that matter, with, at the time at least, with the public and the almost like a bipartisan agreement to expand the power of the executive,
Hmm.
and to also, they deliberately chose to ignore. There was actually quite a famous. It's not talked about a lot, but there was a story of this in 2007. You had a journalist who actually found out about the fact that George Bush was essentially, secretly kind of almost overriding certain laws to essentially expand the surveillance of the state. And George Bush actually ended up even meeting with that particular journalist, and the journalist, he essentially kind of told him that, look, you'd be hurting national security if you kind of went ahead and released this story. And then the journalist actually did not, but then eventually it got exposed later on. But what I'm essentially trying to say here is that this has been something that has been in the making, at least, maybe not to this degree, for at least 2 decades. Because uh, this sort of deliberate ignoring of almost like, the means justify the ends. That sort of thinking, I think, has led to what has come now with, Trump. And uh, the solution to that, of course, is a lot more complex than I think the problem itself is. But that's where I think I at least stand on this.
Yeah. So I think because you were touching on like conspiracies for like example, and
Sorry?
you were touching like conspiracies, right? So
Mhm.
like Bush and the reporter. I think things like conspiracies have been huge in building up this movement, because the truth is, I think it's a combination of this conspiratorial thinking that the public really has just kind of endorsed for decades now. But what causes that conspiratorial thinking? The truth is, I think the answer really is actually kind of simple for this kind of stuff, and it's to humiliate the anti-intellectuals, right? So what do I mean by that? Well,
Mhm.
actually, maybe you're right. Okay, here's I feel like it's more simple, right? Than um I feel like it's relatively simple on how it is we fix this, because the truth is we just educate people, right? But how do we educate people? That's the hard part. Well,
Mhm.
a really great way to educate people or to start is by annihilating, in a rhetorical fashion, in a purely semantic rhetorical fashion, annihilating people who push disinformation. Um,
Mhm.
because that's what's built all this conspiracy stuff. Truth is, most conspiracies are fucking horseshit. Okay, like, have you ever heard the
Mhm.
conspiracy of like, like jet fuel can't melt steel beams? Have you heard of that?
Uh, which one?
Jet fuel can't melt steel beams. Have you heard of that conspiracy?
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
Is
So
this one of those like 9/11 ones?
yeah, it's a 9/11 one. But
Yeah.
that's a terrible like conspiracy theory talking point, because while it is true that something like jet fuel cannot melt steel beams, jet fuel does weaken steel beams such that the steel beams, instead of being like this, the steel beams are like woo, and then lets it like collapse, right? Like it's stupid. But the whole underlying premise is, in in the United States, you have
Mhm.
a population that has done what you said initially, and that is just take everything for granted, right? So all of our
Mhm.
institutions, they really, we really have taken everything for granted for all these decades. That's absolutely correct. And based off of that, taking it for granted, people don't understand how the system fucking works. Because people don't know how the system works, that allows bad faith actors to push a bunch of disinformation and a bunch of conspiracies, right? Which undermine the institutions that we had our trust in, right? And the institutions which ultimately were actually doing a pretty damn good job. Um,
Mhm.
and what's the solution? It's to, again, rhetorically annihilate those people who are these bad faith actors. Because, again, before these bad faith actors, like, the institutions were working really well. Um, but now they're under attack. People think college is a scam now because of like Turning Point USA. People think stuff like the deep state, right? Um,
Yeah.
it's just a bunch of conspiracy bullshit that is propagated through disinformation. And I think once we get rid of that disinformation, then that really fixes almost everything, really. But the problem is, how do you get rid of the disinformation? And there's a really big conversation that can be had as to how it is that we beat the disinformation, especially when there's things like AI bots that go around like mass spamming bullshit on Twitter, for example.
Yeah,
Yeah, go.
I mean, you have this like I just came across this like on YouTube the other day. There's this like set of channels in Britain which keep posting AI songs, which basically they just I mean the AI songs are just like usually it's just something very just crude, like insulting immigrants, or calling the left whatever Marxists and stuff like that.
Yeah.
But yeah, it is a big issue, certainly. The only way, I mean, it is very difficult because you can't, like, how do you ensure that something like that is not weaponized to kind of uh, arrest people who are not arrest, but censor people who are expressing legitimate kind of opinions. But
Yeah.
I'm sure there's some way to kind of do it, which ensures that both can, two things can happen at the same time.
The AI question is such a great question. I'm not gonna lie. At this point, like, for intentional, like, bad faith actors who want to push mass disinformation campaigns because, through like AI usage, like, I truly did used to believe in like absolute free speech, but like after, like, these people are genuinely a fucking plague. Like, they are contributing nothing to society and actively hurting people, right? Like, we can point to very clear harm that's been caused by like these disinformation campaigns. There's nothing good that comes out of this.
Mhm.
So for like the disinformation campaigns, I think those need to get silenced. And people will be all like, "Oh no, like how do you tell what's true and what's not?" Like the government has to like arbit what's true, but it's like, bro, the government already runs the FDA, okay? Like the government already runs excuse me, the government already runs things, that test like your food, your drugs, your safety inspections. Like the idea that like, oh no, like if the government, can censor some types of speech, then the government can dictate what's real and what's not. And that's like, that's not freaking true. The government already dictates a shitload of things. Um, and I want to make it clear, like, I do like the idea of people being able to use their free speech to, say just about anything, but like, if people just go around spreading lie, like just like, do you know the Fox News Dominion lawsuit, for example?
Dominion. Was this the one against Newsom, or
No. So,
no? I don't know that.
are you familiar with Dominion voting machines?
No.
So back in 2020, at like the peak of like the insane like conspiracy shit in the United States, there was a massive conspiracy that I think like the either the biggest or the second biggest creator of US voting systems. They're called
Hmm.
Dominion voting, right? Or something like that. And there was
Hmm.
a conspiracy that Dominion was rigging the machines to help Joe Biden win, right? And that was just
Hmm.
bullshit.
Yeah.
That was just pure fucking bullshit. Okay. Um, give a short summary of um,
This must be
Dominion.
this is like that kind of same strain as the Jan 26th, Jan 6th.
Yeah,
Uh,
it's totally related to that. Yeah, here it is. So it was bullshit, but Fox News perpetuated that bullshit. Fox News was all like, "Oh, yo, Dominion is saying a bunch of bullshit, or Dominion is rigging it for Joe Biden." However, behind the scenes, there were texts between Tucker Carlson and other high executive members of Fox News. They knew it was bullshit. They knew they were saying bullshit. It was proven in those texts. And literally, the day of trial, when they were about to say their opening cases, I forgot to say too, Dominion, because they knew that Fox News was saying a bunch of bullshit, which was obviously harming their business. They sued Fox
mhm.
News for $1 billion, and then on the very day of the opening statements for the court case, um, Fox News settled for about $800 million.
Oh wow.
Yeah, that's insane, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, I don't think Fox News would pay 800 million if it wasn't for. Was that why Tucker was like removed out of
Yes.
Fox News? Okay.
Yeah, that dude fucked up, but yeah, he's an evil piece of shit. But wrapping it back to the relevancy of this, the Dominion lawsuit. For that, Fox News should be in a non-violent, like non-literal way, in a purely rhetorical sense, should be burnt to the fucking ground, okay? In a purely rhetorical sense, Fox News should be burnt to the ground for what they fucking did with this. They pushed a bunch of bullshit. They knew it was bullshit. They knew that they were harming Dominion's fucking business by pushing this bullshit, okay? Like, I love free speech, but this shit right here has gotten people killed. Like January 6th, that happened because like Fox News pushed a bunch of bullshit. That's a fact.
Okay. Yep. Hmm.
But yeah, that's my, I guess, rant on free speech and like how it is we fix the damage that's been done to the institutions. Because what you're saying, what you came up with, completely accurate. But how do we deal with it? We have to do something about all the disinformation. I think that really, I think it should be legislated, but I don't know how practical that actually fucking is. It's probably not going to happen under the Supreme Court. But then, second, if we can't legislate it, then we have to destroy their reputation, and that's the goal of everything I'm doing here. So,
My only like as you kind of just said, like this administration at least, I don't know about of course in the midterms we'll see what happens, but
Mhm.
foreseeably there Trump's going to be in power for 3 years. Of course, if you have if there are more Democrats come into Congress after the midterms, they could probably rein in his power. But
yeah,
the concern for me really is that, like, for example, you've gone out and you've debated all these people, and you also have you have streams, so you you publicly participate in politics. So if someone like you, if you were to make like a claim which I don't know, you made a claim which someone like Trump or some other Republican who was in office decided that particular claim was disinfo, like they just kind of weaponized that to put you in, that would become very problematic. So for me, that's where the question really lies, of course, because but then again, you genuinely do have a problem. So not addressing it means, I mean, you can't just throw it under the carpet, but you can't. It's a difficult question, really. I don't think I have a straightforward answer.
yeah, it's okay. If it helps, I don't think anyone does, for the most part. I mean, I don't know. If someone does have a good answer for it, then I haven't heard it yet. But I think that it is gonna. I think between legislating certain amounts of disinformation versus not legislating, I think the answer does rest on some form of legislation. I do think the answer is going to be there. What that looks like, good question. I don't know, but I would lean towards that.
Yeah. I would personally lean to it. I mean, what I would think maybe what could be a solution is that you delegate this power. You kind of delegate this power away from the government in a way that enables. So something like if there's a media company,
Yeah.
um, through public participation. I think one thing that is quite powerful, like one thing, I mean, as much as I'm not someone who's very fond at all about him, but and in fact, in the stream we were just watching it earlier, but TPUSA, you can see the kind of I don't want to call it progress, but certainly the extent to which they've kind of increased
Yeah.
their influence
Yes. No,
in
progress is a great
America.
word. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know about progress, but I think I don't view it as progress at least, but like, uh, they, they have had a big impact on American society, and I feel some extent, I mean, this is the entire point of activism, right? Like to have a public impact on political opinion. So if you have a scenario where public opinion, you manage to, you don't really need everyone on board, right? Because even with democracy, you don't have everyone on board all the time. You just need like um, a majority of people or a significant portion of people to just subscribe to the idea that the perpetuation of misinformation is harmful to public good. And then that can compel, just through public participation or through public pressure, social media companies to, kind of take measures against that. But the thing really is that, look, I mean, the people are not like separate from this, right? This phenomena is, uh, it's sort of, it's made by the people for the people, and it's of the people. So can the people regulate themselves without legislation? That, of course, is a very difficult question to ask.
Yeah.
I and one more thing, of course, is that, look, why should companies, if it's benefiting them, why would they care about public opinion? Even if like half the country said we need this, and then yet they kind of fall victim to it, and this kind of benefits the companies. What incentive would the companies have to regulate it? Probably nothing. They wouldn't have to care. But you know, but one thing that's quite interesting is that you had this. I heard of this somewhere. I could be wrong, but the FCC had this rule in play in the 80s and 90s, which they kind of scrapped eventually. Which when uh, if there was a debate or a discussion of any sort on national television, um, this kind of you had to kind of present both sides, so it would
Yes.
avoid a situation. Yeah, so this
I
would
know exactly what you're
it
talking
kind of
about.
avoid. Yeah, it would avoid a situation where you just have this echo chamber where just you just have your someone who's just sitting and watching Fox News all day. They would have to they would be forced to listen to someone on the opposing side as well. Now, of course, they can still go ahead and just rubbish the opposing side, but that's up to them, right? At least there is representation. But I I, I think the thing really is, right, is that some of these questions really go to like very, very fundamental layers in terms of the way. Uh, Sometimes it's just like, how do you argue with someone who believes that for the sake of God you need to kind of appoint a man to be president, or that the Bible needs to be made the law of the land, or some other religious book? You really can't, because their
Well,
fundamental belief in life is something that is like quite difficult to kind of reason with itself.
true. No, you're right. Well, when it comes to religious stuff, and like because when you say that, that's in reference to people who are like Christian nationalists, and Christian
Mhm.
nationalism is a specific problem in the U.S. I'm not sure how it is for other countries, but yeah, like something I really hate about when people try to bring religion into politics is because like what you said is completely right. Like their entire life, their entire moral system is grounded in some type of religion. But I'm a very hardcore atheist. Okay, right.
Mhm.
I do a lot of religion debates, and if
Mhm.
religion is like the only thing that they're gonna fall back onto, then religion is the thing that I'm gonna attack. And because it's like Christianity specific, there's a lot of reasons why I'm not a Christian. And I'm not gonna yap about that. I guess on this live stream, but like if it comes down to it, which it will, um, because what you're describing is ultimately something that will happen in the next few months. So like for example, we go to discredit Turning Point. We go to debate Turning Point USA, and then they refuse to budge on a position because the Bible says so, right? So like maybe it's like gay rights or trans people existing, whatever. A Turning Point Christian nationalist will never change their position because of the Bible on whatever topic is at hand. And so now I have
Mhm.
to essentially falsify the Bible.
Mhm.
and I don't think most people are ready for a theology debate, but yeah, when people just appeal to religion, yeah, the only thing you really can do is just discredit the religion.
Yeah. And to me, the kind of thing that is just so I live in India, and the thing for me is like uh, over the course of the last year or so, there has been this kind of uptick where you hear a lot of this kind of, I'm just paraphrasing here, so I know I cannot, like, I'm not representing everyone across the board, but essentially this kind of talk that, look, we've been a Christian civilization, and these people who are, usually referring to non-Christian people or
Yeah.
people from other places of the world, they aren't Christian, or they haven't, their civilization has not emerged from these values or beliefs, which is why we cannot let them come into the country, or which is why we need to pursue this path. And or of which, when you see in terms of what you just said, with governance, where they say that we need to kind of bring this to the forefront of governance by legislating it somehow. And the thing to me is that it's just not even, I mean, the entire foundation on the basis of which their belief is constructed is something that is not, it's not even empirical in terms of accuracy. Um, Christianity kind of arrived to to Asia much before it arrived in, Europe, and much before it had an influence. In fact, I actually, I'm diverting here, but the, there's a place in the southern part of the country I live in, where one of Jesus's apostles, he kind of landed on this boat basically, and he set up one of the things that was in the generation of Jesus itself, and this was way before it kind of arrived in Western Europe or anywhere. And so that by itself is something that I don't really, I can't give it a lot of merit, because it's so blatantly false in terms of
Yeah.
belief. And I mean, even if it is like, and the thing to me is that Christian nationalism by itself is like contradictory, because uh, if you really look at it, nationalism as a movement was not religious in nature. Like, the first nationalist movement in the world was the French Revolution, and the entire point of the French Revolution was to reduce the role of the state in society, to kind of do this. And every single nationalism as a movement did not, it emerged out of liberalism. It emerged out of philosophers like John Locke and Descartes and all these people who were not religious theocrats in any sense of the word. So uh, I think I feel that entire movement itself is just a bunch of, the thing for me, that's what kind of frustrates me about because uh, they don't engage with substance. To me, like, if they go into like the depth of the movement, if they go into the foundations are very flimsy, because uh like one of the things that you'll hear a lot about is the American Constitution was designed with on the basis of Christian beliefs and on the basis of the Ten Commandments.
That's not true. But yeah.
Um,
What you're saying is
yeah, exactly. I mean,
you're representing something that is absolutely not true, but you're right in the assessment. Yeah.
at the end of the day, like, my I feel that if any of these people actually sat down, one of the things that kind of stood to me was Charlie Kirk before he passed away. He went to Cambridge, I believe, and
Yes.
he,
Oh yeah.
he
Yeah.
yes, yeah, and there were two particular discussions. There's one woman who I follow called Tilly Middlehurst,
Yeah. Tilly did
who
fantastic.
yes, and she and there was a professor also. I don't remember his name, but they had a discussion with Charlie Cook, and even the guy who was a bit like on edge. He made quite a few good points, and he could. I mean, like, to everyone in the room, it was very apparent that he was not someone who was a serious thinker, in the sense that he had thought through his ideas, you know. And
True.
he was he was he was just he was attacking them like personally. He was kind of just basically he was trying to do what he does with his audience, which is just try to pin someone down and like get this one moment, and then you just post it and you get 3 million views on it, and then there's like 10,000 comments on it from his followers where they're like, oh, you've done such a good job, blah blah blah.
Yeah.
So it sort of feels like, I mean, for a lack of a better word, it feels like a circle jerk almost.
No, yeah, it
Where
literally fucking is, dog. It totally fucking is. Everything you said was just like correct. Every fucking thing, okay? Like describing it as a circle jerk, Charlie Kirk not actually fucking knowing anything about any of these things. Absolutely correct. Oh my god, especially when oh, let me see if I can find it. That one guy. Oh, this one kid did incredible. Look at him looking down, bro. Oh, like he's looking down, dude. It aesthetically looks so bad the way he's like looking down like this. It's so embarrassing for him. I can't believe he actually posted this, but
yeah,
oh, here it
and,
is.
and the thing is,
Go ahead.
yeah, the thing is, like, he's he's debating students who are not like, look, I did these students, I'm not insulting them. I'm sure they will eventually, when they grow up,
Now
and
go ahead and
eventually once
insult.
they
You
come.
can be real. Insult as much as you want, my man. Do it. Say whatever the fuck you want, bro. As long as it's TOS, okay. But yeah.
Like, look, I mean, college students, just because of the fact, I mean, they go to university for a purpose. They go there to get educated, like to get educated, beyond high school. High school education provides a foundation, and then you specialize during that.
Yeah.
Now, they are not people who have they are not people who are with. I mean, I'm sure there are exceptions to this, but they are not people who have engaged, who have had either the time, uh, or the kind of
Training.
experience to, yeah, exactly, to engage with these topics at a level. And I often feel also, from what I at least see of them, many of them have points. If you just gave them time to articulate it, they could probably do a very good job of articulating it. But when you're in like a 10-minute, to be fair, like when you're in a 5-minute debate, you have 1,000 people looking at you, and then you're standing in front of this guy who seems at least to be quite intimidating because of his popularity, and as well as the fact, just because of the audience itself.
Yeah.
It is difficult to articulate it. And so when they kind of just take this one clip of one college student who's like 19 or 20, who says one thing that they might have slightly slipped on, or where they might have slightly, made a point which was not exactly, completely it didn't make sense or something like that. It has no merit to me. It just means nothing, because yes, they are not. And to be fair, when he went to Cambridge, Tilly Middlehurst is only like what, 2021. She's
Yeah.
I think she's in her third year of undergrad. She
Yeah.
did pretty good. She did a pretty good job, debating him. So I feel mostly like this to me is just like it's a circus show, mostly just for the sake of getting views. Because I don't think there's any actual discussion that's happening in 5 minutes about any of these topics. Uh, you probably know this more than I do, because you stream publicly. If you go into a topic, any particular topic, you could take even the smallest of policies. It takes like so many, sometimes even hours of engagement with the policy in order to reach a conclusion, of that thing. And to kind of expect that you're gonna, in 5 minutes, you're just gonna debunk the entire thing because of whatever, because it's woke communism or some
Yeah.
nonsense like that. It's just not like that. To be fair, I mean, I think this is something that happens on, like, it's become the sort of, it's more than a both sides thing. It's just because of the medium of communication now, with short form content and all
Yeah.
of that, it does become an issue for any of these things. But then again, I don't see. I mean, when was the last time I saw a liberal uh, political activist, posting on their YouTube channel that woke conservative, I don't know, like fascist conservative destroyed in 5 minutes, and just the entire like that. I've not
Well,
seen
I
as much
know
of that.
this one channel, okay? I don't know if you can see my stream right now. I know this one guy who goes around debating a bunch of really awful people. I don't know if you've ever heard of this Ethan guy who debates MAGA people. You've seen these videos,
No, no,
right?
yeah,
Okay, yeah.
I have, yeah. I
Yeah,
have come across it. Yeah. No, I mean, I'm not. No, what you're doing is fine. I'm not talking
I'm
about
just
like
fucking with you, man. I'm just fucking with
these.
you.
Yeah, yeah. But the thing I'm talking about is there are like blatantly clickbaity channels. Like there. I saw a video that day where they had this kind of title where there's one guy who's standing on one side who's supposedly liberal or whatever. Then there's this other guy who's standing, and there's like there's some fire. They're showing like a fire. There's fire in the background. There's like the liberal, suddenly has a question mark on top of his head. I mean, it's just they're using this kind of they're taking clickbait to the most extreme extent possible to just essentially polarize public opinion.
Correct. That's true.
And
But yeah.
it's not, and it's not even like engaging with the substance of it. Like I personally feel that Charlie Kirk often he was acting dumb. Like in the sense, this is something that I kind of get irritated upon because sometimes you just cannot point it out
Mm.
without the content. Like one good example of this is Tucker Carlson. So like if you look at his podcast, which he's kind of running now, he's called 3 guests so far, who are all he called one guy who he calls a historian, who's never had a history degree, does not even have any degree, and on top of that, has never even engaged with history professionally at all.
Yeah.
And he said, oh, this guy is a popular historian or whatever. And then there were two other people, and they have for the last 3 podcasts they have been kind of just they've basically just been promoting what was just rewashed Nazi propaganda that
Yes.
the concentration camps, they just there's this one record that shows that this was not the case or that wasn't the case, and they're
Yeah.
just kind of poking holes there to try to do that. But
There
then as soon as you go
are
and
there's a few things that Turning Point's goal is. And this is purely from Charlie Kirk, because the truth is, I think Charlie Kirk actually was an incredibly smart individual who knew exactly what he was doing, right? I don't think any of this was by accident, per se. Turning Point's goal,
Mhm.
as you correctly point out, it really is to engage in bad faith, because if we're being honest, the reason why they're engaging in bad faith is because they can't win by engaging in good faith. Because what does engaging in good faith mean? Well, if we were engaging in good faith, then 30-something-year-old Charlie Kirk, who is prepped in media and all these other things, wouldn't be debating people fresh out of high school, okay? He'd be debating people on a similar public speaking level as him. As a guy who's been doing debate for over a decade, there are some major levels. This is the equivalent of, like Mike Tyson, okay? Like,
Mhm.
imagine this freaking dude, okay, fighting a bunch of like 8th graders, okay? Like that's the equivalent of what Charlie Kirk did. And he still managed to fucking lose here, which is so embarrassing for him, right? But like that's the equivalent of what Charlie Kirk did. It's engaging in really bad faith. I'm sorry, you're about to say something?
I mean, I feel a better. I mean, I agree with your analogy, but I think a better analogy would be this. This is like the equivalent of some uh, guy who's like 26, who decides that because he cannot like beat up on someone at his level, he's like because he's just too weak or whatever. He goes and just beats up a bunch of uh, high school kids. I mean, it's roughly the same, but I don't particularly. I think he was like a very big heavyweight when it came to it. So that's
Truth
yeah,
is, you're
that's just
actually
a
right.
minor point.
He was actually really bad at debating against people who knew what they were doing, as you can see through the Cambridge debate. When I debated him, I wish I was so much more aggressive with him, dude. I wish I was so much more aggressive with him, but I'm still relatively happy with my performance. The truth, yeah,
Mhm.
whenever he went against someone who knew what they were doing, no, he got wiped the fuck out. That's because the talking points are all bullshit, right? Like it's a con. it's a con, right? Like it's a bunch of con artists trying to sell stuff, and that's why all the grifters are on the right. Okay, well, and there's a few grifters on the left too, but most of the time they're going to be on the right. And for like a really easy example of that is like Tim Pool and Michael Knowles. Are you familiar with those two people?
Oh, Tim. Yeah, I know Michael knows. Tim Pool, less so. I don't know who he is.
This guy right here.
Oh wait, do you mind if I just share my screen for a second?
Yeah, go for it.
Okay. Let me see if I can. I just try to pull this up in the best way I can. We were just speaking about this, which is why I was just surprised that this just happened. Look at that. We were speaking of AI and you just.
Oh yeah, the fucking yeah.
Yeah, I just changed content. So,
Yeah.
yeah.
But
I mean,
oh, and Candace
speaking of
Owens
politics.
too. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, no, sorry, go ahead. Yeah, you can go.
I was gonna say like Candace Owens is another perfect example of a grifter. Okay, one thing I always notice about people on the right, at least in America, in the United States, the right will accuse each other of being feds like all the time, but they never accuse each other of being grifters. Okay, it's just I don't fucking know, bro.
Yeah.
They never accuse each other of being people on the left will accuse each other of grifting. But people on the right, they never accuse each other of grifting because they know they're all grifting. Okay, they're all. Well, I'm sorry, the people at the top are grifting. There are some people like if you know like, do you know Just Pearly Things?
Yeah.
Yeah, her like she's not grifting. She's actually just like brain dead. She's unbelievably fucking like this woman right here has like a 5 IQ, unironically. But someone like Candace Owens, this girl has like a 150 IQ. Like this girl's actually incredibly smart, but she knows how to say a bunch of bullshit in the right way, where she gets a lot of money from it. So she knows she's saying bullshit, but she's just really smart about how she does it.
Yeah, I mean, I was just like, when I was on, I mean, I've deleted Twitter since because I don't want to deal with Twitter. But, when I was on Twitter, like, in February or so, like, over the course of August and February, I saw, like, I mean, I cannot even tell you how many people she named who like it almost felt like I mean for there was like those Egyptian aeroplanes, then there was someone in the French government who was like sitting and exposing French involvement in Charlie Cook's this, then there was the
Yeah.
US government and military, then somehow Netanyahu got involved. I mean I was just I mean funniest thing ever.
Sorry.
I mean, personally, I don't particularly think Charlie Kirk was that important to go and, like, for someone to create this international conspiracy to go and kill him. But sure, I mean, she's entitled to her beliefs, I guess.
Yeah. All right, buddy. I'm going to go ahead and get back to work on the thing up here. Anything else you wanted to say real quick?
Um, I guess it's more a question for you than a discussion, but I noticed kind of like in your Insta itself, you've kind of talked to a lot of these guys, and you've also I was just wondering, are you by any chance like do you have like are you part of any organization, or are you just mostly just freelancing?
I would say mostly freelance, but I am also a creator with the Take Back America tour. If you've heard of them, but let me pull them up.
Take back.
Yeah. So if you know like creators like Not So Erudite, for example, Kyla, these people here, they are there I am right here. We're basically a
Oh no.
bunch of liberals. So we're not socialists. I want to make it clear, I don't have a problem with socialists and people who are farther left, so long as they aren't like, I guess, like actively trying to sabotage things. But unfortunately, that is the case for a lot of them. But like, I think people who are like socialist, communist are misguided, but aren't intrinsically like evil. But like, this is a liberal group of content
Movement.
creators.
Mhm. Take Back America. This is I'm just trying to find the page.
Yeah,
But
I'll link
could
it in
you?
I'll link it in Twitch.
I mean, I would be more like, at any point, I understand you're busy right now. So at any point, later on, I'll probably join back again whenever you stream.
Okay.
There is a bit of a time gap, so I don't have to
Yeah,
be
yeah,
kind
yeah.
of like,
Because I know you said I think it's in like a 17-hour time zone difference. I think
I think
at least
it's
from Eastern Standard.
about
Uh,
ED. I think from EDT, it's like about 12 hours. So I
so
don't know
it's
what the time there is. Right now, here, it's like
nine and a
5:45.
half. 9.5. I used to work in
But
a IT consulting company. I'm not going to say its name, but I
Mhm.
would work with a lot of people offshore, and yeah, the time zone difference was rough, man. It was rough.
yeah,
All right, Duncan. Well, hey, thanks for popping up here, man. It was seriously awesome talking to you. If you ever want to come up, you're more than welcome. I'm gonna give you the status of affiliate, so I think you should be able to just pop up whenever you want.
thanks. I mean, I'll just like add one thing. So actually, my degree is going to be in like politics, which is also why I'm kind of engaging with this more now.
Oh, really? Okay.
Um, yeah. So
Cool.
hopefully we'll see what comes of it.
Yeah. All right. Sounds good, buddy. Have a good night.
You too. Take it. Bye.
Dude, that guy was awesome. I need to make sure affiliates can just kind of pop in whenever. I'll set the. Actually, I'll go and set the thing now. How do I set that? Edit permissions. Affiliate view. Oh yeah, they can just join. Okay, yeah, cool, cool, cool. Is Scott? Scott, you should be an affiliate. If you're not an affiliate, I'm gonna actually throw myself off a bridge in Minecraft. In a video game. Video games. I love video games. You ever play a video game? I love video games. So much. Okay, roles. Oh shit. Okay, yo, Scott, you're an affiliate now, so you can just hop in whenever you fucking want to, bro. Okay. You're an affiliate, brother. If you're listening. All right, I'm gonna use the bathroom. I'll be back. Have a nationwide protest here. Oh shit. I'll be back, y'all. I gotta pee. Oh shit. I gotta post my fucking content. Dude, that's one thing about short form. You make a bunch of content and then you forget to fucking post it. I forgot to post my shit. Hey, sorry y'all. For anyone who's looking, I am yeah, I'm I have to usually as a content creator who does short form stuff, usually want to post like twice a day, or at least that's what I try to do. And usually I try to post around 7 p.m. EST, but I was having a wonderful conversation, which I'm very happy I did, and I I forgot I had to post, so I'm just trying to take care of that real quick. But I just got to get on Instagram, and that'll take like, well, actually, wait, let me make sure it finished on TikTok first. Fuck. Dude, the hardest thing about posting on TikTok is waiting for it to fucking finish. That's so hard. So now it's at 70%. And I'm like, bro, just finish. Just get it up. I'm impatient. I'm an American. I want it now. I'm very much kidding. Hopefully that was obvious. It is Nightmare Fuel, but one, I like its editor. Two, it's a really good space to get good at debates. Because here's the truth. TikTok debate spaces are fucking cancer. Okay, like it is the definition of like the most abysmal fucking cancer in the planet. But if you are good at TikTok debates, you will dominate real life debates, assuming you have the charisma in public speaking, which I do have. And in TikTok debates, I do very well as well. Granted, well, actually, no, actually, yeah, I do well. What the fuck am I saying? Because here's the truth: if someone just uses like host powers to like abuse shit to like mute you and then like do all these like lame fucking things in TikTok debates, like that's not anything speaking on your ability to debate. It's the other person literally like bringing a gun to like rock paper scissors. Okay, like it's stupid. So, no, I perform incredibly well on TikTok debates. Um, except for the Phil Bro debates, those. I'm like a D tier Phil Bro. God, I fucking hate Phil Bros. Holy shit, that made me want to kill myself. Um, but yeah, if you can do well, generally speaking, in TikTok debates, and you know how to rhetoric people, and you've got the charisma for public speaking, dog, real life debates are nothing. It can be, but well, yeah, it's good, but I would say Instagram is better. Instagram is god tier for getting reach. And if your opponents are in the swamp, sometimes you have to go there. Yeah, that's true, Sam. TikTok actually now, generally speaking, has very few people who are willing to defend like MAGA. There's a bunch of like lefties and like I don't know, like they're like tankies or just like Marxists in the sense of like, abolish the state, abolish capital, and then you have your, Maoists and then your Stalin Leninists. I'm not sure what the diversification is in terms of like far left ideology on TikTok, but they're definitely there. But you don't really see a whole lot of MAGA on TikTok. Okay. Where were we?
Do you have full confidence in Secretary Acosta right now and in the future?
Well, I met Secretary Acosta this first time I know when I made the deal to bring him on into the administration.
Why would I? Wait, Rumble? But that's a live streaming thing. I don't think Rumble is like. Can I join a Rumble live like you can in TikTok? I don't know if I can.
I can tell you that for 2.5 years, he's been just an excellent Secretary of Labor. He's done a fantastic job. Now, part of it is our economy is so good, our unemployment numbers are at record lows. So many good things are happening. But the fact is, he's been a very good Secretary of Labor. What happened 12 or 15 years ago with respect to when he was a U.S. attorney, I think in Miami, is it Miami?
Yes,
if you go back and look at everybody else's decisions, whether it's a U.S. attorney or an assistant U.S. attorney or a judge, you go back 12 or 15 years ago or 20 years ago and look at their past decisions, I would think you'd probably find that they would wish they maybe did it a different way. I do hear that there were a lot of people involved in that decision, not just him. I can only say this from what I know, and what I do know is that he's been a really great Secretary of Labor. The rest of it we'll have to look at. We'll have to look at it very carefully. But you're talking about a long time ago, and again, it was a decision made, I think, not by him, but by a lot of people. So we're going to look at it very carefully. We'll be looking at that very.
So, when I said, sorry, I think I was probably eating into the microphone like 5 seconds ago. Okay, with people, when I talk about finding conservatives, I'm talking about people who I can debate, like straight up. You can find conservatives on TikTok who are just making videos. That's easy to find. But in TikTok, you can join live streams like as a guest, right? Kind of like how we were just talking on Discord. Most people will not defend Trump. They won't. They just won't do it because it's indefensible, right? It's just kind of it. I'm finally finished. Bro, Instagram, please just let me tag people, bro, please. Yeah, I love Kyla. She's amazing. Also, oh fuck, I need to look at flights. I need to go to fucking Vegas. that's true. She did really well against him. If you want to see, dude, oh my god, Andrew Wilson is terrible at philosophy. Oh my god, he is so bad. He's so bad, bro. He doesn't know the difference. He doesn't. He thinks all. I don't know if maybe he's actually learned from this. I am not kidding. This fucking idiot unironically thought that the status of facts only applied to facts such that they were stance independent. So, for example, it had to be clarified for him that facts could be stance dependent or stance independent. They are both types of facts, but they are facts that are dependent or independent of a stance. So, for example, 2 + 2 = 4. That's a stance independent fucking fact. No. Well, that's the thing though, Duncan, is you actually have a triple digit IQ, right? So you know better, right? You know, you're a well-versed person. But people will watch Andrew Wilson, you know, Andrew Wilson is just Charlie Kirk 2.0 in the sense that Andrew Wilson goes against fucking OnlyFans models, okay? That's it. He goes against OnlyFans models and people who have no idea what the fuck they're talking about. And as soon as he does go against people who know what the fuck they're talking about, he gets fucking eviscerated. Oh my god. Excuse me. Andrew. This video is so good right here. If you ever want to see Andrew Wilson just like rhetorically just take back shot after back shot, it's this video right here. It's got 87K views. God tier. The guy who debates him, his name is Liam, aka Prophet Divinity. This dude, he's like, I think he's like 20 or 21. He is a god tier fucking Philbro, okay? I don't even want to call him Philbro because Philbro has like a negative connotation because Liam can engage without engaging. I'm having a stroke. Liam can engage without diving into the jargon jungle, okay? What is the jargon jungle? Hey, buddy, can you give me your presuppositions relating to metaphysics and how it is you're able to ascertain truth values of certain propositions? Right? That's like the jargon jungle, right? And like, I mean, what I said, like, I think like any Philbro definitely tracked what I said, even though it was, I could have said it better, but still. You know, you say a bunch of big words really fast. You engage in a dialect with a maximum of multi-syllable I don't want to say lexicons. I don't know. You say a bunch of really big words really fast to try to get your opponent confused. Yeah, I've met Adam before. I'm having a stroke. I've met Adam before. He's really cool. Really awesome guy. Dean, I've never met. I think you meant to say Dean Withers, not Dean Wilson. I haven't met Dean in person, but we've been on a TikTok live before, but I wouldn't call that much. But yeah, no, and people unironically see Andrew Wilson as a fucking intellectual. And it's just because Andrew Wilson is decently, and by decently, I put it. Okay. Compared to the human population knows like 0% of philosophy. If you know 1% of philosophy, then you know more than like 99% of all humans. Yeah, even with Dean, like I wouldn't say that I know him well at all. I haven't talked to Destiny in a hot minute. He definitely knows I exist, and we've talked again in person. But like, I'll say this: I love the guy. I'd support him. If it wasn't for him, I would be a chud. That's just a fact. I would be chud. I would. And I am super appreciative of him yanking me out of that through his debates. It's a big inspiration for me, truly. Guys, I just hate there's all the drama around him, but I think even then, like, all of the drama is just a bunch of bullshit from what I've seen. So I support Destiny. I do. And if people don't like me for that, then so be it. But I'm willing to bet $1,000 fucking dollars to anyone who wants to take me up, okay, relating to like the lawsuit that Destiny's going through, okay? That shit ain't. He's not losing that. He's winning the fuck out of that. And if I'm wrong, I'm wrong, but I very much know that I'm But oh yeah, Andrew Wilson knows like a bunch of medieval philosophical arguments. But because no one knows anything about philosophy, then yeah, of course Andrew Wilson like he has a lawsuit against him. Yeah, it was filed I think like a year or two against him by this girl named Pixie. I'm not gonna get into the details on it, but like from the court materials that I've seen, like their motions for like trying to dismiss evidence and also submit evidence, and like it's just the arguments that they've presented, not the arguments they present, but the evidence that they've presented during the oh my god, what is it called? Discovery. That they have nothing. It's fucking horseshit. Andrew Wilson knows nothing comparatively to people who actually know philosophy, but he just goes against people who know nothing about philosophy and then looks like an intellectual. That's really it. Kind of like how Charlie Kirk did, exactly.
Depends on the aspect of reality. Like the aspect of reality referring
this
to
aspect, the aspect of reality that is a fact.
Here we go.
Fact is.
So is a fact is saying a fact is a fact a tautology?
If by tautology you just mean saying this thing is what it is, yeah, that is a tautology.
Okay, so it's tautological.
Yes, facts
so
are
it's
facts.
not. So it's not offering me any clarification on what one actually is.
I told you what a fact is.
What
a fact is an aspect of reality.
And is that stance dependent or not?
Is an aspect of reality fact stance dependent? Depends on the aspect of reality. Like the aspect of reality referring
this
to
aspect, the aspect of reality that is a fact.
Some aspects of reality are stance independent, some aren't.
Which ones aren't?
The ones that are dependent on stances. Boy, what's wrong with you? Like, what do you?
What kind of a question was that, bro? I fucking love that question. I love how he fucking said that, bro. Dude, Liam just fucking. Oh my god. Now imagine if this debate was like in public, or not necessarily in public, but it was just like recorded with like two people face to face. Dude, I think Andrew Wilson's career would be over. Genuinely, I think his career would be over if that was in person. I would debate Andrew Wilson, but under the specific conditions of three things. 1, no audience. 2, it must be in person. And 3, I want there to be a moderator. Okay. 1 moderator who, if Andrew Wilson is geeking the fuck out, the moderator will lock him down. Those are the only 3 things that I demand to debate Andrew Wilson, and I would do it really probably like anytime. But if it's an online debate, there's no point in fucking doing it.
Of reality fact.
I don't say there's no point in doing it, but like he'll just. If I'm going to go against him, I want it to be as humiliating for him as possible. And there's something that there's a very good reason why I want to debate him in person. It has to be humiliating. It has to be like career ending for him, or at the very least, like career severely damaging or whatever.
Stance dependent? Depends on the aspect of reality. Like the aspect of reality referring
this
to
aspect, the aspect of reality that is a fact.
Some aspects of reality are stance independent, some aren't.
Which ones aren't?
The ones that are dependent on stances. Boy, what's wrong with you? Like, what do you not get about this, man?
I'm asking.
What do you think? What do you think it means? So when you say
stance
look, take a step back. When we say stance independent, what do you think we're attributing the stance dependence to? We're attributing it to a fact. The fact is stance dependent.
Well, usually we're actually attributing it to a mind, right?
No, you're attributing it. Oh my God. The stance dependence relationship is what the fact has, right? It's relationship to a mind. So, for example, when you say,
I just said that. I just said it's.
No, you did
really
not.
just
Okay.
pointing
you
towards
really
mind, right?
You really did not just say that. Okay, I'm just telling you right now.
I really did just say that.
No, you didn't.
You can clip it. You can clip it.
You don't
Put
want
it
me to
out
clip
there.
it.
It's totally correct.
Okay,
what I
look.
just said is totally correct. There's no amount of gaslighting which will ever make it
I'm
not
not
correct.
gaslighting you, dude. Let's make sure we're both on the tracking train together. I just want to clarify. We agree that stance independent facts are in fact facts.
No.
Okay, what are they?
I don't
like. What do you mean, bro? Like, okay, for example, I like pizza. Okay, Ethan likes eating fucking pizza, bro. Okay, like this is the problem with Andrew Wilson. Okay, he'll just say no to like the most like basic shit. Where it's like, why are you rejecting this? Like, this is something you easily should be saying yes to. You fucking moron, right? Like, it's just, and that's why you got to know philosophy, because you have to have an idea of the worldview that you have and exactly how it is you're defining your terms relating to that worldview. Because Andrew Wilson will nitpick at every little fucking thing that little fucking goblin can. Okay.
I don't know. I'm
They're not
asking.
Because he's trying to nitpick at every little thing, he's trying to grasp at literally anything he fucking can. To be like, no, I don't agree with you, and it's like, what, you don't agree with me that stance dependent facts are facts? The fuck? Or I'm sorry, wait, did you say stance independent?
We agree that stance independent facts.
I'm sorry, that's even worse, bro. Stance independent facts are facts. Like 2 + 2 equals fucking 4. Like, bro, 2 + 2 equals 4. That's a stance independent fact. You're telling me it's not a fucking fact?
Facts are in fact facts.
What a joke.
No.
Okay, what are they?
I don't know. I'm
They're not
asking
aspects
you.
of reality?
I'm asking you.
I already told you. Well, you're asking me whether.
Well, you just say you just.
He's like, oh, I don't know. What's a fact? What's an aspect of reality? What is it? It's like, boy, like if there's no terminal value, like, or I'm sorry, some like terminal definition, something where we can end and be like, oh, okay, I understand. Like, you literally just ask, what is blah blah blah? Why is blah 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 forever? Like a fucking 4-year-old. But that's Andrew Wilson's shtick. Is to ask, what do you mean? Why? Blah, 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 in the most, like, reductive ways possible, such that you get confused and you try to explain in good faith, and then he'll pretend to be confused, and because you don't know how to explain your thing, you look like you're dumb because you don't know how to explain it, and therefore you lose. And then he just says, I'm a Christian, and then he wins.
Just saying a fact is a fact it's
right.
not clarifying to me at all.
What do you want to clarify? What a fact is or why that's a fact?
Yeah, what makes something factual?
It being an aspect of reality.
Okay, and does that require an interpreter?
No.
Okay, can you demonstrate how facts of reality don't require interpreters?
What? You just asked me to demonstrate a negative, Andrew. What are you doing?
Well, you made a negative claim.
I've watched this video so many times. It is so beautiful, bro.
No, are you serious?
Yes.
Okay, so I said a fact of reality is just an aspect of reality, and then I said there are stance independent aspects of reality. You said show how that doesn't need an interpreter.
Yeah, well, you're saying it doesn't need an interpreter.
I'm saying I do not think it needs an interpreter. Yep.
So then then you made the claim it does not need an interpreter.
Andrew, that's dialectic.
So then me saying it does not need an interpreter is a claim, correct? You saying that?
It is a claim. Yep.
Then I'm asking for the demonstration of the claim.
Okay. I just wanted to clarify real quick that the burden of proof principle is not to be equivocated with like who says what first in an argument. It's supposed to be equivocated with what is the ontological positive asserted by a claim.
That's okay. Did you make a claim?
Yeah. When I say, for example, there are no invisible leprechauns in front of me, right? I don't have to demonstrate the non-existence of the leprechaun by appealing to non-existence. It doesn't make any sense, right? I'm asserting to you. Right. Similarly.
Okay. Hang on. You are saying that this principle does or does not exist as a universal.
What principle are you talking about?
The principle of whatever the fuck.
You're talking about individual rights or what a fact is?
Well, in this case, a fact.
Okay, well, if that's not the principle, I'm saying facts exist, and facts are what they are. That's true. And some facts are stance dependent and some aren't. Yep.
Okay, so when we're talking about stance independent facts, that's what I'm asking about.
Independent facts?
What is one? Yeah, what's a stance independent fact?
A stance that's not composed of stances?
Can you give me an example?
Yeah, human nature.
That's stance independent?
Like, how are you gonna... Okay. It's like there's some very obvious facts about it. And this is how you know that Andrew Wilson will literally just like attack anything that he fucking can. Because he's asking like human nature stands independent. Like, yeah. So like, for example, human nature, we don't have fucking gills. Can you point to me a human that has fucking gills? No? Oh. Humans, we have to fucking eat and breathe oxygen. Can you point to me a human that doesn't have to eat and doesn't breathe oxygen in order to live? No? Is that stance dependent? No? Okay.
Yeah.
It doesn't require an interpreter?
No, like human nature would be what it is, whether or not you interpret it or not.
Okay.
Like,
that
for example, whether or not...
Hang on.
Oh, and when I talk about TikTok debates, this is exactly what I'm talking about. You need to have... or going on TikTok and trying to find people who are willing to support Trump like this, okay? Very difficult to do. It's very hard to find them. I don't know if Andrew would ever accept a one-on-one debate with me in person. I actually wanted to try to get on the Whatever podcast to debate him. And then I was told they are not accepting male debaters. They only accept female debaters. I was like, oh, okay.
Hang on, real quick.
Cool.
Can we agree that you just made a claim?
Yeah, I just made a claim. Yep.
Can I ask you now to demonstrate that claim?
Yeah. Proving the claim is different from the claim, the claim expressing a fact. You're just asking me to demonstrate whether the claim expresses a fact, which is the point I've already made.
No, I'm not even doing that. I'm saying that what you just claimed here.
Demonstrate what claim?
The claim that you just made is that there are things which are stance independent, which are facts, right? I'm asking for an example of one.
Oh, an example of a stance independent fact? The amount of money in your bank account.
That's stance independent?
Yeah, whether I look at it or not, it doesn't have it's the same number.
Okay. So if collectively a bunch of people disagreed with that number,
doesn't
would it
change
still
how much
be,
money is in your bank account.
How would it not?
How is it
like
the
if
case
people
that
perceive the $300 in your bank account?
Yo, do you know something I don't, Andrew?
Hang on. If people perceived the $300 in your bank account as being $400 and treated it as such, how would that be factual then?
Do you know something I don't? If people,
Just I think what he's like, you know something I don't like when I talk about rhetoric. This is what I'm talking about right here. Okay, you know something I don't, man. Oh, guys, wait. Andrew's got an idea, guys. Let's listen to it, okay? Or like Andrew says some like dumbass shit, and like Andrew's like, I'm confused, and you go, I grant that, bro. I grant you're confused, okay? Like say shit like that, bro. Oh my god, dude! Like just rhetoric him, bro. Oh my god! Like when you get a good rhetoric in on somebody, bro, that's like you ever see like in like fucking boxing or like any martial arts sport when like someone gets fucking comboed like boom boom, right? It's like 1, 2, right there. Oh, that's what it's like when I see someone get fucking rhetoric, bro. God, I love that shit. And he gets rhetoric real hard here.
Utilized it as such. How would that be factual then?
Do you know something I don't? If people utilize the force collectively, does the money in my bank account increase or decrease? Like, what are you talking about, Andrew? The perception of my money doesn't change its object permanence. Have you?
Actually, it does. In that case, with the value of money,
what are you talking about?
Yes, it does. The value of money is shifted by
yes.
The value of money is shifted by perception.
Of money in your bank account is not determined by what people think of it. It's the same amount.
Really?
Like, bro. Oh my god. I remember watching this the very first time. Okay, listen to what Andrew fucking said. Okay, so we're talking again. Literally, all they're talking about are stance dependent and stance independent facts. Okay. So, for example, Liam is saying a really great example of a stance independent fact. The amount of money in your bank account. So if you have like $100 in your bank account, that's a stance independent fact. That's a fucking number. You have $100 in your bank account. That's it.
The value of money is shifted by yes. The value of money is shifted by perception.
The money in your bank account is not determined by what people think of it. It's the same amount.
Really? So what gives a dollar value, sir?
Its purchasing power changes, bro. The amount of dollars in your bank account does not. You think that the amount of money is the same thing as the purchasing power of your money?
If you have, are you saying that?
Yeah, that was a really subtle equivocation.
Are you saying that
he equivocated purchasing power with like the actual value, like I think it's ordinal. I think the word is ordinal. Define. I get those mixed up because I think cardinal is like first, second, third, and then ordinal is just like 1, 2, 3, 4, like forever. Position or ranking. Oh no, I got it mixed up. So ordinal is like first, second, third, and then cardinal. What? No, fucking. Number? Okay, yeah. So cardinal is quantity. Card quantity. Maybe that's how I can remember it. The card quantity, and then ordinal is just the opposite. So cardinal, how many? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Ordinal, the position. Yeah, I remember that. I will forget that. Cardinals, how many? But yeah, like there's just no way he made this cardinal error.
That's
nobody noticed that equivocation.
Wait, I'm super. Now I'm really confused.
You just made the distinction between purchasing power and money.
Wait, so $5. If you have $5 in your account, and suddenly the $5 bill was socially constructed as being.
Yeah, I fucking love TBA. We went to. They recently hosted an event in was it DC? I can't remember, but where Destiny debated George Santos, wiped him the fuck out. Obviously, my buddy Micah debated a Turning Point chapter president. He got blown the fuck out. It was really embarrassing for him. But the two other people that were supposed to debate Micah instead both backed out. So as much shit as the Turning Point debater does deserve for being with Turning Point, I'll at least give props in the sense of he didn't chicken out. So he went to the event. He got his shit rhetorically kicked in. But yeah, at least he showed up. So that's a plus. So I respect that. Good on you. And another buddy of mine named Andrew, he was there, but his debate just kind of felt like they were going in circles, unfortunately. And it wasn't really a whole lot to look at. Do you guys have any liberal equivalent to DSA and TPUSA? I need to look more into the DSA to have like a strong understanding of like how to define it, because I don't think the DSA is like an organization, or maybe it is. I don't know. I need to look into it, but yeah, we do have like a band of liberal like content creators. I mean, take back up TBA is a band of like liberal content creators, for example. I know with TPUSA and making like the college chapters, I believe Unfuck America, with National Ground Game, they have their college chapter stuff, but I dropped out of Unfuck America about a month or two ago. So I'm not with them, but I mean I support them and what they do. So, but yeah, in terms of like the college aspect of it, that's with currently that's with Unfuck America, and I think, or I guess I should say National Ground Game, but I think Digital Ground Game. I think I don't know if they're trying to push for college chapters or not. I need to find out about that. But Take Back America Tour is under like the same wing as like Unfuck America Tour is with National Ground Game. So National Ground Game has Take Back America Tour. I'm sure. Fuck. National Ground Game has Unfuck America Tour. Digital Ground Game has Take Back America Tour. Ta-da. I feel like I just had a stroke.
Worth $10. Are you saying that and this is digital, by the way, are you saying that you only still have $5?
You still have the same amount of money. It just has less purchasing power. What's wrong? What do you not get?
So you're just saying
like, what's wrong with you?
Same amount of money. It just has less purchasing power. What's wrong? What do you not get?
So you just say
College Democrats of America. I'm not familiar with that organization. I mean, like, that is like an organization. I mean, there's like, I'm sorry. Let me, because I know that like every college chapter ever basically has like a like Young Dems or whatever, but like I don't know if that would be different or like the same relating to that. Okay, so also I should be showing up on Sean Kelly. So that should be fun. I don't know when that's gonna air though. Okay, so that's damn. So 129. Okay. I can't press that. Yeah, I love the people who I'm working with and all the work that we're doing. I'm very grateful for it all, truly. Yeah, I'm I'm very grateful for a lot of things in life.
Saying the object itself?
Yeah, I'm talking about the money, Andrew. That's why I said the amount of dollars in your bank
The object itself, not the value of the thing.
Yeah, I was talking about the object. Yep.
Okay, so money itself requires a mind and a stance. That
The purchasing power is stance
that there's even
dependent,
money,
yep.
right?
The purchasing power is stance.
So
Why
you're
did you
just
try
saying
to
that
appeal to that?
objects.
What?
You're just saying that objects themselves are going to.
I gave
be
you an
there, whether your
example of
mind
an
is there or
object
not.
that's stance independent. Yep. The amount of money in your bank account, right? I'm talking about the dollars. No, maybe.
But bank accounts don't even exist absent minds, right?
Well, it's true the case that the existence of the bank account is explained by the creation of it by a human mind. But
I know, and just imagine if this was in a public, no, I mean public, like face to face, bro. Oh my god, it's so embarrassing for him because he's been doing this for years. He's been doing this for years. This happened a few months ago.
after its creation, like once it's been established as a fact, and in fact is a fact that's independent of your wills or whims or whatever.
Well, that's not. Well, the only thing you're saying makes that a fact is that people are fucking collectively agreeing it is.
But there's a difference between the causal explanation behind the existence of a fact and the status of something as a fact. You understand the distinction?
What is the distinction?
So the distinction is that the origin of something, right? So, for example, the earth was not caused by like a conscious creator or anything like, silly like that. The earth just began to exist because of a natural scientific process. Whereas like the amount of the podcast equipment that you utilize, that was created by a human being. Now, one is metaphysical in origin in that it's not conscious, and one is man-made in origin that it required an active production from a human mind. But nonetheless, both are facts and both are what they are, independent of what we think once they exist.
You literally have, all you've done is shift the goalpost.
He's so fucking bad faith, bro. He's so bad faith.
As to what a fact is again.
How did I shift the
You just
goalpost?
got done saying to me that this is a fact, that you have X amount of money in your bank account. And the second we remove minds, that's no longer a fact. So that would still be stance dependent. So you just lied your ass off, man.
Like that's
did.
what
It was just
I said?
pure sophistry through and through.
Dude, not even you was convinced of that. I can tell by the way you're speaking to me that you're not even convinced.
Look, I'll
of the
give you the
thing you just said.
demonstration. That was pure sophistry.
You're not even
Your
convinced
idea
of the
was
thing I just
the
said.
amount of money in my bank account. That is a fact, you said. And then you said that that's stance independent, which is what I asked you. And then when we got through it, we found out, no, that's actually stance dependent and requires minds. And now you're shifting the goalpost as to what facts are again. What's a stance independent fact? What is it?
Okay, I don't know why you're freaking the fuck out because I explained this to you.
Nobody's freaking out, bro. Nobody's freaking out.
You actually are freaking the fuck out, so it's cool.
Nobody's freaking out. Calm down. Just answer the question. How is that a stance independent fact?
Chill.
How's that a stance independent fact?
Telling me to calm down like you're not screaming. Relax.
How's that a stance?
It's cool, bro. Grab a sip of water while I explain this to you. It's fine.
Dude, how is that?
It's cool. Grab some water. Hey, dude, just sit down. I'll explain it.
He's actually a fucking infant, bro. He's actually an infant, unironically, bro.
Just answer the question.
Yeah, I will.
How's that a stance independent fact?
Look, bro, you must know.
How is that
I'm explaining
a
to you.
stance independent
I'm listening, bro.
fact?
You
Okay,
must.
do it.
I'm explaining. Look, you must know something I don't because I explained to you. There's two different senses of the term stance independent. There's a sense in which we're talking about the origin, and there's a sense in which we're talking about the status. When I was talking about the stance independent factness of the money in your bank account, I'm talking about its status as a fact. I'm not talking about its origin. I explained that to
Its
you.
status as a fact is just a requirement of people agreeing it's a fact. Then
its status as a fact is not required by people agreeing it's a fact. That's right.
But it sounds like in this case of the bank account, it is based on.
No, the
agreeing
origin
it's
is determined by people deciding to do something. It's not, the status of it as a fact is not determined by that.
Then what's it determined by?
It's not, it's the fact that it's irreducible, Andrew. It's not something that's.
It seems like it's completely reducible to, you just agree that it's true.
Facts are facts. Reduce that for me.
Well, that's your claim.
No. You don't think facts are facts?
I don't think in this case.
Now you must really know something I don't, bro.
Dude, oh my god, bro. Like, why the fuck would he even contest that? I don't know. Maybe he was intoxicated because I think Andrew genuinely does have a drinking problem. I talked with some people who've gone against Andrew on the whatever podcast and like during the little breaks. For anyone who is like relatively familiar with the whatever podcast and his shit ass debates on them, like he regularly drinks during the debates. He'll drink on the breaks during the debates. He'll go out and take a big old smoke and whatnot. Maybe he's intoxicated here, But like, if someone says facts are facts, and then you're like, "That's your claim," like, "Fuck you, me, bro." Like, that's a fact. It's a fact that facts are facts, boy. What are you talking about? That's crazy. Why would you deny that? Why would you fight that?
Facts are facts.
Well, that's your claim.
No. You don't think facts are facts?
I don't think in this case.
Now you must
demonstrate
really
that
know
would be
something I don't,
stance,
bro. You don't
that
think
would be
facts are
stance.
facts?
I don't understand how that would be stance independent.
Don't equivocate. Let's just be honest here. Do you think facts are facts? Yes or no?
You mean are you just asking is AA?
You heard exactly what I asked.
Yeah, I mean via the law of identity.
Yeah,
thing.
Yeah, dude's having a stroke. It's really embarrassing for him.
Via the law of identity, facts are facts.
But I'm not sure what a fact here is.
An aspect of reality. I told you.
Yeah, but that doesn't. Again, when I asked for something which was stance independent, you just gave me stance dependent stuff.
I told you the stat. Okay, maybe I'll help you out. The color of the sky.
Can I say something real quick?
Okay. Well, I gotta.
And I'll just shut up.
Hang on.
I do. Money.
I do.
Example,
Hang on. I do have to get rolling. Look, I do appreciate the conversation. It was fun,
Yeah,
and I do appreciate
likewise.
you guys having me up on the panel. So that was awful nice.
I appreciate it. If I was hot and sexy like my ex-girlfriend, bro, I would be on your podcast.
I don't have a podcast.
Yeah, me neither, bro. And I don't have an ex-girlfriend that's hot and sexy. Yeah.
Do you think that that whatever podcast is mine?
Something like that, bro. Something like that.
Yeah, that's incorrect.
Is that stance independent though, bro?
No, it's a stance dependent.
It to be your podcast.
No, but if we will it hard,
factor in?
if we all believe it, bro, it's going to become your podcast. According to you.
Yeah, well, I mean,
by
that would be
consensus?
that would all be stance dependent, right?
No.
What's the stance?
No,
that's the point. We're actually giving a counterexample to your worldview.
Yeah, but the example that you give is always just stance dependent again and again.
Right. The
That's the
fact that the
problem.
podcast isn't yours is stance dependent. Yeah.
By your view, it would be, yes, because every example you give
Not by my
is
view.
a stance dependent view. Yeah.
Not by my view. Not by my view.
Yes, by your view.
No, bro, we've been through this, bro. We've been through
What's the
mud already.
argument for that claim?
Hold on, no, we
Dude,
already.
I kind of wish they had rung him through a little bit more. Like, what's the argument? Oh, can you give me the argument? Can you break it down, like premise 1, 2, 3, and then the conclusion?
Been through the mud, bro. That's cool.
All right. Well, anyway, I hope you have a wonderful day.
Likewise.
You know, he got blown the fuck out because instead of being his usual, like, shitty, snotty self at the end, he's like, I hope you have a wonderful day. You know, because he's hoping that, like, if you act nice, then, like, you know, maybe they'll be a little easier on you or whatever. What a joke.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, thank you so much for viewing. All proceeds will go to International Women's Day for my ex-girlfriend. Thanks.
Got him. Dude, here's the truth. I wish Charlie Kirk was still alive for multiple reasons. But if I had to give one number one reason why, I wish this skinwalking piece of shit was still alive. So that way he could be humiliated in front of an audience of hundreds of people. I would kill for that. Similar to how I fucking humiliated Myron, except like, oh, God. Like, I mean, the Myron debate, I feel like I did well. But the truth is, like, you really do gain, like, I'm going to say, like, XP when you go against these high-level people. Because the first time going against Charlie, like, bro, I was so scared. I was like, maybe there's something I'm missing. Maybe he actually is this master debater. LOL. You know, maybe, like, I'm crazy. Am I going to be the next face of liberal destroyed? Right? You know, all these things. You have all these doubts. You're in an ocean of fucking MAGA hats. They want to see you rhetorically get lynched. Like, it's just, it's so much. It's so stressful and it's so scary for you. Everything is against you. And then you do it. And then you do it pretty good. And you're like, oh, okay. And then you go to another event. And you do pretty good at that. And then you're like, wait a minute. I'm not crazy. They're just a bunch of con artists. Which they are. Which they are. And as you get more comfortable with each and every single encounter, you get a little bit more bold. And as you get more bold and you get more confident and you get more knowledgeable, you get the substance, you get the aesthetic, and they have nothing. Because they built their entire thing off of aesthetic. They have no substance to anything. It's purely aesthetic. Like this right here, for example. Wait, can I show? Can I show movie clips on Twitch? Generally, no. Unless you have explicit movie clips. Or rights to the content. Oh, okay. So I guess I'm not gonna show the. I mean, I like click through. I won't like play the stuff, but like for anyone who's seen the movie, you know, It Chapter 2, you know, scary clown. Oh my god, you know, what do we do? Oh, he's giant. He's gonna kill us. He's gonna eat us. Oh no, look at him. Wow, we're fucked. Giant CGA spider clown, right? All these things. But the truth is, they changed their layout. Hello? That's new. The little thingy's new. I don't know how I feel about it. Like, look. Yeah, look. It just says 1.2 million. Oh, yeah. Oh, my God. They literally just did it. Look, 1.2 million views versus here. It doesn't even say the views. I kind of like the way this one looks a little more. Now it's just the simple play button. Play button 380 instead of saying like the word views. I mean, it kind of just goes back to the super simplification of everything, which I think is kind of cringe, but maybe I'm just a boomer. Anyway. Oh no. Scary thing. What do I do?
This is not good.
Okay. Well, you learn that the fear of this. Shut the fuck. I need to get that Alex Jones sound clip. Actually, that's definitely what I need to do. That's definitely what I need to do. I have a bunch of stuff from a video game I used to play. Like, if anyone ever played Star Wars Battlefront 1, I love the emotes. I used to do that all the time and spam the fuck out of it. Like, I fucking love that shit. I was dying laughing at that shit, bro. But I also find myself not actually using it realistically. However, though, the Alex Jones sound clip would go hard. That'd go really hard. Anyway. Oh no, scary, intimidating thing. But then you learn that behind the mask, behind the aesthetic, there's no substance. And when you learn there's no substance, all it is a pathetic clown. You learn it's nothing. It's nothing. It's just a dying, pathetic clown that you can make fun of and destroy, essentially. That's all Turning Point is. It's a bunch of clowns masquerading as intellectuals. Most people get caught up here, you know? They see scary monster Charlie Kirk, scary monster Ben Shapiro, whatever. They get intimidated and then they fumble, and then that's it. But you can't get intimidated. If you get intimidated, you lose. You lose! I'm not familiar with Scott Ritter. No. You take away their aesthetic, they have nothing because they have no substance. They never have substance. They don't have the aesthetic. Well, never had anything to begin with then.
I was not, a long time ago, I'd say maybe 15 years. I was not a fan of his, that I can tell you. I was not a fan of his. So I've spoken to him for 15 years. People in Palm Beach knew him. He was a fixture in Palm Beach. I had a falling out with him a long time ago. I don't think I've spoken to him for 15 years. I wasn't a fan. I was not, a long time ago, I'd say maybe 15 years. I was not a fan of his, that I can tell you. I was. Okay, anybody else?
Scott Ritter? Who is that? Oh, damn. This motherfucker's got hella views. Well, wait. That's Trump panning. Okay, so he's clearly... Yemen issues chilling war. You saw his ship in Red Sea. Yeah, I guess he's just a reporter, dude. But I don't know, like, what about him? George Galloway? Wait, was that? No. George Galloway. Dude, what? 908,000. But pulling in this many views? The fuck? Is he bot? He has to be botted. 765 comments with 109K? No, I feel like this is. I think these are bots. I don't believe that.
What a confluence of anniversary.
200. Yeah, like look at the. Well, maybe. I don't know. I don't know. I'm literally just saying that off of my intuitions. You were talking about people who seem like are actually MAGA. These guys are the people who are guiding that movement. Ew. Oh, okay, I got you. Yeah. Dude, okay, I don't know what it like. Is there something about looking at Justicle's fucking picture that makes me think he's a pedophile? I don't know. Like, there's some people who have like certain preferences of like aesthetics, and it's like, I'm sorry, but like if I see a person who has like an avatar like that, and I'm like, you like kids, okay? You want to like I don't know, but officially, Ethan, me, I do not like people like just I don't like snarkers, okay? If you've got problems with fucking Steven because, you know, he likes because the dude clearly likes having sex, okay? Like obviously, if you're a guy and you've ever had sex, it's pretty fun, okay? And you know what? If you've got a problem with that, then you know what? That's your fucking prerogative, okay? But like one, I don't think he's ever like done it through unethical means. But two, you know, if you can acknowledge that, but you just think it's like kind of degenerate, then yeah, sure, fine, fuck it, whatever, you know. But snarkers? No, that shit has to stop, dude. Like when you dox people and then like you try to get them fucking swatted and then it's like and then you get mad when people dox you right back. It's like fuck you. You know what you're doing. Oh, this is Rinald, by the way. I fucking love this guy. Rinald is a god tier debater. He needs to become more popular. Yo, Rich, if you're watching and you want to pop up, I would love you to pop up your brother. I love you. He's incredibly good. Oh yeah. No, I'm telling you, dude, they always fucking are. A snarker is a person who will. I don't know how to give a definition, but I will describe attributes of a snarker. A snarker will endlessly cover drama. Typically, are far left, so usually like your socialists, your communists, and they will endlessly critique you in the most extreme ways imaginable. So like, you know, if you are not the purest communist, you know, the purest like left-leaning person, you know, then you are evil and should be extinguished. And if you stand in their way or disagree with them, then you are evil and should be extinguished. And in order to do that, they will dox you, they will harass you, they will do something called a-logging, which a-logging is when they take note of every action you fucking do ever. They literally will record everything that you do. So for example, let's say you have like a child. I know they excuse me. Destiny has a son named Nathan. And I believe he talked about snarkers a-logging his son, who is a minor. Like, what do you mean you're a-logging a fucking minor? Now, you might be saying, Ethan, like, why would someone a-log? Well, the whole thing about a-logging is if anyone, like, ever, like, says something stupid or, like, messes up or, like, whatever, even if it's, like, in a harmless kind of way, things can be taken out of context. You know, in, like, gross ways to potentially ruin someone's life. There's been things where I've been a part of where like There may be a misunderstanding, and then things get cleared up. But then if you take that shit and then you blow it out of fucking proportion, then it's like, oh shit, now my life is ruined. And that's the whole point of like things like A-logging. Yeah. What a beautiful description. Yeah. I'm over here doing like a 3-minute yab session, and you just like summarize the whole thing in like 3 words, bro. Yeah, that's accurate. Yeah, you got it, bro. That's it. But yeah, Jissicle is a fucking snarker, and these people need to, they need to fucking go. Okay, let me log in real quick.
Guy. Be looking at that very carefully, okay? Okay, anybody else? Guy. Well, I knew him like everybody in Palm Beach knew him. I mean, people in Palm Beach knew him. He was a fixture in Palm Beach. I had a falling out with him a long time ago.
Guy.
Okay, we start it here. Start here. Copy. Okay. Shit. Okay. Whoa. Source. Okay. More. Years. Yeah. Bidding. This bidding is in relation to the clash that happened in and then that's 15. We're bed. Yep, right there. Okay, cool. When was that? Was that like 2019? Yeah, July 9th. 2019. Oh. Trump and Epstein had a... Oh, yeah.
Well, I knew.
This was Trump's details in 2019, meaning that it happened Number 15. The source of this was Trump's was detailed by Trump in 2019. At the time, 15 years ago is the perfect, I'll say, time gap? At the time, 15 years ago is the perfect time gap for the aforementioned fallout, or I don't know, at the time. This is by Trump in 2019. Oh, I'll say perfectly syncing with the mentioned bidding clash. There we go. Perfect. Okay, there. All right, so let's take a look at this puppy here. I think we basically had everything except for... Okay, yeah. So now we just gotta detail the beginnings, and then we'll have our timeline done. Hey, yo, Duncan, thanks for stopping by. You have a good night, buddy. I very much appreciate the community that is being built. And right now, yeah, it's small. And that's to be expected. Because right now we're in the prepping phase. You see? That's the thing. People don't want to be here for the prepping phase. People want to be here for like the big extravagant, the big showdown. Like, how the fuck can you be ready for the big fucking showdown if you don't have the preparation done? Like, what are you gonna do? Just go up there and not have any facts? Not gonna have any fucking knowledge? That'd be stupid. And we're not stupid. We're locked the fuck in. Fuck that shit, bro. Okay.
Mr. President, the other day a reporter asked you about Ghislaine Maxwell. You said, quote, "I just wish her well, frankly. I've met her numerous times over the years, especially since I lived in Palm Beach, but I wish her well, whatever it is." Mr. President, Ghislaine Maxwell has been arrested on allegations of child sex trafficking. Why would you wish such a person well?
I don't know that, but I do know that.
She's been arrested for that.
Her friend or...
Oh, actually, that's way better.
Has been arrested on allegations of child sex. Met her numerous times over the years, especially since I lived in Palm Beach, but I wish her well, whatever it is. Mr.
President, way better one to do.
Over the years, especially since I lived in Palm Beach.
So what, 2549? Think about here?
But I wish her well, whatever it is.
Okay, no, right here instead. 2551. This is a better timestamp. It's better. Close that.
Well, whatever it is. Mr. President, Ghislaine Maxwell has been arrested on allegations of child sex trafficking. Why would you wish such a person
first of all,
well?
I don't know that, but I do know that.
She has. She's been arrested for that. You know
Her
that.
friend or boyfriend,
Epstein,
was either killed or committed suicide in jail. She's now in jail. Yeah, I wish her well. I'd wish you well. I'd wish a lot of people well. Good luck. Let them prove somebody was guilty. I mean, do you know that
Oh,
she's
so you're
guilty?
saying you hope she doesn't die in jail? Is that what you mean by wish her well?
Her boyfriend died in jail, and people are still trying to figure out, how did it happen? Was it suicide? Was he killed? And I do wish her well. I'm not looking for anything bad for her. I'm not looking bad for anybody. And they took that and
I mean,
they
she's
made
a
it
child alleged child
such
sex
a
trafficker.
big deal. But all it is her boyfriend died. He died in jail. Was he killed? Was it suicide? I do. I wish her well.
Let's move to Portland. I'm sure you've seen the disturbing footage of...
Was he killed? Was it suicide? Boyfriend died. He died in jail. Was he killed? Was it suicide? I do. I wish her well.
Let's move...
It's crazy. That's crazy, bro. I'm so sick of saying that all the time, bro. I'm so sick of fucking saying that. Oh, I need to have the what is the first please give a list of events that Trump and Epstein were featured together, 80s and 90s. Okay, so what date did Epstein become appointed with Trump? So it looks like they go back to 1985. Ginny Dufresne. Yeah. Okay, so mid to late 80s. One, two. Okay. 2, 3. So hosting a party with Epstein present. Victoria's Secret event. Huh. Wasn't there a Victoria's Secret guy who was probably... Wasn't a Victoria's Secret agent recently arrested / suspected on being part of Epstein's network? I think there was. I'm like, yeah. Wait, no. Oh, okay. Oh, it was a French model scout. Okay. Daniel Assad was under investigation in France for allegedly recruiting young woman Epstein. Oh. Oh wait, Les Wexner's the Ayo? Wait. What is Les Wexner connection with? Is he the CEO? Is he the CEO of Victoria's Secret? Yo? He was. Wait, implant Wexner was a business owner behind, and Epstein's connection came through his. Okay, yeah. Company's owner and chief executive through his L brand, which owned Victoria's Secret. Yeah. Says. Is he still alive? Is he? I think he's still alive, right? Yeah, he's still alive. It's bad. What's the question mark mean? I don't know what that question mark is. A lot of lawsuits. Epstein. Elbrand shareholder filed a lawsuit, including Wexner, creating entrenched culture of misogyny, bullying, harassment. Was alleged they were aware of crimes being committed by Epstein, breaching duty of the company. Jeez Louise, 90 million settlement? Damn. Dude, how many things related to Epstein does this fucker have? The wrestlers called for accountability for the Wexner's family and alleged Epstein's abuse. Wrestlers. Huh? I love wrestlers, because I'm an ex-wrestler. Public scrutiny on a group of wrestlers who are survivors. They called on state and federal officials conduct further inquiry into Maria Farmer's. Oh. Maria Farmer? Okay. At the Wexner property, the wrestlers called for accountability for Wexner family. Oh? Fallout from the scandal continued into the 2020s, with particular focus paid to the part played by Wexner in his association with Epstein. Former wrestlers and their supporters criticized the university board for failing to look into Wexner and, in their opinion, covering the matter. Wexner's legal team had been stalling efforts by victims to subpoena Wexner. Fucking freaks. Former wrestlers and supporters noted the board chair, John Ziegler, was a close friend of Wexner, and his daughter and law partner was Wexner's attorney. Did not recuse himself. Denied Wexner's name to quash a previous subpoena argument. What? Yo, okay, there's too many people who are allegedly, like, committing suicide. Like, I'm not a conspiracy guy, but, like, another person committed suicide? No. Like, nah, bro. I am not suicidal. I want to make this super duper fucking clear, okay? Like, I love what I fucking do, okay? I've got a partner. I love my partner very much. I've got a family. I love my family very much. I have a bunch of friends. I love my friends very much. I love myself. I love my work. I love my community. I have a lot of love. I am not suicidal. This is crazy, bro. Ordering him to attend a long-avoided deposition in a case regarding abuses by former. Yikes. Oh, wasn't this one of the guys with Larry Nasser? Okay, then it's a different one. I don't know. I'm not gonna look into this. Oh yeah. Damn, he was there for 4 hours. Holy shit.
Just those two well-recognized common law privileges.
I forgot the question.
Why didn't you go after him?
Well, at the time I didn't know.
But when you
And
found out, why didn't you go after him? Is it because he was a good friend?
no,
You had
my dad is probably laughing. You know,
No,
one of
I
the thing,
know.
one of the no, no, one of the things my dad told me that you don't get a pissing contest with an elephant. And running a public company for a long time, I'm not good at public relations or financial public relations. And so I would answer questions to analysts, I'd call people up and I'd tell them the truth. And what I learned in the course of my business career is whether it was my chief of staff, the company lawyer, personal lawyers.
I need to look something up. Well, I guess we'll go over to that stuff. This is really stuff that should be looked at under the Epstein file contents because Les Wexner is listed as one of the potential co-conspirators. Was Les Wexner's name removed as a co-conspirator with Epstein? Oh. Why was his name covered up? Because they covered up his name originally. Isn't this the guy that's dead? This is like Jean-Luc Bourdonnais? Pretty sure this guy's like super fucking dead. Yeah. Yeah. How did he die? It's called co-conspirators. He died by suicide too. Bro, get out of here. I'll say this. Maybe Virginia Giuffre did die by suicide. Because there's a lot of statements from people who are really close to her that, like, she was genuinely going through a bunch of shit. I don't know, maybe these people are too. Like, do they feel guilty? I mean, they know that, I mean, they've got to be under some big stress because they know they did some fuck shit. But like, I don't know. But we know that these motherfuckers like. Yeah, I don't know. Redacted individual. This is stuff that should be in Epstein file content, but we'll go over that tomorrow. Publicly named as Lech co-conspirator. Yes, like Les Wexner. Yeah, for sure. Oh yeah, there's person era. Yeah. Okay, so where? Connected to alleged encounters. What were the allegations against? Yeah, Richardson, Dubin, and Minsky. Troy said she was sent to him for sexual contact. Marvin Minsky. Then we're here, then Richardson did. Okay. Two caveats: Richardson was not charged. The spokesperson not a claim. Dubin likewise denied. Evidence refuting it. Minsky. Okay. Damn. Okay. I wonder how my video's doing. 1 second, yo. No, sure. Hell yeah. Damn, son. Dude, this video did ass, bro. I guess people don't like watching. I guess people like watching bench press more than squat, which makes me kind of sad, but it is what it is. Or maybe it's because I need to put more shit. I don't know. Oh my god. Yo, have y'all seen that video of Pete Hegseth benching 315? Oh my god, bro. Anyone who benches, no, that boy is not benching 315, bro. Oh my god. That's so embarrassing, bro. Oh my god. That's crazy, bro. Dude, I want nothing more than to see Pete Hegseth actually attempt 315 and watch that shit crush his ass, bro. He would get folded like when you step on like a fucking soft drink container. Oh my god. You know, like those fucking weirdos that like they like chug down like a fucking like Coke or whatever and they stomp on it with their foot. Oh my god, dude. He would get folded. Okay, let me lock in real quick. I need to talk to Brian Shapiro. If any of y'all know Brian, he's a really good friend of mine. I genuinely love his ass. He's fucking awesome to talk to in person. I think he's a very good debater. Not for philosophy stuff, but I don't think anyone generally is a philosophy debater, which is what Andrew Wilson would like basically just try to clip farm on, which is fucking bullshit because Andrew would always try to bring everything back to like meta ethics, which you can drag almost anything into meta ethics if you really want to, right? Um, but relating like actual like substantive like policy discussion, Brian does a really good job. But yeah, he has an awesome show. I want to I need to pop up on it. Oh yeah, let me check TikTok. Oh, that's good. Okay, that's enough of that shit. All right, sorry, I was just making sure my short form content was good today. Because we do streaming, then we do short form content. We do both of them bad boys. And once the going gets going, and by the going gets going, I mean when shit I guess wraps up with this Epstein shit, and then we're practicing, then yeah, we lock in. I think what I'll do is I finished the document here, which I'm hoping to have finished by probably end of the day Saturday. That's what I would like. Probably end of the day Saturday, yeah. Let's lock in. I mean, like, really, I don't even think mid to late 1980. Like, there's not a whole lot to really detail, cause he oh, actually, wait, no, cause he meets with him with Les Wexner. Oh, that actually be such a good thing. The knowledge cat turning point. Oh, never mind. Just kidding. Just kidding. Huh? Just kidding. Ha! Just kidding. Sometimes I can do a pretty good girl voice. I used to do girl voice trolling when I played video games. It was actually like a lot of fun. And it's really not that hard to learn. Well, I mean, maybe. I don't know. Some people have a really hard time with doing vocal feminization. And I actually made a video teaching people how to throw their voice to sound like a girl. And originally it was for like trolling on video games, but then it actually picked up really heavily in the in transgender communities, and that made a lot of people happy. So I was very happy to be one of the influences on them in a positive way. So yeah, I know how to do, I think, a pretty convincing girl voice, but I don't know. I need to listen to myself and see how I sound. I don't really practice it that much, but I think it sounds pretty good. It feels pretty great. Feels pretty great. I don't know if anyone's in chat. Chat's pretty dead right now, but tell me how my girl voice sounds. I'm not sure if I sound convincing right now. Like, would you expect to see like a 200-pound like bearded man if you heard this voice? Probably not. But I don't know. I'll watch it tomorrow, I guess. Oh wait, am I a fucking idiot? I literally can just like watch the stream like right now. I literally have it in my background. Hold on, I'm gonna mute myself. Yo, I actually killed that shit. That was good. Bro, that was good. Okay, yo, I actually killed that shit. That was... Oh, there you go. Ooh. Okay. Alright, where are we at? Alright. Now we're back to lock in for... I keep on saying, alright, we're locked in, and then I geek out. Like a loser. Okay, 1980. Okay, so the 1980s. 1, 2, 3, 4. I'll just do like 1980s. Actually, no, because it's the year. So no, this belongs up here. Mid to late 1980s. General. No. 1, 2, 3, 4. Let's say General Epstein and Trump become acquainted. That's good. That's like really good, actually. Okay. Okay. So. $15 new. Yeah, that makes sense. So I'm just gonna copy and paste that. And then for this one, I'm not really gonna worry about the fucking quote. Here, I'm just gonna cite the fucking thing, not worry about the quote. Okay. Trump went to casino, company by all these women who's underage courting. Ooh, hello. Tell the story about Donald Trump and Jeffrey Epstein for years. Okay. No. You bastard. Then I will also link this to. Okay. It's late 1980s. 1989. Okay, so this is gonna go 1, 2. 1989. 2, 3. Oh, jeez Louise. So Trump told, yeah, Jeffrey likes him young. Yeah, Trump knows he's fucking children. You know? Okay. When did Epstein go to when did that happen? Date. I don't think a date is given. Just 1989. Yeah. Damn. Okay. 1989. Question mark. 1, 2, 3, 4. Summer. Oh, that's what I'll do actually. Summer question mark 19. And then I'll replace that with a question mark because I don't know, it's late 1980s. So they become acquainted. Boom, 1989 question mark. And then we can copy and paste this here. I shouldn't say underage woman, an underage girl. Remember, they're not women, they are minors. Woman is an adult human female. At least one of whom was underage. Let's edit the link. All right, we're gonna copy and paste this source, and then we're gonna open up this. We're gonna copy and paste this source here. There we go. Okay. Trump's holiday party. Calendar girl. Trump invited just 2 other guests. Floor businessman. Blah blah blah. Epstein. And kiss and fondle her and restrain her from leaving the ocean. Ooh. Oh fuck, he settled? Dude, how much did they settle? Fuck. Trump flew in Epstein's private jet 4 times, according to law. Well, that's with Epstein. I'm writing it down. Why'd he settle with them? Oh, yeah, when he settled. 1993. When was... I'll put it Mar-a-Lago with... What was that? 8. Give the details relating to the alleged assault. Trump probably groped. I said fucking TikTok, bro. Settlement. Hard. Epstein stood nearby and one who later said Epstein brought her. Described the encounters taking place in a reception area outside of Trump making all 2 men talk casually, where unverified claims attached to account of Trump was. About with Hearth. Did I spell her name right? Dead. Yeah, 1993. Yeah. You come watch to beauty pageant deal. Damn, isn't it crazy that people who accuse the dude of like grabbing women by the genitals, and then he himself admits to grabbing women by the genitals, that people say he grabs women by the genitals? That's crazy. What? No way. No. Not Donnie. No. 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 Not him. Couldn't be. Hearth said Trump pulled in. Damn. Okay, wait. Oh, so it was. So, wait, did he attack 2 girls at that event? Stacey Williams? Oh wait, it's getting the Mar-a-Lago, huh? Oh, damn! Lots of assaults happened in 1993. Jesus Christ, dude! This dude was like serial assaulting people in 1993. Holy shit! Okay. It seems that Trump has many alleged assault allegations. Against him in 1993. Please detail all of them and give exact dates and locations as to the assault events. No. There's many assault allegations because I think all these are with Epstein. Stacey Williams, is she not allowed to like bring it back up because she settled? I mean, if someone sexually assaults me and then we settle over some financial amount, am I allowed to ever tell authorities? The answer has to be no. The answer has to be no. It has to be. Oh, God damn it. Hypothetically, when someone gets assaulted and then settles it over a financial amount, is that person allowed to go to authorities? Please answer. Years later, to give statements. Like, that's gotta be a thing where you just can't do it. Don't you dare restrict me. Okay, wait. Okay. Dude, he was getting these allegations in the 90s. Like, it was bad. Dude, it was bad. Okay. Huh. 1993. This is gonna get a Trump assaults in Steam nearby. Oh no. My internet's going to shit. Help me. Do I even have internet? Fuck. Alright, that's good. Nice. Okay. Jesus Christ. Hey, yo. Remember, if you ever want to beat people in battles of like religion, like for like changing minds, to like win in a debate, okay? If someone is like, Islam is the way, and they're like, you just kind of want to like Charlie Kirk rhetoric them in like one sentence. How old was Aisha? And then you win. You see, you get to ask that because he's posing with Jeffrey Epstein, who's a pedophile. And Aisha was like, I can't remember if she was 6 or 9 years old. One of those. So. It's crazy. Fucking freak. Poor girl. Poor girl. Lost horses. Okay. It's nearby. One. Am I gonna get paywalled? Oh, yo, I'm not. That's crazy. 1993. Nothing about that. Where's Partha? Girlfriend lawsuit. Uninvited. Okay. I guess your greatness. At a Calendar Girl party in Mar-a-Lago, Trump invited George Harry and Epstein. I need a girlfriend at the time. I feel like I'm saying. Okay. Yo, what's up, Eliana? Wait, is it like a Liana or Al Liana? I think I asked that, was it yesterday? I don't know, but I feel like I definitely asked that question before. Forcibly kiss and fall, restrained her. Oh, Liana, got you. Yeah, for sure, buddy. So right now, we are actually almost done with the Trump relation to Epstein document. At the park last night. I hope it was for fun reasons and not, what is this? Ugh. Not the Victoria's Secret party with Les Wexner. Oh, dude. If that was in 1990. This dude, okay, 1997. This dude was on a serial sexual assault rampage in 1993. I want to make that super fucking clear. For practice, because my landlord gave me a 1 week. Oh, fuck. Fuck. All right. I hope you're able to get everything. That's an upgrade anyway. Sure. Yeah. But in relation to what I'm working on here, I'm gonna get ready and go to bed soon because I've been streaming for I think about 6 hours now. About so yeah, pretty good amount of time. But I'm wrapping up on the timeline between Trump and Epstein's relations. I'm just now documenting some individual parties and stuff that they went to together, which looks really bad for them. Okay, let me log in. Wait. So according to that, so with heart. Let's see this person. Said they. I told her that. Bet. Uninvited. Fucking freak. God, I hate these evil people, dude. Like, imagine. Like, actually, don't. Better yet, don't imagine. Don't imagine. So, in 1993, the dude was just like on a rampage. Okay. Trump Tower. 1993. Okay. There's another unknown one. I have to put allegedly. Trump allegedly assaults another woman with nearby. Okay. Trump Tower, New York City. Yeah, here it is. (2024) interview. When did was that only done in 2024? Jill Harth filed a lawsuit against Trump and it got settled. When did the lawsuit get filed and then settled? Why? And for how much? Jill Harth filed her lawsuit. Okay, the lawsuit was filed in 1997. That was withdrawn. Just part of the condition for dropping her case. The suit was about sexual misconduct, including unwanted touching and attempted assault, while the broader business dispute involved Trump allegedly backing out of a deal for a casino event. Next settlement for the publicly disclosed, one part says. Wow. She's still alive? She is. Well, unless she's not dead. Fuck. Okay, so. This in a lawsuit she filed in 2097, according to the 19. Wasn't there something I saw with oh my god, what is it? Victoria's Secret? Epstein took a 14-year-old girl to visit Trump at Mar-a-Lago. The woman later. Ah, that's civil lawsuit. Yikes. Secret. Fire. Many allegations against. I should say how many credible. How many. Yeah. Against Trump are there when he was. Fuck, I cannot type. I can't. I'm having a stroke. There we go. Okay. Two to four. Okay, so Jill Harth, Stacey Williams. But she reported that in 2024. Fuck. Man, I hate this because I'm not gonna use this because I think she made the report in 2024. And these skinwalking Trump dick sucks are gonna say, huh, they only are saying these things because they don't want him to win. They're just making it false allegation when they say it sooner, right? Where Jill Harth, she literally made her report in the 90s. Trump wasn't running for president. When did Stacey Williams accuse Trump? Pretty sure it's 2024. Yep, 2024. So I'm not going to use that. Tragically. A redacted 2019 file allegation. A woman alleged to Trump when she was 3. Verified and log supporting evidence. Ooh, hearsay or unverified tips. Okay, so I'll lock in the Jill Harth one and worry about that. Damn, because I don't want to go like super conspiracy brained. I mean, I don't think we need to have like these things here, but like I think the thing with Jill Harth, I think that's good. So I think we can go ahead and actually just about call it a wrap on this. Huh. Okay. All right. Cool. Close that. Close that. Close that. Close that. Close that. Close that. Nice. Okay, so that's done. Dude, this timeline is gonna be so fucking good. Was Trump an FBI informant relating to Epstein? What a joke. Hold up, I'm getting a call. I got a call about a gym franchise that I went to like 2 or 3 times, and I went there and what is it I'm trying to say? Whoa, do I need to turn up? I think my microphone volume is low. Wow. Okay, I think it's a little bit better. Okay, how's my voice sound? I think it should be good, maybe? I don't know. Wow. I'll assume that's good. Okay, fuck it. No, but what am I saying? Oh, sorry, I'm sleepy. I gotta go to bed. I got a call from a gym franchise that I've gone to like 2 or 3 times, and it's on the other side of the fucking country. And they were like, yeah, are you thinking about getting a membership? And I was like, probably not. Yeah. All right. There are multiple reasons given as to why Mar-a-Lago. However, they don't have to be mutually exclusive. 1. Epstein was kicked out for poaching Trump's employees. Virginia Giuffre. 2. Epstein was kicked out for pressuring Trump's employees for tax. Sexually harassed. 3. Epstein was kicked out for perving on a Mar-a-Lago customer's teenage daughter. I'm proud. I was to get with the daughter. Permitting public to customers in Mar-a-Lago. Most likely, all of these happened. The final straw, most likely, was that he. Breaking point is that would be public ruining Trump's brand. To save his own reputation.
Years ago. We took people that worked for me.
Okay, and so this is where we instead now just link to undo that. No, not metaphysics. Get out of here, metaphysics. No. Okay. Yeah, so for the reality points, we can, because with the debunking thing, like if things are just wrong, like there's nothing to do. Just be like, that's not true. There's no evidence. Like, what do you cite? If there's no evidence for a thing, there's no evidence for it. So reality. Hashtag 2000. Hashtag, wait, what was that one? Flash over a bit. Actually, I can just do that. Okay, spell. Harassing them. Um, 2007. There we go. Hashtag. You see, this is what's so nice about the timeline, because when you have the timeline of all the important facts, you can just list out your key points and then use the timeline as your source. Easy peasy. Trump's brand. There's Epstein Mar-a-Lago account is closed officially. Okay, not to save his own reputation. Wait, is there another thing? I feel like there's more. Epstein and Trump become acquainted. Yep, okay. Allegedly assaults a woman, poaches. So, attempts to poach and gets banned from spawn. Oh, hello. Did he poach or was that 2003? After pressuring him Mar-a-Lago, assumed to be sexually to expose himself during appointments in the journal. Pressure for sex. Writes a birthday card. Yeah, harasses the daughter. I guess I shouldn't say tries to poach because we'll put sexually harasses, expose himself during appointments. The manager reported the accusation. Yeah, okay. See your birthday card. So we got rename that. Hashtag. Okay, so that is. Let's scroll down for pressuring. 2003. Epstein sexually harasses. Yep. Okay, so Maxwell. Oh wait a minute, I need to fix that up too. So it was in 2000 summer. Yeah, there's not a date or like a month. I'm just gonna have like a. Yeah, I'm only gonna have like a question mark if just unknown. Yeah, so like we know it's like sometime in the summer. Here we literally have no idea. Sometime in the fucking So I'm not gonna have a question mark in the title here. Let me make sure I don't have one. October. Yeah. October. Yeah, sometime there. We just don't know what day, but it happens sometime in October. All right. Okay. All right, so that's Ghislaine Maxwell. Poaches. Yep. God, I love Obsidian. Obsidian is so fucking good. One, two, three, four. It's officially closed. Yep. Different spots from news. That's okay. Yeah, the trafficking did nothing. Yep. Okay. So now we're gonna put in Virginia Giuffre getting trafficked. Nothing. So yep, that's literally him admitting it. Let me remove that. I thought there'd be more, but actually, let's copy and paste that. Boom, boom. There we go. Let's just go down the fucking list. Okay. Epstein become acquainted. Actually, no, I'm listening to that. Fuck it. Actually, I don't. Let me. Okay, so they go with an underage girl. Yup. Like, it's so easy. So that's, yeah, it's Trump, similar to Epstein's taste. That one. I should put teenage daughter. Teenage daughter. That's what I should make that say instead. Customer's teenage daughter. Okay. Underage girl. It's gonna be 2007 October. Customer's teenage daughter. There we go. I think now it should be good. Yep, there we go. Cool. Okay. Nice. And then we have our oh yeah, let's also put in the Ghislaine Maxwell shit. There we go. That shit. There we go. Isn't that the variant? Yep. Okay. So then we're gonna put that. Here. There we go. Two met. It's together. Okay, now we can put that in here. All right. I'm supposed to be going to bed. Why am I still working? So we going to sleep, y'all. What am I doing? I gotta go to bed. But it's a really good research, though. It's really good research. So I'm happy to be productive. Like Trump kicked Epstein out of Mar-a-Lago. Okay. Yeah. All these things check out. Most likely all these things happened. Kicked out, save his own reputation. Yep. Try and did. Nothing. John, what are you missing? I did. Again. Yep. Yep. Underage girl, Trump knew. Oh my god, dude, there's so many things. Trump knew Epstein was a pedophile. Trump and Epstein go to Trump's casino with an underage girl. Trump admits he likes beautiful young women. Similar to Epstein says, Trump and Epstein go to Trump's casino. Oh, I gotta fix that. With an underage girl. Ghislaine poached a 16-year-old junior for Epstein. Trump writes Epstein a birthday card. Trump Epstein harasses Mar-a-Lago because from DNA daughter. Trump was like, well, double down on my vote. Yeah, it's like, bro, you knew you were a pedophile, bro. Thought I had a thing with a decade. I guess not. I thought I had something. Oh yeah, here we go. Yeah.
That was close to straight.
Yeah, right there. Hmm. When did this happen? 2017? I mean, yeah, I believe it. Like, they were just going all around from the 80s to the 90s, and they broke up. Seen Trump become acquainted. I guess I'll just probably have it here instead. Trump and Epstein stopped talking over bidding. 1, 2, 3, 4. Boom. Shit. Fuck. Blah, 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 blah. Blah, 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 blah. Boom. Let's do that for now. Oh, now I gotta do that and then go. Fuck. There we go. Okay, so this can go away. Okay, that can stay. Mid 2000s, question mark. Oh, I don't know. Do I have general written anywhere? Or is it just like. Okay, good. I don't have general. Yeah, I'll keep the question mark. I like the question mark formatting more. Because I don't fucking know. Okay, so Trump and Epstein still talking over bidding. Be made. That they extremely close friends. Delete that shit.
That was close to straight.
So I need the. So how do you know this?
That was close to straight.
Hashtag clash over bid. Yeah. So the underage girl. Dude, this is gonna be so fucking good. Very close with Epstein. Trump is positive. For Epstein. Date. 20. Okay. Yeah, this shit right here. This is like gold mine. This is so, like, in terms of like evidence against them, this is so fucking good, dude. So writes them a birthday card. Gets banned from spa. Tripping Epstein, so I took over bidding. Okay. Nope. Oh, guys, that shouldn't said be stop talking over bed. That should be stop talking over bed. Small but important difference. Smart Mar-a-Lago account is officially closed. Yep. Trump wishes Ghislaine Maxwell well. Oh, there's another one. And then he doubles down on it. Okay. I can really remember that. Cool. There we go. All right. No bubblegum. The claims, no. This is bullshit. Johnson walk like goofy ass him back. That's it. Yeah, there's nothing to fucking review. Trump got Epstein arrested. Did nothing to get him prosecuted until the investigation was already under. Over the Florida Justice Department later said it was not a war. Yep. Okay, Trump didn't know. Oh, I need to put that in the timeline. It's not in the timeline. When did Trump allegedly alert authorities to Epstein harassing people? Okay, so July 2006. Ha 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 ha. That makes sense. To 2006. 1, 2, 3, July. July 1, 2, 3, 4. Ruh-roh. Nightmare arrest and became a broader FBI map. Okay. So we know 1, 2, 3, 4 on the 23rd. Epstein is arrested. Okay, so he's arrested July 23rd. What is he arrested for? Was arrested for yeah, checked it out. Trump call police before or after Epstein was arrested? After. Oh. He called after Epstein was already arrested. I'm glad you're doing it. Hey guys, they found us. Come on out, guys. They found us. What a bitch. Oh my god, bro. No way. So I'm gonna just write like greater than 23rd. Trump. That's hilarious. That's actually fucking hilarious. Trump calls Beach police chief Epstein. Check to do. Okay. And I gotta do the subpoena. Yeah, I forgot about these things. Get this ugly fucks out of my fucking face. Okay. What else we got? I want to make it clear, y'all. Okay. This document right here, these four, well, specifically this one, 2, 3, and 4, specifically, are going to be the bomb. The biggest. Look at this.
Anything? Okay, I'm scared. This dude has 200,000 followers.
Hello?
What's up?
Oh,
No
dude,
need to
he
be
has scared. We can talk about abortion if you want.
All right, let's go.
Abortion. Huh?
1,000 followers. Anything? Okay, I'm scared. This dude has 200,000 followers.
Hello?
What's up?
Oh, no dude, he has scared. We can talk about abortion if you want.
All right, let's go ahead.
All right, so I don't think that abortion is murder, and I don't think that there's anything morally wrong about abortion before consciousness or sentience develops in a fetus.
I wonder how he's gonna defend this.
So I disagree with that because I think whether or not it doesn't have full consciousness and that it doesn't, it's not aware of all that's going around it and that's and what's, and just of its life, it doesn't matter because at the end of the day, it's still going to form and it's still going to grow. It's still going to mature into something different. And I think that at the end of the day, you're still cutting off a life, and maybe murder might be a legal term, but it's still killing, I think.
Okay, so I would say that the thing is, like you just said, it's going to become a person, right? It's going to become a conscious person. I think that the problem is that you're always going to refer to the future potential of that thing because the present thing has no value in its current form. And I don't think that the future potential of something should supersede the bodily autonomy of a woman. That's my thing.
True. This is correct.
Okay, so let me just get this right. You think that if so just because in the future it can become something more, you think that it doesn't diminish the woman's right to healthcare?
Yeah, exactly. Because to me, what is worthy of protection are beings that can experience harm, right? And an embryo and a fetus cannot experience harm.
Don't say experience harm, because what if you have someone who can never experience harm, even if you kill them? Or maybe if they're asleep, they can't experience, they're asleep. I know what he's saying, but bad faith interlocutors can pull at that.
no person within those cells to
I'm looking at you, Kojo.
experience anything.
Actually, no. Kojo's bad faith. Who am I kidding?
Okay. Well, may I ask, how do you define like murder or killing?
Well, killing is the ending of a life, and murder is the unjustified killing.
Okay. So, do you think?
Dude, this pro-life kid has no idea how to fucking debate. You can tell just by how he fucking talks.
That
I mean, actually, no, never mind. To be fair, I was like that too. It was like, yeah, everyone was like that one time. Because anyone who goes in debates doesn't always know how to fucking debate right off the top of their head.
Okay, so you agree with that it's being killed just because it is ending the life that...
Yeah, of course it's being killed, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
True. All right, so you think it's just viable because it's in the healthcare, in the healthcare kind of space. Okay, so...
Dude, that really is the only articulable thing that he fucking had in the beginning.
Can you, like, make another claim or something?
Sure, I mean, the thing is that if you're, in my opinion, if you're going to force a woman to basically use her body as an incubator and go through pregnancy, which is something that, you know, has a bunch of possible complications, can lead to death, is extremely painful. It's a huge process, right? It's a huge physical toll on the woman. Then the thing that you're forcing her to do that for better be damn important. You know, that better be something like extremely worthy of moral protection and moral consideration. You know, so then we have to analyze what that thing is. And if we're talking about a clump of cells that has no capacity to experience anything, let alone harm, let alone pain, let alone thoughts, let alone feelings, I don't think that meets the threshold.
Okay. I'm trying to think how to argue that. Millie, do you have anything to add?
Well, I kind of had like a question for his last point. Like, when we put these things on a spectrum, like consciousness, it's fine. So,
She's gonna be like pig consciousness.
but when we put these things on a spectrum, like consciousness, sentience,
Say pig.
like capacity to feel things, right?
Say pig.
Then it's just kind of gonna be like, what's the word? What's a good
A pig has more consciousness than a newborn. That's what she's gonna say.
word? Like degrading, because like,
oh really?
When we put these things on a spectrum, then we can, you know, base human value upon like who has more of that and who has less of that, and I don't think we do that.
She's basically making the argument, but she's not good at phrasing it.
Well, I don't think that's true. I'm not trying to grade it on a spectrum. I'm saying that if there is consciousness or sentience at all, not if somebody is dumber or smarter or whatever, just if it is present, then it is worth protecting. And there is no aspect of sentience that is even remotely possible within a fetus before 24 weeks. That's my point. I'm not saying it has to be like graded on a scale or something.
No,
I'm just saying if it is there, it is worthy of
Charlie Kirk
protection.
deserved
If
what
it
he
is
got.
not there, it is not.
Yeah, so I wasn't necessarily like saying that you're basing it on a scale. I'm saying that like if we attribute these like these traits to like human value, then it will exist on a scale of like if one human being possesses less of that characteristic or trait than another, then one's life becomes more valuable than another, which I completely disagree with. Like some babies don't even, you know, possess the capacity to, you know, deploy like these things, but we still give them human value, like anencephaly babies, you know, so.
It's okay, we've all been there before though.
Like hydroencephaly, is that what you're talking about?
Yeah, hydroencephaly, like just normal encephaly. Yeah.
Okay, so with hydroencephaly, usually there's no brain there, right? It's just like, it's just like a brainstem usually that controls like automated functions, and they usually live a very, very short amount of time.
Yeah.
True.
And there's no like person within that body. It's literally just the body. It can be compared to like a corpse or something that's able to breathe on its own.
So
there's no like individual within that body, and I think making that distinction is important.
May I ask you a question?
Yeah.
Okay, so how old is the oldest baby to live their life with encephaly? How long did they live out their life for?
I'm not positive. I think like 12 years old. I might be wrong, but
yeah, sure, we can go with that. I believe it's actually 2 years old, but yeah. So,
I thought Trevor Waltrip or whatever his name was lived longer.
Yeah. I don't think Trevor ever had a sentient experience. Wall trip. Jeez Louise. Poor thing. His parents should be fucking ashamed of themselves. And you know for a fact that they didn't let Trevor be analyzed. Born without a brain. Me when I fucking lie. Oh, was he actually born without a brain? He was born without a brain. Oh wow, can we like that? That's incredible. You know, since he's dead, can we, you know, like at least like take photos and like understand like his condition, so that way maybe we can advance research for other people who may suffer similar conditions? Nope. Okay. I'm not get wrong. You can say no, but like you're gonna sit here and be like, he was born without a brain. Like, he didn't even have a brain stem, which of course he fucking did. Which that, spoiler alert, the brain stem is part of a brain. Contact. The parents to be researched after his death. No, Hunter have probably like 15%, and did the parents allow him? No, that's my guess. Okay. Wilson did not have. Sources say, yeah, hydranencephaly with only a brain stem and lacked the cerebral hemisphere associated with thought, vision, verbal communication. He could brain, yep, respond to some stimuli, but doesn't establish higher consciousness. On the brain contact question, the report says skull contained fluids where this would normally be. Right, present. So the medical relevant answer is he only had a brain stem. Oh, yeah, there we go. I'm verifying. All right. In other words, no, they didn't let him get researched, which would have been a good thing. I hate to say it like that, but I mean, there's this really cool guy named Henry Eastlack. Henry Eastlack? Yeah, here we go. Oh, Harry, not Henry. This guy has what's called like I think it's like statue syndrome or something, but unironically, his muscles turned into freaking bones, turning him into a human statue. I don't even know how the fuck that's possible. Like, that's insane. How? There he is. He died at the age of 39. Poor guy. But he wanted his body to be researched. Fibrodysplasia ossificans progressiva. Ossificans. Fibrodysplasia fibrodysplasia ossificans progressiva. Fibrodysplasia ossificans progressiva. Yeah. You'd like decided to have a skeleton and medical history donated in support of the research. FOB. I'm happy for him. I'm glad he was able to do that. I hate that he had that awful disease, but people who do that are incredible because they advance research in meaningful ways.
Maybe.
Was Einstein's brain researched? Was Einstein's brain research? What about preserved after his death and was later studied by multiple research? That wrote just shortly after he died and published notes examining features such as partial lobe size. Man, I'm gonna be a corpse one day. That sucks. I don't want to be a corpse. Want to live. Want to live, damn it. And you, if you're listening, you're going to be right there with me one day. Got him. What did they find anything of note about Einstein's brain? Excuse me. Aliena. Wants to know the status or unusual features and learn blah 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 blah. For caveat is none of the findings prove a simple genius gene or single brain explanation until note that some differences may be meaningful, but it remains unclear how much they actually explain his abilities, and some results may just reflect. Oh, sure, whatever.
So if that's so, I don't think it's going to be rightful to kill that 12-year-old just because they don't possess these like valuable traits like a higher level of sentience, self-awareness and stuff.
It's not a higher level of sentience, it's any sentience, right? Because my question would be, what traits are there beyond the fact that it's a human by DNA? What traits are there that are worth protecting? If it can't experience anything, it cannot experience harm, it cannot, there's nothing there. It's literally just like a body.
They can't experience harm?
No, they cannot experience harm.
Are you sure about that? Because we are directly aggressing on them with intention to harm them and kill them when we get an abortion.
I understand that, but harm means when we're talking about like morally relevant harm, we're talking about a being that can experience that harm, right? Like sure, you can cause damage to like a car, but you wouldn't call a car a victim and be like, I have harmed this car, and this car is now a victim that has experienced harm.
I mean,
a car cannot experience harm.
Legally, we would like kind of recognize the car not as a victim, but like as like evidence of that crime. But I mean, I can see where you're coming from. But what?
Dude, they're so bad.
What physically does a baby need to be able to experience harm? Are you saying like the ability to feel pain, the ability to react to this harm being done, or like what?
Yeah, so anything really. So there are multiple factors of harm, right? There could be pain. Physical pain is a very like basic component of harm. There's obviously like emotional damage, right? Feeling hurt, feeling angry, feeling.
As you go,
let's see, we got some guests here.
Oh, he's a good-looking dude.
Hello.
Hello.
Hey, how's it going?
Good. How are you?
Good. Can I ask how old you are?
23.
Okay. And what would you like to discuss?
Yeah, we can talk about the first topic. I think just a clarification. We're just talking about normative morality or like meta ethics morality, because those two are different things.
So I just mean where people.
What?
Ethics morality.
I mean, your normative ethics are literally derived from your meta ethics, but
because those two are different things.
So I just mean where people determine what is right or wrong.
you just think I hate about philosophy because a lot of times I'll be like, "Am I stupid?" But like, I'm positive that your normative. No, that literally is just the case. You derive your normative from your meta ethics because the whole thing about your meta ethics is determining what it is. Ethics is. It's literally beyond ethics. Like is ethics from divine command theory? Is it from some subjectivist thing? Is it you know, whatever thing that dictates morality and ethics, right? What is that? And then from that derivative, then you get your normative theory.
Wrong.
So I don't know why the fuck he would say that. So this guy, I wonder how much of a Philbro this dude is.
What is right or wrong?
I don't think based on the way he was engaging
Hi, how are you?
these guys here, I don't think he's much of a Philbro, I think at all, but I could be wrong.
Like, well, I don't know what you mean. Like, well, that statement is broad, like of a principle, or whether or not the principle of facts exists outside of a mind.
I mean, where people determine.
So those two are different things.
So I just mean where people determine what is right or wrong.
Yeah, that's an answer. Yeah, this dude's not a Philbro. No. I think if he was a Philbro, he would have like dissected the thing that Guest had said, so both of them don't really know like philosophy jargon.
Like, well, I don't know what you mean. Like, well, that statement is broad, like of a principle, or whether or not the principle of facts exists outside of a mind.
So Guest is asking about basically, is morality objective or not? Is it stance dependent or stance independent? And more than likely, Guess is going to come up and be like, oh, if your morality is subjective, then it's all preference and meaningless. And then it says Christian debater. So he's going to then claim that you have no actual ethics and only real ethics, objective ethics, like 2 + 2 = 4. That's an objective fact. 2 + 2 is 4, no matter how you feel. I'm not going to yap about this. But he's going to say the only way to have true objective grounds for ethics is through the Christian God. Only the Christian God can eat my ass.
Yes, whether or not the principal facts exist outside of a mind.
Outside of, like, of a principle, or whether or not the principle of facts exists outside of a mind.
Yes, whether or not the principal facts exist outside of a mind.
So okay, this is a meta-ethics. Okay.
Yep.
Yeah, I think that within, because of God's nature, yeah, the morality, right, or what principles are based on the existence of God. That's true. That's fine.
Okay, sorry, you were cutting out a little bit. Could you repeat that?
Yeah, I just think that the facts of principles exist because God is the principle.
Okay, so you think that these? So do you agree, like, morally with everything that is written in the Bible? Then would you perceive that as like absolute truth?
Well, I think I think we're equivocating, because within the Bible, right? You and I can grant that the Bible in and of itself doesn't really provide a normative view, right?
What do you mean it literally does? What? It literally does. It tells you what the fuck you're supposed to do. Follow the teachings of Jesus Christ that are like outlined in the fucking Bible. Fuck you talking about, idiot? That's your normative view. Don't be gay. Don't, do all these things that literally are in the Bible. What?
What do you mean by normative view? Just to be clear.
Yeah, that's a good question.
Normative view would be a attitude or some sort of action towards a principle, such as like think about utilitarianism, deontology, and virtue ethics.
I mean, bro, divine command theory literally just is do whatever the fuck God says. What are you talking about?
Okay.
So, first, the first one is like the problem is that I can agree with you that.
I mean, and even then, like, okay, like maybe you could make up some like utilitarian Christian worldview versus like a deontological Christian worldview, or like. But either way, though, like, what? This makes no sense. It's divine command theory. You just do what the fucking Bible says, basically.
The Bible in and of itself doesn't.
Sin is bad. Don't sin. That's basically it.
Provide a specific, like a specific set standard of a normative view. I think it depends on the kind of context, and then in addition, what like kind of.
Okay, I think that can be accurate. Okay.
Christian you are, but for the sake of the argument, I think that I could just get my claim that I think that virtue ethics best explains within the Bible, within church history, within the apostolic succession, all that kind of stuff.
Okay.
So
he's got me back.
So I'm just going to try to get you to elaborate on your position a little, so I can figure out exactly what you believe. So when you determine like what is right or wrong? Do you think that that's something within you that stems from your own like logic
No.
and empathy, or do you think that
No.
it stems from God himself?
God himself.
Yeah. So just answer I can just answer this question. So when it comes to how to act towards a principle, yeah, I think it's based because of the kind of being that we are, since we're rational animals. I think that we can provide. We have the disposition.
Why does he just say
intellect,
God
so we can
himself?
provide
God is good. God commands all that is good. God is good. I guess that means God commands himself, but
reasons on what's to commit virtues and commit and also not to commit vices. So think of virtues as being good character, or good character, then vices being bad. And then
literally the definition of virtues and vice. I don't know. Well, I mean, I don't know. Well, the guy clearly doesn't know what he's talking about.
end goal or the principle would be, under my view, the active contrition of God, or be with perfect desires with God.
Okay, so
if that makes sense.
Yeah, that makes sense. So I would ask you, how do you come to terms with like immoral instructions that stem from God's word?
That presupposes that there are, which is what this guy should say.
Elaborate on that, because I actually don't think that. I don't think that because of God's nature, I don't think that he can commit wrongdoing.
Yeah,
right. So yeah, that's where I'm getting at. With that position, God would not be able to commit wrongdoing. But then I would argue, do you have?
And then like, you know what's funny? Like, I don't even care about the slavery shit. Okay, well I do care about the slavery shit, but like there's slavery and there's like murdering babies, which is directly commanded in Joshua, with the slaughter of the Canaanites and the Amalekites. Like literally they murder babies like twice. Bro, what do you mean? At least, I'm sorry, it was actually multiple murderings of babies, but there's God commanded murderings of babies, and there's God ordained. Wait, is it ordained? Is ordained and command the same word? Define ordained. A legal authority. Oh, okay. Okay. Well, either way though, God told people to kill babies, and they did it at least twice. And then God did the killing himself, when he flooded the whole fucking world. Which all of the above never happened. But
You have a problem with slavery?
Yeah, I do think I have a problem with slavery. Yeah.
So that would contradict what God says, right, in the Bible.
Well, can you substantiate? The slavery within the Bible, and then substantiate your interpretation? Because again,
he's gonna say it wasn't
within,
actually slavery. It was like working a job or some shit. That's bullshit.
I can just provide my own argument. I think that if it's a case that the church or some sort of doctor of the church provides an explanation of that context, then it provides a higher probability of meaning. If they're not part of the doctor provides an explanation of that context, then it provides a higher probability of meaning. If they're not part
use the word Bayesian
for the doctor of the church, or not part of
talk about probability, talk about modal, talk about well, I don't know. I'm really surprised he's not breaking out. Like he's clearly like maybe like a few weeks or like a month into like Philbro shit.
Part of the apostolic church or apostolic succession within epistemology access of interpretation, then those kind of interpretation could be misleading. So can you substantiate on that part of like, I know what chapter it is, but
okay,
can you substantiate within the context, within why you think that your interpretation is based on chattel slavery or slavery, whatever you want to define the term?
Yeah, absolutely. So, I mean, there are multiple passages where God talks about the Bible in the Old Testament, right? You've got Exodus 21 and you've got Leviticus 25:39-46. I've talked with a lot of Christians who claim that he's talking about indentured servitude, but I think that this clearly does not apply, because indentured servitude does not mean that you are somebody's property for life, right? And if somebody has a child and that child is your property from the moment they're born until
it's allegorical property.
The moment they die, that's not indentured servitude either, right? So if we look at
it's allegorical.
46, he says your male and female slaves are to come from the nations around you. From them you may buy slaves. You may also buy some of the temporary residents.
They don't literally mean it.
Living among you, and members of their clans born in your country, and they will become your property. You can bequeath them to your children as inherited property, and can make them slaves for life. Right? So to me, that reads beyond like indentured servitude or whatever. And if we go to Exodus 21, it says that if a slave's master gives him a wife and she bears him sons or daughters, the woman and her children shall belong to her master. Right? So if you're born and you're automatically a slave to someone for life, that's certainly not indentured servitude.
Yeah, repeat the whole. Well, hold on. Substantiate why that is. What's your interpretation? Because we can just usually when it comes to those kind of quotes, in addition with I know people use 1 Samuel 15. Those usually are within Near Eastern rhetoric and such of using those kind of language. And so, for example, within the chattel slavery or within indentured servitude, usually the Christian would say that it's because of the kind of attitudes or the kind of behaviors that would connect those. So, such as that if there's some sort of debt and you want to repay those, obviously it's the kind of thing that you can do. In addition, we provide explanations on such as like quote unquote imperfect laws and perfect laws as well, depending on the kind of denomination you are. So I think. I think the first part is substantiate with that, like your argument for that, and then the second.
Yeah, so I understand the concept of indentured servitude, especially for the time, right? If you have debt, you sign yourself over to another individual and you pay off that debt through labor, right? But but I don't see how that can apply to a newborn. A newborn is not indebted to anybody, and a newborn does not have the capacity to sign themselves off, and they're not signing themselves off, right? Somebody else is signing them off for life. And God is saying that as soon as your slave has a child, that child is your property for life. So that clearly is not referring to indentured servitude.
Well, that's what's in contention. All right, you're just explaining the you're just explaining what the I think you're explaining the facts. Hold on, you're explaining what how is it the case it couldn't, but what's in contention is the kind of interpretation. You're just explaining me outside of that.
Well, do you disagree with my definition of indentured servitude that I gave you?
What's the definition again?
Somebody who chooses to sign themselves off to another individual for.
That's fine.
Right. So how would that apply to a newborn?
Wait, no. So you know what's in contention, right?
Yeah, I understand. Well, I'm asking you, how would that apply to a newborn?
What's the relevance, though?
What's the relevance? Because if it does not apply to a newborn, then it is not indentured servitude, and by
what's in
definition,
contention?
it would be chattel slavery.
Well, no, we're just arguing semantics. We're just arguing the interpretation again. What's substantiate the interpretation, my guy?
What do you mean the interpretation? Like the passage?
Yes, that's what's in contention. Because obviously within within different types of translations of the Bible, they give some sort of language that would be more easier for you to understand. Okay. Obviously, with the kind of denominations that's been approved, with church that have epistemologic access of these kind of old doctrines as the old language, obviously we hold a more accurate interpretation. So the only contention I'm asking you, the only contention I'm asking you is the interpretation. Like, how do we know that that's the kind of that's interpretation that's well known by every other, like by other Christians or? Well,
okay, so how do you determine like, I mean, do you have like a specific version of the Bible that you adhere to? Like, how do you determine what is and isn't actually God's word?
How is this?
Well, really, you're supposed to look at the is it Masoretic texts? I think that's the word. But like the original Hebrew, Aramaic, and Koine Greek. So you should know. And people tend to really like the King James Bible. But the King James Bible actually isn't the most like direct, but I think it's supposed to be the most like spiritual, like I don't know, whatever jerk off shit.
Wait, what's the question again?
Okay. Do you have a specific version of the Bible that you adhere to? How do you know what God's word is?
That isn't relevant to what's in contention.
Well, that isn't relevant. I'm just going by the most popular translation of the Bible that everybody uses. That's it.
Hold on. That's fine. Like I can be a Catholic and I can just like accept the translation of the Bible. But the problem, what's really in contention, which you haven't answered, is your substantiate the interpretation you gave that God or the kind of behaviors goes opposite of the definition that we agreed on indentured servitude.
Well, I feel like that burden is on you, right? Because I'm just reading from your Bible.
True. Yeah. It's like, bro, it literally says slavery. The whole mainstream consensus says slavery. Like, it's very clearly talking about slavery, okay? Not indentured servitude. If it's talking about indentured servitude, talk about indentured servitude, not fucking slavery, bro. Which it literally says you're a slave for fucking life, boy. So it's like, it's not on Johnny's burden of proof to be like, yeah, this is slavery and not indentured servitude. Like, no. If you're gonna say it's indentured servitude, nah, that's unguessed.
No, you made the claim.
Right, never made the claim. But I'm reading from your Bible. So if you're going to make the claim that that is mistranslated or that that's not the intention of the verse,
yeah,
you have to provide a source for that.
No, I don't, because the claim. Well, I never made the claim about.
The text says, eat pizza. Pizza is yummy. And then fucking Johnny is like, yo, pizza is yummy. And then Guest is like, whoa, how do you know it's actually saying pizza and not like cake? And then he's like, well, it says pizza. And he's like, well, I don't agree with the translation. It's like, okay, well, do you have like a translation where it's not pizza and it says cake? And he's like, no. The burden of the proof is on you to prove that pizza means pizza. Like, okay, buddy.
Within God being promoting slavery, you did. How did I argue something that doesn't exist?
I read the Bible. I answered that. I said it's from the Bible, and I read you the verse.
That's fine.
That is you made the claim that it's like mistranslated or whatever. So you have to. That's your burden.
True.
No, and that's not a claim. That's a contention. That's a contention. That's a response to your thing. That's just like a clarification. Because I never made the claim about. I literally said the opposite. I think that God isn't bad because because it goes against with His nature. You wanted to say otherwise. Well, how do I argue something? How do I argue something that doesn't exist?
What this guy's supposed to do. What this guy's supposed to do is bite the bullet and say that slavery isn't bad. Under certain contexts or some shit like that. And then he'll go on to say that slavery was something that was useful at the time, which now, I guess we're now being moral subjectivists or relativists or whatever. Well, relativist is a form of subjectivism, but regardless. I don't think is moral relativism always a form of subjectivism in ethics? The two sometimes relative to some person. Okay. Yeah, that's what I thought. Okay. But still, either way, though. So, yeah, the term would be a relativist then, which that's, well, actually, it is the case that Christians are moral relativists. Yeah, because they believe that when the new covenant happened with the sacrifice of Jesus, the morals did change because now, like, they no longer have to abide by the sacrificial law of Christianity. So they are relativists. And it should back me up on this. Moral relativists as Jesus died, thus changing some of God's laws. The answer should be yes. Then relative. Yeah, it's relative to when Jesus fucking died. Why it's not more. It says that right and wrong depend on person. No, what? Am I stupid? I mean, you could still believe that it's objective, but just based on a different time, right? So, like, it's an objective fact that the weather changes throughout the year. And you could say it's also an objective fact that the morals change or the laws change, God's command changes on before or after Christ's death. Can't relativists believe in terms of time? I'm positive that's the case. You see, the thing is, with philosophy, is there's a lot of... Oh, yeah, someone who believes that. Oh, you don't believe in universal truths? What? Dude, I thought that, had a relation to, fuck, what was it? The time period is relative to the time. Well, that's clearly not the case. What is moral belief that morals are dictated by time period? Historical relativism? Or temporal relativism? Okay, yeah, so that would have to be it then. Okay, so... The answer has to be yes. Because it literally changed. Generally, no. Bro, what the fuck do you mean, bro? Moral absolutism. Believe that right and wrong are objective, universal. Nature of God. Okay, look. Okay, I understand. Okay, I understand what people say when they say the unchanging will of God, in the sense of, like, imagine you have a contract, okay? And the contract has like 2 fucking phases, okay? So phase 1 of the contract, you're going to eat my asshole, okay? That's phase 1. And then phase 2 commences when I date your mom. So phase 1, you're eating my asshole. And then I date your mom. And then phase 2 commences, where you make me pie. It's the same contract, just has 2 phases. So then I guess it's not changing then, which would not make them. I guess they're not. I don't know.
Okay.
What's that?
All I did was read.
Because I never made the claim.
But yeah, okay. More relativists do not believe in absolute truth. Well, I mean, is there absolute weather? I guess not. I mean, what does that even mean? Absolute truth, absolute weather, absolute whatever. I don't know.
Claim about. I literally said the opposite. I think that God isn't bad because because it goes against with His nature. You wanted to say otherwise.
Well,
how do I argue something? How do I argue something that doesn't exist?
Okay.
What's that?
All I did was read the Bible to you. So if you do you have like scholars, like religious scholars that have contentions with the translation of what I assume is the Gutenberg Bible?
Nope.
Wait, I'm sorry. Go ahead. Wait, what's the question again?
I said, do you have like religious scholars that disagree with the translations of what I assume?
Well, yeah, that would be a burden shift. That'd be a burden shift.
So you don't.
There it is.
So you're
not something I say I don't. That'd be a burden shift.
Okay, but it's not.
The problem is the burden of proof is on guest.
Burden shift because you're
yes,
making
it
the
is.
claim. You are making the claim.
I already explained why that is, my guy.
You are, correct me if I'm wrong. You are making the claim that things can be mistranslated in the Bible, right? That's your claim.
No, that's not a counterclaim. That's within your that's a response or that's a response to your critique. I'm actually asking you a justification or substantiate your interpretation isn't a claim, but just asking you your justification of your claim.
Okay, but it's
that's not a
counterclaim.
It's
it's not my interpretation. It's the most well accepted interpretation of the Bible by Christians, right?
Under what doctrine or what substantiate it? Like, can you substantiate that?
By reading the fucking text.
Another claim, my guy.
Oh my god, dude, it's so embarrassing. Dude, I hate faux bros like this. Like, like by reading the fucking thing, you fucking idiot. Prima facie.
Okay, so what are you asking for? A source that this verse is in the Bible that Christians adhere to? Is that what you're asking?
No, in the beginning, right? I'm asking you to substantiate or provide justification, right? That because of that verse, from your interpretation, is true that it promotes slavery, or God would promote slavery.
Okay.
You can't just say to me like, oh, well.
You keep saying my interpretation. I'm just reading it to you. It's not my interpretation. I'm literally reading the words to you. I'm not making this up and interpreting a different verse to mean this. I'm reading God literally saying that you may buy slaves, right? From them you may buy slaves. That is directly from the Bible.
There's different criteria within these kind of so there's within the context, there's also the kind of rhetoric that it uses as well, such as like within examples of 1 Samuel 15 where the unalignment the Amalekites uses that most atheists uses, right? There's different criteria, right? Okay, so I'm asking you, right, the kind of this is just like question begging, my guy. So
it's not question begging.
If you are making a claim,
it's a slavery.
I never made a claim that we're making the same.
So you're not making a claim that there is context to Leviticus 25:39-46 that excuses him saying you may buy slaves. You are not making that claim. You're asking me to disprove a negative. That's what you're doing.
No, disprove a negative? No, you made the positive affirmation about God display.
I read the Bible. I just
read the Bible. Everyone can read the Bible with their own different context. My God, that's why we have different denominations.
That's what I'm
saying.
That's
why Calvinism exists. That's why Protestantism exists, because people, the kind of the action that you do as well, right? They provide their own justification, right? They provide their own interpretation and justify their own belief, right? That's why I'm asking you to substantiate it.
Okay. Okay, so I'm pretty sure that Catholics and Protestants both adhere to Leviticus and Exodus, right?
That is perfectly. That doesn't contend anything. That doesn't do anything for you.
What is he reading?
Hey, bud. We can both grant Leviticus. Hold on. We can both grant Leviticus and Exodus 21, right?
Okay.
But what's in contention is the interpretation that you give, and that's what it's based upon.
Okay, so
I'm asking you for justifications.
Are you claiming that Catholics and
I never made a claim, my guy. I never made a claim. That doesn't follow either.
So what are you talking about? You're asking me to disprove a negative?
You never made a negative, my guy. I know what the claim you did. I know the claim that you made, right? like 10 minutes ago.
Okay, what was the claim?
Yeah, so the claim, right, that you made right in the beginning was that, that is it the case that God would promote something that is unjust or evil? And you wanted to use Exodus 21, Leviticus, I think you said Leviticus 8, correct?
No, I mean, not that it matters. I said Leviticus 25:39-46.
25, yeah, 25 Exodus 21. You wanted to say because those things exist, or because interpretation of what it is, or your interpretation, therefore God is evil and God doesn't provide good morality. That's what your claim is. I'm asking you to substantiate your interpretation, right? What you're doing, right, is just giving, because I read the Bible, or that's what the Bible says. That's fine. I can grant you that you read the Bible. I can grant you read different.
I bet this guy actually. Oh, the way he said, "I can grant you," blah blah blah. The inflection in his voice. I bet he likes Andrew Wilson.
Types of Bibles. I even can
grant you. Bet you he does.
Read
I can grant. Yeah. The way he says grant, like I'm granting you this. Be grateful for my granting. I bet you this motherfucker likes Andrew Wilson, bro.
I need you to substantiate within your epistemology or the knowledge you have. That's what it means, and how do you
I
substantiate
already did that, and you like ignored everything. Okay, I'll tell you how I justify
Yeah,
it. When God
he has
says you
no
may
idea
buy
what he's talking
slaves,
about.
that means that he's saying it's okay for you to buy slaves. That's how I'm substantiating that.
Substantiate. Well, okay, what's the context behind it? Like, come on now. Like, what's the context?
Buying slave.
So now you
behind
are
it? How do we
asking
know?
for
Like, is
context.
there rhetoric involved?
So
Like, how do
you
we-
are asking for context, yes?
I'm asking you the criteria that when we give justifications of interpretations.
Okay, so now you are changing what you are asking, right? You're no longer asking me to
No, I asked
substantiate
you the
why
same
I'm...
questions.
Nope.
I asked you the same questions of this whole life, my guy.
Okay, I have read you the entire verse, and I've told you why I believe that this is referring to slavery and not indentured servitude, right? Do you remember any of that, or did you just choose to ignore all of it? Is that not me substantiating why I believe that
No,
God is
that's
saying
the
it's okay to believe?
well, that's
to
the
buy slaves?
claim. That's a claim that's the
It's not, I'm
what your interpretation
substantiating
means.
it. I'm substantiating.
He sounds like the dude that debated Sam Cedar on Jubilee.
Substantiating it. I'm substantiating it. I'm telling you that if God is saying that when you have a slave and he gives birth, right, and you get to have that child as your property for the rest of your life, that does not qualify as indentured servitude. That is slavery, right? And God is flat out saying in Exodus 21 that that is okay, right? When God says you may, that means it is okay.
Wait, can you read the exact quote for me? Hold on.
Yeah,
What was the thing I was gonna look up? I was gonna look something up. Liam.
Welcome to The Rational Egoist. I'm your host, Michael Leibowitz, and we've got a great discussion here today for you. We have Liam Staton. He's a student, philosopher, and junior fellow at the Objective Standard Institute. Liam, welcome to the program.
Thanks for having me.
So, Liam, before we get to
The goat.
the philosophy stuff, I'm curious about you.
My king.
What have,
This guy
as
right
a
here.
teenager, now you're only 20 years old now, but as a teenager, what were your interests?
I was pretty into debating. That's like all I did in high school was debating and band. Then I mean, I played sports when I grew up, played soccer, but yeah, like in high school it was just debate.
Oh, I love you, Liam, but I have to dock like 1 point off for playing soccer. You and I both know wrestling. That's real man sport. Okay, but I gotta go to bed. And also do Duolingo, bro. I only got like 4 minutes. I can probably get it done. But hey, yeah, if anyone's still on, thanks for watching. The VOD's hopefully gonna be pretty good. And yeah, we got a lot of really good work done today. So the Trump relation to Epstein is I gotta do like the 2 fucking things on it, but that's gonna be pretty straightforward. Is everyone asleep? Oh wow, there's 2 viewers. Oh, what the fuck are y'all doing here? 2 viewers on Kick? Holy shit. And 1 on Twitch? Y'all, it's almost 12 o'clock. Go to freaking bed, y'all. What are y'all doing over here? Okay, no, I'm going to bed.